HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
Hey, weather's heating up. Get to my friends at Schultz Ford and check them out. They got so much going on. Employee pricing, that continues through June 2nd. So be sure to get there for that. By the way, an additional $1,000 towards KBB, an instant cash offer on your trade. Get your trade in there right now. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. That's a great store. So get down to there and always online. I mean, 24/7, 365 online at schultzford.com.
Hey, folks, Marty here. Memorial Day weekend, the biggest shopping event of the year at Levin's. And since you've waited, my friend Robert Levin and his entire team made this sale worth that wait. Start by taking an extra 25% off the entire store, plus 60 months special financing on qualifying purchases of $24.99 or more, no money down. Hundreds of doorbusters while they last. Don't wait. Go to Levin's Memorial Day sale now through Monday at all Levin's furniture and mattress stores.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2:30. I'm Paul Alexander. The big races in the city of Pittsburgh, where incumbent Mayor Ed Gainey is being challenged by Corey O'Connor, currently the Allegheny County Controller. Each side claims their candidate is in the lead. Political analyst John Delano says how this race turns out is really going to come down to who gets out and votes.
Obviously, these polls don't mean much if they're taken of people who aren't going to actually show up and vote. This could still be very much a jump ball race, depending on who shows up to vote.
The polls close at 8 p.m. Today, the suspect in the murder of a Westmoreland County woman is expected to be extradited from Florida and brought to the Washington County Jail. Dorian Jerry Green is accused of breaking into Jenna Seibert's home on Lenity School Road in Rostraver last month and shooting her to death. Investigators also say he stole jewelry, guns, and the victim's car from her home. He was arrested in Florida last week on a warrant in an unrelated case out of Washington County. Jerry Green has officially been charged with homicide. Man has been charged with selling or furnishing alcohol to the fan that fell 21 feet at PNC Park from his seat in right field last month. Court documents show 21-year-old Ethan Kirkwood has been charged for furnishing alcohol to 20-year-old Kevin Markwood on April 30th. Markwood fell in the seventh inning of the game against the Cubs. Pittsburgh police said they were investigating but haven't provided any updates. Markwood's family says that Kevin has been recovering ahead of schedule. Brothers Brother Foundation is sending relief supplies to the people of Kentucky and Missouri that were hit by tornadoes. President Ozzie Samad says that it includes 18 pallets of hygiene supplies that were put together by local volunteers and 2 pallets of soft blankets. And
in addition to that, we're providing a $10,000 grant to Feed America Kentucky Heartland, and that's in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
The truck with supplies left Pittsburgh earlier today. He says they will continue to work on the site with relief workers to see what additional help may be needed. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 268 points, the Nasdaq down 141, the S&P 500 is down 42 points. KDK Radio News Time, 2:32. Our next update at 3 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that, lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Bitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your pre-consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Senator John Fetterman raised concerns about aggressive vehicle mandates, and he's right. Pennsylvanians need affordable, reliable transportation. No one should tell us what we can and can't drive. Mandates could limit consumer choice, raise costs, and threaten Pennsylvania jobs. Senator Fetterman can protect working families and defend our economy. Tell Senator Fetterman to stand up for Pennsylvania, repeal the gas car ban. Take action at EnergyCitizens.org, paid for by the American Petroleum Institute.
Hey, this is Lisa, and I have great news. To celebrate Nest Expression's 25th anniversary of Hunter Douglas blinds, shades, shutters, and draperies, I am offering an additional 10% savings on any order placed by May 31st. Nest Expression specializes in custom window treatments for every budget. Our draperies are made right here in Pittsburgh, so call 724-933-5500 or nestexpressions.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Any sunshine will give way to cloudy skies this afternoon with some rain toward evening, high 69, then periods of rain and a thunderstorm tonight into tomorrow, low 55, high tomorrow 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kai Erickson, on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Follow the red, white, and new to Shorkey Kia's Memorial Day Super Sale. New 25 Kia Sportage LX or the new 25 Kia Seltos LX. Your choice, only $199 per month for 24 months with $29.95 due at signing. At Shorkey Kia, you get it all, including 2 years of prepaid maintenance and $500 more for your trade. PA's #1 volume Kia dealer, locations in North Huntingdon and Wexford. ShorkeyKia.com. Call 1-855-410-4037 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Divorce, from hurt to healing and everything in between. Join host Nan Cohen this Tuesday evening at 7 as she welcomes attorney Carla Donnelly and Dr. John Duffy to the studio. Have your questions ready for Dealing with Divorce with Nan Cohen this Tuesday evening at 7.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. We'll have primary election results, Rich Fitzgerald visits, and Clint Hurdle's Hurdleisms.
Got it. Thank you, Larry. Let's go out to one of the best in the business. If you want breaking news, she's your young lady because she gets it done on those fronts all the time. KDK Television's Jennifer Barrasso. Hi, Jen. How are you?
How you doing? Thanks for having me on.
Certainly. So I looked up at Twitter earlier this afternoon, just as kind of noontime turned into afternoon, and I see breaking charges filed. All caps, Jennifer Barrasso on her Twitter. Kevin Markwood, the young man who fell over the railing at PNC Park, one of his friends, Ethan Kirkwood of McKeesport, charged 1 count of furnishing alcohol to a minor at the park. I guess this then sews up the question that people were looking for the answer. There were differing reports whether Markwood was 20 or 21 years old. I guess he is a minor then.
He is. In fact, he is. He's 20 years old. He's going to turn 21, I believe, in July.
Okay, so long story short, charging the friend here. Is there more to this in so much as that the Pirates got out ahead of it and said he only had 2 drinks? Is there a number, a level of intoxication? Is there more to this story, or is this just one guy furnishing an underage person with a couple drinks, and it is as it was said?
Well, really, the state police, liquor control enforcement, so they announced these charges, the 21-year-old from McKeesport, and this is Cavan's friend, as you mentioned, Ethan Kirkwood of McKeesport, caught on surveillance video purchasing two beers, and they believe that Cavan drank those beers because he was caught with that alcohol, Miller Lite 24-ounce drinks. Now, we don't know because of HIPAA, the blood alcohol content. According to this affidavit, according to his girlfriend, Cavan's girlfriend, she told police investigators that there was no drinking before the Pirates game. So we know that witnesses, who you've been following this story, that Cavan had his shirt off, and you saw, in that horrific, some of that video with his shirt off, and people said that he was, excited, and at this point, that is her story. That's what she told police in this affidavit. So, when I talk to sources in the LCE, because some people might think, wow, this is very harsh. The kid's already been through enough, and his friend, and, why would they even pursue these charges? And basically my source was telling me that, look, this is PNC Park. It's, you can't, we want to send a message. You can't buy alcohol and give it to someone underage. That's what they do. And, the Pirates, stressing that they do have people trying to monitor this as best as they can. People buying this alcohol at a kiosk, which, according to the affidavit, Cavan's friend did. And the Pirates saying earlier that he used his credit card, and they were able to corroborate this with video. So is there more? I'm not quite sure if there will be a lawsuit or any kind of legal pursuit, but against the Pirates. But it's the liquor license held by not the Pirates. It's they don't have the liquor license.
Right.
It's the food and beverage
the vendor
company there.
Yes. Jennifer Barrasso joining KDK. Let me ask you a question you may not know the answer to, but you've been all over this story, so you may know the answer to this. Have Markwood and Kirkwood, Markwood the man who fell, Kirkwood the friend who has now been charged, has their friendship been fractured, or have they remained friends through this?
I did interview people who know Cavan, grew up, a former coach, and that coach's son, and they said that they are very close friends. I was told that they did play athletics together. I believe someone told me they played football together. I have not talked to Cavan at this point to really get that insight, but I'm sure I'm sure he feels horrible, right? Just what transpired, this tragedy, but I'm sure there are people wondering, could this have been prevented? How much did he drink? Those are questions circulating on social media. And people are mixed. They weren't surprised that these charges were filed.
Mm-hmm.
And then I heard someone else saying and writing that this is too harsh. This is too draconian. This kid's been through enough. His friend's been through enough. But like I said, they want to send a message that, you just can't buy alcohol for a minor.
Right. And let's nail down on that, Jen, because I think that's a very good point. If you're the Pirates and you have a 2-drink maximum, I guess, that you could walk away from the counter with, and somebody fashions an ID that's valid, there's really not much they can do unless they follow every single fan back to their seat and make sure they're the one who's actually drinking this. From a Pirates standpoint, they didn't really do a whole lot wrong here.
Right. And, and I've talked to the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they say that, look, they said a couple weeks ago that, look, there was nothing that looked, when he was entering the park, when Cavan was entering the park, he did not look impaired, based on their surveillance footage. Now, as I mentioned just a short time ago, they have ushers, they have people trying to keep an eye out, but it's a large park. You've been to PNC Park. Many of your listeners have, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, keeping your eyeballs on all of this. How often does this happen? And you've been to sporting events. What happens before? And I'm not saying that there was drinking before, but people are asking that question. Was there any drinking? But the girlfriend says no, they weren't drinking.
Is this akin to a speeding ticket or something in that realm where the punishment won't be all that harsh anyway if, in fact, the friend is found guilty?
Right. This is a misdemeanor charge. I was told that he does have a lawyer, this 21-year-old who's charged. This may just be a monetary fine, right? But I think the bigger question that some of people in law enforcement, will this be a lesson for people to learn? This emphatically, they feel so much empathy for Cavan. This story made international news.
Right.
It's everywhere. They feel for him. They know the horrific injuries, the neck, the back, all of those things. He has a long road. But I don't know where it goes from here in terms of any legalities or what comes next. But they did want to send a message in this case, I was told.
Last thing for you before I let you go, Jen Barrasso, KDK Television. Is there or have you received any update as to Cavan's condition?
Great question. We have not. So we're not sure if he is still in a hospital setting or if he is in rehab. Right now, we're still working on learning that. But I know that many of the people that follow me just they feel so much empathy for Cavan, and they want the best for him, and they just hope. Even people I've interviewed, they're just ecstatic that they say he's a fighter, he's got the will to fight, and if anyone can beat this, he can. And they felt that he really can use this incident for the good, whether he gets back into coaching but they wish him the best.
All right, here we go. Jen Barrasso, best in the business. Jen, thank you so very much. We'll catch up soon.
Great to hear from you. Take care, Colin.
All righty. Yeah, she's all over it and was all over it today. And I think many of her answers are kind of what we expected, but we wanted to hear them. I do wonder if it'll force a change in protocol or if this is just, somebody acting the way that they shouldn't have in furnishing alcohol to a minor. We'll dive into that coming up at 3 o'clock or so. Your call's next. And third world problems. You often hear about first world problems. Wait till you hear this coming up next. And also, we will take your calls on what we just spoke of right here, KDK.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy. And from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Judge Michelle Santacola is running for a seat on the Allegheny County Court of Common Pleas. With decades of legal experience and currently serving as magisterial district judge, Michelle Santacola has always applied fairness and integrity to the thousands of cases she has presided over. She is highly recommended by the Allegheny County Bar Association and widely endorsed by various labor organizations.
I'm Judge Michelle Santacola. I'd be honored to earn your vote on May 20th.
Paid for by friends of Michelle Santacola.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia. Puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh. Did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine. Earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from... Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Nippon Steel is boosting its investment pledge into Pittsburgh-based U.S. Steel, according to a new report by Reuters. The Japanese steelmaker now plans to invest $14 billion into existing U.S. Steel facilities, higher than its initial sum of $2.7 billion, including up to $4 billion in a new steel mill if the Trump administration okays its bid for the iconic American company. The company has said the merger is the only way to prevent steelworker job losses throughout, and CEO David Burritt said its headquarters could be moved out of Pittsburgh without a deal. Netflix will be able to tell you how to get to Sesame Street for the next 3 seasons. The worldwide premiere rights also come with 90 hours of past episodes. The long-standing children's program also linked a separate deal with PBS, securing the public broadcaster as the traditional TV home of new Sesame Street episodes. I'm Chad Robinson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, listen for the Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand that yellow van. Drive at 5, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. We will take your calls on all of this, including the mayor, including this underage drinking. And, you know, I had a thought, which I'll get to at the top of the hour. I don't want to sound crass or crude, but a thought here. If they charge the friend for buying beer for the 20-year-old who fell at PNC Park, shouldn't they charge the kid who fell with underage drinking? Maybe in time. Statute of limitations won't run out. He's missed court dates anyway because he's injured. But for me, it's either all or nothing. I know that might sound crass as the kid is injured really badly. And look, it's just a ticket. It's not going to be any awful thing. It's not going to ruin a kid's life. But if you charge somebody with buying the alcohol, don't you also have to charge somebody with consuming it? Just my thoughts. All right, third world problems. Not even third world, but just other world problems. Okay? Something that I heard on The Wire today. You know, I like to go through the Wire, the different Wire stories, and listen to different things that are happening around the country, around the world, talking points, and some of them at times jump off because well, they interest me. Some of them are local. Some of them, and every once in a while you get a quirky one. And it hits home because you go, that would never happen here. We live in one world, right? There's only one place. Well, some people think that people live all over the universe, but we live in one place here, and how different it is from place to place. You want to hear a story to that end? Give a listen.
The young elephant was killed, but no passengers were injured. Wildlife officials say 139 elephants have been killed by trains in Sri Lanka in the past 17 years. The government has lowered the speed limits for trains in elephant habitats and has cleared vegetation along the tracks to give drivers more time to spot elephants and brake for them. India, which has also had a lot of train-elephant collisions, has launched an AI surveillance system to warn of elephants on the tracks. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Thank you, Michael. So an express train derailed in Sri Lanka yesterday after hitting an elephant. An elephant. You know, we get on a train here in America. I might hit a deer, a car, a person that's terrible. But there's probably not one documented case of train v. elephant in American history. Even if an elephant has broken out of the zoo, I don't think it ever got hit by a train. It's got a better chance of being hit by the train in the zoo that, like, goes around the zoo somewhere. And then to hear that there have been 139 elephants killed by trains in Sri Lanka in the past 17 years. That's wild. That's something I never thought I'd wake up and hear today. Train v. elephant. Anyway, O'Connor v. Gainey. Jake's in Cranberry, my man. Hi, Jake.
Do you think they're going to charge the conductor for hitting the elephant?
Depends on if he was exceeding the speed limit, which in Sri Lanka, I don't know because it would probably be in kilometers, so I couldn't figure it out.
And I don't know if he was hammered. But, yeah, you know what? We had the story this morning about the communists hate John Fetterman now. And I think it ties in with the mayoral race because Gainey's all about identity politics, and right, he hates gentrification. What's gentrification, Colin?
Fixing things up to me. That's what it means to me. Making things nice.
That's weird. And he's against that. What does it tell you? He's a communist. He's a socialist. Go back to being some, I don't know, state senator from somewhere that we never heard of before, and you get away from the city. I'm not saying that Corey's the answer. I'm saying that Gainey is definitely not the answer. Here.
That's exactly where it is. And I inadvertently hit the button. I hate to hang up on Jake the Snake, but I did. That's my fault. I'm sure he'll call back in the next couple days. He's right, though, and he's dead on about all of that. And that's what's lost on me. And I'll get back into that a little bit later. And don't forget in the 4 o'clock hour, to start the 4 o'clock hour, Senator Kim Ward joins, and she'll talk about Nippon and U.S. Steel potentially merging. But gentrification or fixing things up or making things nice, and people coming in, developers, and wanting to do that, I don't know why they've been vilified by Gainey. And if, in fact, they have been, and they have been, what plan he has to build or make it nice or push the city forward. Why would somebody not want to do that? And there are so many similarities between these two candidates. That is the glaring difference. The want and need, seemingly, to play ball with developers. Gainey's insistence that they're terrible people is such a fatal flaw, I think, that I don't understand. And two, it just doesn't feel as if there is any at all, any sort of secondary plan for. All right, I am getting a Oh, my gosh, I'm getting a text here. This is breaking news. Breaking news is a rollover crash on Route 21, or on Route 51, excuse me, and mayoral candidate Tony Marino is directing traffic until 911 shows up. And there's a pole down, 1301 Sawmill Run Boulevard. And it really is. Tony Marino's out there rolling his sleeves up, getting it done. Good on him. That's a law enforcement agent in him. Happy for him to get involved. Good job, Tony. Top of the hour, I want to get back into this PNC Park thing. And I don't want to pile on the young man who fell over the balcony. But if somebody's charged with furnishing him alcohol, should he be charged with underage drinking? I mean, isn't that logic? Let's talk next, right here, KDK.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Peer opportunity is what Michigan is all about. The opportunity to do more. The opportunity to connect with the best talent. The opportunity for people of all backgrounds to grow and expand their business. The opportunity to live and work in a state where paychecks go further. The opportunity is now, and it's right here in Michigan. Visit MichiganBusiness.org to discover all the ways the Michigan Economic Development Corporation can help your business thrive.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 68 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. Trust PJ.com. And by your neighborhood Parmore convenience store. Remember, there's not a Parmore store near you now. There will be soon. The big race is in the city of Pittsburgh, where incumbent Mayor Ed Gainey is being challenged by Corey O'Connor, currently the Allegheny County Controller. Each side claims their candidate is in the lead. Political analyst John Delano says how this race turns out, it's going to come out to turnout.
Obviously, these polls don't mean much if they're taken of people who aren't going to actually show up and vote. This could still be very much a jump ball race, depending on who shows up to vote.
Well, the two Democratic candidates showed up to vote, and David Bolorado was with them.
First challenger Corey O'Connor, family in tow as he cast his ballot at Linden Elementary.
I feel good. I mean, it's been a long couple months, but, we got enough votes there. We door knocked a lot, hit a number of doors, took our message out to the people, and let's see what happens today.
Incumbent Ed Gainey voted at the Paulson Rec Center.
Come on out and vote for someone who's going to serve you, one that believes in affordable housing, one that believes in reducing homicide, and one that continues to make this a city where everybody feels involved.
Both men plan to hit the polling places throughout the city before they close at 8 p.m., and then each awaits the final tally. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Regulators say the annual COVID-19 shots for healthy younger adults and children will no longer be routinely approved. The FDA wants companies to conduct studies before approving vaccines for healthier people. Reporter Sabrina Cupid.
These studies will have to show actual clinical outcomes like fewer infections or hospitalizations before the FDA will grant full approval of a COVID-19 shot. In the meantime, the FDA is saying that it will limit access to those vaccines going forward to people 65 years old or older, or those who are at high risk of becoming seriously ill if they're infected. The government estimates that about 100 to 200 million Americans have conditions that would put them in that high-risk category.
Brothers Brother Foundation is sending relief supplies to the people of Kentucky and Missouri that were hit by tornadoes. President Ozzie Samad says the package include pallets of hygiene supplies that were put together by local volunteers and 2 pallets of soft blankets, among other things.
In addition to that, we're providing a $10,000 grant to Feed America Kentucky Heartland, and that's in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
The truck with supplies left Pittsburgh earlier today. He says they'll continue to work with an on-site relief worker to see what additional help may be needed. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 265 points, the Nasdaq down 178. The S&P 500 is down 48 points. KDK Sports, Pirates and Reds in action again tonight over at PNC Park. First pitch set for 6:40. KDK Radio News Time 3:03. Right now, it's mostly cloudy and 68 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together. Next.
Colin Dunlap here to tell you, if you're injured, you make one call. Shenderovich and Fishman, they handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is 25%, not 40% like so many other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced, and they've got a 99.7% success rate. They win 25% on everything. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, all of it. 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. Shenderovich and Fishman. They got your back, not your wallet.
What happens when the power goes out at homes that have a standby Honeywell generator by Generac from AirPro Heating and Cooling? Absolutely nothing. Your power continues with a Honeywell generator from AirPro. Right now, save $1,000 when you buy a Honeywell generator from AirPro. Plus, get a free 7-year warranty on parts and labor. Call someone you know. Call the home generator experts at AirPro today. 800-749-0642. That's 800-749-0642.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
All right, here's the star of the show, 100%. Margot, traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. You excited today?
I'm excited today, of course.
Sound it.
Thanks, Colin. Crews cleaning up an accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard, which is backing up both sides of State Route 51. Rush hour traffic starting to pick up on the Parkway West inbound up Green Tree Hill and on the Parkway East on both sides heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Congestion starting on 279 merging with the Parkway East. With AAA traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For the rest of this afternoon, turning out mostly cloudy with some rain toward evening, high 69. Rain and a thunderstorm tonight, low 55. Showers and a thunderstorm around tomorrow, high 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Get
50% off your windows. That's half off. Plus, no interest, no payments, 12 months, and a free entry door with your Windows purchase. 412-545-6003. Check it out now.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We will give tickets away. Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. Now, that is May 21st. That's tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. We'll give them away in just a little while. Be sure to be listening. 866-391-1020 is that number. So much to get into that I want to get back into this story at PNC Park, though. Because this is one of those social quandaries, right? Philosophical quandaries. How do you play it? If you were in charge, what would you do? So, authorities arrested a Mon Valley man, or at least cited him today, for buying beer at PNC Park for his 20-year-old friend. Now, we all know this story because it played out, and Jen Barrasso from KDKA Television put it correctly. It was international news because of the salaciousness of the video. A man tumbling from the 21-foot Clemente wall over the barrier, bang onto the warning track, and laying there without movement, and then taken off by medics to AGH in front of a crowded PNC Park. So that happened not too long ago. Now, the second sort of part of the story is today when his friend was charged with furnishing him alcohol. His friend was 21, he was 20. Now, it's said that the kid who fell doused himself in alcohol, was, acting kind of crazy a little bit. My thought is this, and I'm not saying he should or he shouldn't, but I'm wondering about this. So if you charge somebody with furnishing alcohol to a minor, and then the minor has the alcohol, should you charge the minor with consumption or possession of alcohol? It's a very interesting thing. Some will say, hey, the kid who fell learned his lesson. Leave him alone. Well, the same thing could be said for his friend who bought him beers. And I'm guessing it's probably not the first time the kid who fell drank beer. I'm just guessing. Because generally the first time you drink beer, it's not brave enough to do it in a big public setting. It just, I don't know of anybody else, but that's my thought on all of it. Is it enough that the kid is in the hospital? Or if you're going to play it by the book, do you play it by the book all the way out? Because I'm not saying that the friend is being scapegoated. That's too far of a reach. But if you're going to charge one, I think you got to charge them both. Maybe you wait till the kid heals up some so as not to derail his rehabilitation or offer him, something that is a negative and he's in a very interesting part of his life. And he's probably not going to make the court date anyway because of the situation that he's in. But at some point, if you charge a friend, I think I've talked myself into this. You got to charge him. Tom's in Bethel. Hi, Tom. Whenever you're ready, Tom.
Oh, okay. You put it in.
Hi, Tom. Tom, I don't want to interrupt you from the banking that you're doing.
No, I'm not banking, calling. I'm voting.
Oh, voting. Oh, that's even better. Now, did you go in yet to the voting booth?
Yeah, I'm voting right now.
Forget it. We'll talk about the PNC Park kid in a minute. Do play-by-play for me of voting. Where are you?
I'm at Bethel Park in a church, South Hills Assembly of God.
Okay, I
just finished calling.
Well, no. You're at South Hills Assembly of God. So do they have the old-school curtain kind of machines, or do they have the ones that you stick the thing in and have to push the big red button?
No, I have to do it with a blue pen, and they put it in a manila envelope, and I vote, and then I put it in a machine, and they looked at me like I was crazy when I was talking as soon as I put it in the machine. But
okay.
I got done what I did.
Now, listen, hold on. I'm not going to ask you who you voted for because that's your business. Okay. Is it go through like a Scantron machine, and it sounds like a machine gun when it goes through because like that?
No, sir. It was very quiet. You just stick it in the machine, and It's completely ever since
COVID.
They don't do like you used to. So they changed it all like it. I'm 70, so it's like the old times.
Well, not real. Like, the old times are my old times. I like when you used to go in and it was like going into a shower and the curtain would shut behind you and you'd pull that lever and hear, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I voted every year since I was 18, so I know exactly.
Okay.
How it's changed.
Since you were 18, let's make a nice transition. You ever had an ice cold beer in your life, Tom?
I've had many ice cold beers.
Okay, so let's talk about this kid at PNC Park. What's your takeaway here in all of this?
Yeah. All right. Colin, my takeaway is it's like what you had on your show a couple weeks ago. I think that the gentleman that's 21 should be charged. I think that I've been a teacher and also worked in mental health for 30 years, and I've seen a lot of kids that have passed away from drugs and alcohol, and that were young, that were before they were 21. I think the kid that's 20 that was given the alcohol, I think that he's going to suffer enough, even though he was underage drinking. But I think that the gentleman should be charged because it needs to send a message. I tried to call a couple of weeks ago when you had that situation with the drug dealer being charged with the person that died of
certainly,
the overdose.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that until someone is 21, these people that give people alcohol, they give them drugs, you're very impressionable, obviously, and I see it as a teacher with my students over the years that they're very impressionable. They're going to do things like back in the day, if I drank too much, I'm from a small town in Ohio, the police would say, if they saw you get in your car, they'd say, follow me home.
Right. It's way different now. And you're a good man, Tom. Thank you for the call, as always, and thank you for the play-by-play of voting. Now, some will say, where is the responsibility of the Pittsburgh Pirates or the stadium people? Look, guy walked up. He had a driver's license. You're allowed 2 beers, I think, maximum to buy. He bought 2. They can't follow everybody around. They just can't. One thing I do think, which might be able to be the case at stadiums moving forward, and I've thought of this before, that it maybe should turn into a 1-to-1 proposition. You should only buy 1 beer at one time, and everybody should buy it with their ID. Because now, would that make more trips if you wanted to? Well, yeah. It would also curb drinking, though. In these stadiums, it's gotten out of hand. This is an interesting topic today on this primary day, considering that we don't have to belabor Gainey and Corey O'Connor anymore. And it's a fresh topic, and one I think a lot of us can relate to in looking at this, because we've all been at stadiums with people acting crazy. Now, kind of the second-day story of this PNC Park situation falls through, where you find out that the kid was, in fact, 20. You find out that somebody did give him beer. It's not the biggest crime in the world, but I do want to ask you next, should he also be charged, considering, well, he consumed it? We'll get into that and everything else that comes off of this. 866-391-1020. Margot has traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Hey, Margot.
Hey, Colin. Crews still on the scene of 1301 Sawmill Run Boulevard, backing up Route 51, so avoid the area if possible. Crews are also cleaning up an accident on Universal Run and Unity Center Road in Plum, so avoid that as well. Backed up on the Parkway East inbound, merging with traffic from 279 into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, also starting to become bumper to bumper on the Parkway East outbound towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
If you or someone you love is blind or vision impaired, discover what's possible at Visibility. Hi, this is Larry Richard. For over 100 years, Visibility has empowered individuals through innovative training, support, and life-changing programs. From low vision rehab and assistive tech to daily living skills and employment services. Because losing vision doesn't mean losing hope or dreams. Be inspired. Visit visibility.org today. Visibility.org. Looking for a ride that's ready for anything Pittsburgh throws your way? Then it's time to meet the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester at Bowser Subaru. The 2025 Subaru Forester and its symmetrical all-wheel drive provides the confidence to explore from muddy trails to long stretches of highway. And with 3.9% APR for 48 months, you don't want to miss it. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Log on to BowserSubaru.com. Better yet, visit and take a test drive. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Had a piece of my turkey burger in that break as I was eating it. Go down the proverbial wrong pipe, even though there's only one, really. I'm going to make it, though. How about those two ladies in that commercial that come home from Lawrenceville, and the one lady needs to go to the bathroom because she has EPI or whatever it's called. She's got diarrhea and everything else. That's been going on for like 2 weeks in the commercial breaks. You'd think by this point they'd learn. They'd maybe go to lunch in like Bloomfield or Bakery Square or the Strip or Northside, somewhere else. I hear that commercial every break seemingly, and they're like, oh, Lawrenceville, it's a nice spot, but hold on. Can you pull over? Why? I got to go to the bathroom. Loose stools. I don't need that, lady. Go to a different lunch spot. Seriously. I almost died in that break. I almost had to summon Margot or Paul Alexander, who didn't care at all. I'm in here choking. I was thinking about the international symbol for choking, which is I think you put like 2 fingers together and go like that. Paul said yes, for future reference if I choke again. But no, it just kind of like went down the wrong pipe. And it was what it was. All right, so how about this kid falling at PNC Park? So it comes out where his friend today is charged with furnishing alcohol to a minor. Now, I think there is a difference, although it's the same crime, so to speak. If it's somebody who's 40 and they give alcohol to a 17-year-old, than if it's somebody who's 21 and they give alcohol to a 20-year-old. While it's the same crime, there is a difference in terms of intent, I think. It's still a crime. That said, probably pay a fine, you're done with it. But it is curious to me that the young man who was 21 got charged with furnishing alcohol, but the man who fell did not get charged with underage drinking or underage consumption or underage possession or any of that. Will he be in the future? Maybe. Should they charge him, or has he suffered enough? I go back and forth on this, but I say if you charge one, you got to charge them both. My friend Denise in Squirrel Hill. Hi, Denise.
Well, hello there. How are you today?
I was doing great until about 6 minutes ago and almost died in the commercial.
Yeah, Heimlich maneuver, huh?
Yeah, but I wasn't. Margot's locked into figuring out everything producing wise. Alexander's locked into figuring out everything update wise. I was kind of on my own and I figured it out. Better than that lady who went to lunch at Lawrenceville, though.
Right. No EPI for you.
None. It came out up top. But anyway, continue.
Well, my thoughts today are: isn't it ironic how poor choices and geography can affect our lives? It is my understanding the young man is a student in West Virginia.
I think he was. I don't know if he still is, but yes.
Okay. Well, the irony is the drinking age for beer in West Virginia is 18.
Is it still, though? I don't think it still is.
Oh, I thought it still was. I'm sorry. I'm a 70-pluser, and I remember when we used to go to West Virginia to get the beer.
Yeah, it may have been at one point. I don't believe it still is.
Oh, okay. Then I'm wrong. Then we'll just chalk it up to poor choices and not geography.
Well, you do bring up a great point, though. The very end of what she said brings up a really good point. It was bandied about and knocked around, and we didn't know for sure in this interim between when the kid fell and now today when charges come down to his friends if he had, in fact, been drinking. Okay? Now it's verified. Now, if somebody bought alcohol, gave it to a minor, well, 1 and 1 makes 2. Do you have a different level of compassion for the kid? That is now a good conversation, I think. Because you can or you can't. And I'm not going to fault you either way. There were people who said, well, he's got to be drunk. And then they ended up being right, or at least had to have consumed alcohol, not necessarily drunk. There are people who said, well, I'm going to wait. There are people who said, I don't care. I'm going to have a big level of compassion for him no matter what. So where are you on the compassion scale at 866-391-1020? Now that you know for sure he had at least been drinking. Mike's on the north side. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Colin. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm feeling good. How about you?
Good. Hey, I'm thinking the punishment should be 30 days community service, 90 days AA meetings, and just call it a wash, and they got your parents in their life. Dad needs to talk to him, and then again, was he? He wasn't just going crazy. He was celebrating a good hit or something, right?
Yeah, that seems pretty steep. That's a lot of punishment, but hey, if you say so. McCutcheon had hit a ball in the gap, if you watch the video, or into the outfield, and he jumped up.
Right. We were talking about this last time I called, the infrastructure thing, like build that wall up a little higher.
Well, you said that, and I was thinking about that, and I have been thinking about that your previous call. All the other people in history of PNC Park who have ever sat in those seats, or even any other seat, Although I think there was one guy who made his way onto the netting above home plate at one point. But other than that, this situation has not happened to anyone else. So we're going to go ahead and redo the whole stadium because one guy who's now been verified to have been drinking went ahead and fell over. I think that would be an overreaction. I just do. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. What about your level of compassion for all this? Do you have a level of compassion for this man that's different than it was before you found out he had been drinking? I think it's a great question to ask. We'll get into that. Don't forget, top of the hour, Senator Kim Ward. She knows all about U.S. Steel and Nippon and potentially merging. She's been in on some very important meetings. I want to talk to her about all of that. And we will talk a little Fetterman today because there's calls for him to resign. I can tell you one thing he's not going to do. Resign. News, bottom of the hour, KDK.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey, this is Lisa, and I have great news. To celebrate Nest Expressions' 25th anniversary of Hunter Douglas blinds, shades, shutters, and draperies, I am offering an additional 10% savings on any order placed by May 31st. Nest Expressions specializes in custom window treatments for every budget. Our draperies are made right here in Pittsburgh, so call 724-933-5500 or nestexpressions.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Mayor Ed Gainey and his primary challenger, Corey O'Connor, are both feeling confident today. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado was with both of them when they cast their ballots this morning.
Up first, Corey O'Connor voting at the Linden School around 8. He says voters tell him they like his message.
You know, I think our message of growth and opportunity all across Pittsburgh, really resonates. And I think in the last few months when you start talking about transparency with our government, we heard that a lot.
Ed Gainey at his polling place, the Paulson Recreation Center.
We love the story that we created, building a city for all, delivering affordable housing, 1,600, reducing the homicide rates in the city. NFL draft coming here, $600 million for downtown. We continue to do what we say we're going to do, and that's build a city where everybody feels seen and where everybody feels accepted.
Each plans to visit dozens of polling places today. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
Man has been charged with selling or furnishing alcohol to the fan that fell 21 feet at PNC Park from his seat in right field last month. Court documents show 21-year-old Ethan Kirkwood has been charged for furnishing alcohol to 20-year-old Kayvon Markwood on April 30th. Markwood fell in the 7th inning of the game against the Cubs. Police say that they were investigating but haven't provided any updates. Markwood's family says that Kayvon has been recovering ahead of schedule. Brothers Brother Foundation is sending relief supplies to the people of Kentucky and Missouri that were hit by tornadoes. President Ozzie Samad says that includes 18 pallets of hygiene supplies that were put together by local volunteers, 2 pallets of soft blankets, and something else that will be much needed.
In addition to that, we're providing a $10,000 grant to Feed America Kentucky Heartland, and that's in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
The truck with supplies left Pittsburgh early today. He said they will continue to work with on-site relief workers to see what additional help may be needed. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 186 points, the NASDAQ down 110, the S&P 500 down 33 points. KDK Radio News Time is 3:32. Our next update is 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this football season. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA and me. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us for a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th. Includes round-trip airfare, airport, hotel, and game transfers. Your stay at the Sandy Mount Hotel. Reserved game ticket at Croke Park Stadium and more. From $55.36 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for the game with AAA. Call 1-800-848-1238 for details and reservations. Adventure awaits, and the 2025 Subaru Outback Premium is ready at Bowser Subaru to take you wherever you want to go. Take home a 2025 Subaru Outback Premium, VIN number S32-598 from Bowser Subaru and get 3.9% APR for 63 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Log on to BowserSubaru.com, or better yet, visit Bowser Subaru and take a test drive. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Well, folks, the temperature is rising and the Summer Winer Wellness Weekend, June 13th and 14th, is fast approaching. There will be expert health and wellness workshops from 9 until 2 on Friday, June 13th, and Saturday, June 14th. A delicious, healthy lunch will be provided from 11 to 2, and, of course, lots of samples, healthy treats, and deep discounts on your favorite supplements. All this in person only, June 13th and 14th, at the World of Wellness, 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh. That's 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh.
Senator John Fetterman raised concerns about aggressive vehicle mandates, and he's right. Pennsylvanians need affordable, reliable transportation. No one should tell us what we can and can't drive. Mandates could limit consumer choice, raise costs, and threaten Pennsylvania jobs. Senator Fetterman can protect working families and defend our economy. Tell Senator Fetterman to stand up for Pennsylvania, repeal the gas car ban. Take action at EnergyCitizens.org, paid for by the American Petroleum Institute.
Here we are, PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
Thanks, Colin. Route 51 still very backed up as crews are cleaning up the accidents on Sawmill Run Boulevard, so take alternate routes. Starting to pick up on major routes as traffic from 279 has a slow time merging with the traffic from the Parkway East inbound into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Also already backed up to the Birmingham Bridge on the Parkway East outbound towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and past the Sarah Hines house towards the city on 28. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Any sunshine will give way to cloudy skies this afternoon with some rain toward evening, high 69, and periods of rain and a thunderstorm tonight into tomorrow, low 55, high tomorrow 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kyle Eriks on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good.
They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. We'll have primary election results, Rich Fitzgerald visits, and Clint Hurdle's Hurdleisms.
Top of the hour, Kim Ward, our great friend, Senator Kim Ward. She's fantastic, and she knows more than anybody what's going on. Nippon, U.S. Steel, and a marriage potentially between those two. So we get the inside from Senator Kim Ward. She makes a lot of sense a lot of times, and I do want to talk to her about what's going on here. Whoa, Margot. Margot, how's your day? Pretty good? Pretty bad? In the middle somewhere? Tell me all about it before I get back to the calls here.
It's pretty good, Colin. I've started waking up earlier. You should be proud.
I told you. I said enjoy your mornings, get up, do what you need to do, because at night, when you get home from all of this, you want to just kind of wind down and go to bed or whatever. This new shift is good, but you have to be here at 1 o'clock, okay? Yeah. That's what time you report. You report for duty. Margot, reporting for duty, 1 o'clock. And I told you the key to producing this show is this. I don't know if you'd agree to this. I'm insanely organized, okay? And I get here early to prepare. Would you agree to all of that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. So when you walk in at 1 o'clock, don't get here 1 second earlier than 1 o'clock. Don't feel like you ever have to. And also, enjoy your mornings.
Yeah.
Because we work better when you understand in this business and in all businesses when you hit a stride like, this is just what we do. It's not who we are. But give your full effort and attention and crush it out when you're in here. Those hours that you're in here starting at 1 o'clock. But take your mornings to, be Margot. Go do what you do. And pull in the parking lot at 12:58 and get here at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. This morning I went grocery shopping.
See? And how liberating was it?
It was very liberating. I saw a morning crowd I never usually see.
Right. The average age is about 106.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. You were able to get in. There wasn't a bunch of Karens yelling at people. It was probably more laid. There weren't people flying around. You know the one thing that gets me? I don't go into the grocery store anymore, except I like Trader Joe's.
Oh, I love the grocery store.
And I like Aldi. One thing I don't like, and I'll go to Whole Foods here and there if there's really something that I feel like I have a taste for. I don't like the personal shoppers. They act like they own the place.
Oh, I know. And they're just like sneaking past you, throwing stuff in their carts. They're so obnoxious.
Yeah, that
I totally agree with you.
They have no conscience. They think they own the store. They leave their cart between you and the stuff on the shelf.
Yeah.
And you feel like, okay. And the other part? They all have earphones in.
They do. So then they don't hear if you say, excuse me.
Correct. You can't communicate with them.
I totally agree.
The personal shoppers in some stores have gotten out of hand. Or not personal shoppers, but, like the
Instacart people.
People. They are a pain in the backside.
They are.
There is a sense of this is what they should do. They really should have just a sort of a back door or a warehouse sort of operation for those people and have stuff that never even hits the store proper.
Yeah, like how Chipotle has a different place for online orders.
Oh, I don't go to Chipotle. Tell me more.
Okay, well, they just have if you order in the store, and then they have a separate place to make it if you ordered online, so then it's not just crowding one spot.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, makes sense. But that's the only thing I don't like about going into the store. Because I'll go on Saturdays to Trader Joe's.
Oh, that has to be miserable.
No, here's why.
Oh.
I am there at 8 o'clock sharp,
okay.
8:15 sharp.
I was going to say, anytime past then, Trader Joe's is a nightmare.
I work out at 7 o'clock. I meet my buddies and we work out at 7 on Saturdays. I'm there by 8:15 at the Trader Joe's.
That's
And
awesome.
I know exactly what I want. I have my list in order of the aisles that I know. Go up, down, there we are, over to where the pork and the meat and stuff is. Whoop, right over there. Grab my applesauce that I eat every day, straight in the aisle. Then they ding. I can't understand the dinging of the bell system and what that means at Trader Joe's.
I don't know either.
Have you ever thought of that?
No, but the one thing about Trader Joe's, their aisles are so insanely small. You
Get
can
there
only get
earlier.
one person in it.
You should go now. You can go in the mornings now, Margo.
I know, right?
Good
I
stuff.
will.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you that you've been
Thank
getting up
you.
earlier. Go have Margo time. Have some coffee. Be you.
Thank you.
Okay, good stuff. Anyway, Kim Ward at the top of the hour. 866-391-1020 is that number. Rico's found us. He's downtown. He's on KDKA. Hi, Rico.
Hi, Colin. Thanks for taking me.
Well, I'm not taking you anywhere. I'm just answering your phone call, Rico.
All right, so here's what's going to happen next on that PNC Park deal. The person who went overboard, what's his name? Peck Woods? Peck something?
No, not Peck. Not yeah, Cavan is his first name.
Cabot, well, yeah. He's going to be bringing a lawsuit against the person that bought him the alcohol.
I don't know if he is because they're friends.
And the Pirates. He's going to do a shotgun approach.
One will say in an overly litigious society that's a logical conclusion. That he's going to, because he has medical bills, he has this, that. But I don't know. If he's a willing participant in all of this, and he was underage, and in a sense, he was breaking the law himself, we'll just see how this all plays out. But you're right, though. It has the potential, and I don't know. I know a bunch of attorneys. I don't know any law, so I'll ask them. It has the potential to be legally messy. But where I come down on it, if logic prevails, is here. Nobody made him drink. And he's not 14 or 15. He's 20. And he'll be 21 in July, according to Jen Barrasso from KDKA. So he should know better. My man, Jack in Mount Lebanon. Hey, Jack.
What's up? How are you today, Colin?
I'm great. How about those Pirates? How about the offense for the Pirates?
Please get a hit.
They're bad. They're real bad. I mean, I haven't seen a team this bad offensively, I don't think, ever, Jack.
Colorado must be.
Yeah, they're to think about that they play in the thin air and they still can't score runs, that's crazy.
Yeah, what do they got, 8 wins?
Yeah, they're terrible. They're awful. No good. They should play the Pirates. If they played the Pirates all the time, I can't figure out if the scores would be 100-99 or 1-0 every game.
That's a good one.
Well, I'm glad I could help. How was your day?
Good, sir. Good. I've been drinking beer.
Yeah?
Well, an expert,
Right. I mean, you're a professional, so there's a difference.
Hey, there's something funny. That's why I call it something funny.
Tell me.
Back when I was in the Marines, my brother and his friends took me to a bar. It was called 2001. It was on the north side.
Okay.
I guess I was 18.
Uh-huh.
It was a city cop.
Mm-hmm.
And the policeman carded everybody. I gave him my card, my military ID card,
Right.
He said, go ahead, get in there. Let them buy. They make more money than you.
Huh. Wow. Now, I'm looking this up. The 2001 club was on General Robinson, and it was a disco nightclub that was fashioned in the form of, like, Studio 54.
Yeah, something like I don't remember. I was drunk.
There we are. What a caller. What a man. What a fine American. 866-391-1020 is that number. Kim Ward, top of the hour. I do want to talk a little Fetterman. I will take your calls as well about this situation. We will get back into this probably a little bit later. I can't wait to talk to Kim Ward about the U.S. Steel and the Pond situation, though. But first, demand the yellow van. Oh, what are you doing playing that music, Margo? I'm telling people about Service Master. Kill the music, Margo. Perfect. She's dying laughing in there. When disaster strikes, like Margot playing music when she's not supposed to, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. No, if there's a fire, smoke, soot, the smell, all of it, everything can change in a minute with a fire. So you call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh, 412-312-4282, 412-312-4282. Locally rooted team that's been serving Pittsburgh families for over 40 years. If fire hits your home or business, one name to remember, Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Go to the website, too, servicemasterofgreaterpgh.com. Again, 412-312-4282. You demand that yellow van when disaster strikes. It could be a fire, it could be water damage, any of that. And they'll walk you through the process. They'll handle all the insurance piece, too. So demand that yellow van. Now it's time for traffic. Sorry, that was actually kind of my fault. I should have warned you. Margo, what's going on 51? PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. You had said before that was really bad.
Yeah, it's still bad. It's backed up on Route 51 because of the accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard, but a new accident popping up in Robinson on the Parkway West near the airport. Heavy traffic on the Parkway East into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel backed up to the Birmingham Bridge and inbound towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel mixed with traffic from 279. Also on both sides of the Parkway West, it is very backed up as well. With AAA traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you know what went down at the Viper Room the night River Phoenix died? Are you aware of how Steve McQueen escaped death at the hands of the Manson family? But what about the real-life brutal murder that inspired David Lynch's Twin Peaks? These stories and more are told in the Hollywoodland podcast, where true crime and Tinseltown collide. Follow and listen to Hollywoodland wherever you get your podcasts.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Memorial Day is this weekend. Have you tried on those shorts from last year? Scary thought if you didn't make any changes. Make a change now and see every future holiday every day as the best day without medications. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Pirates baseball tomorrow
on the station that invented baseball on the radio.
Hayes dives, has it from his knees to second one. Relay, 2, double play.
It's hard to left field. Going back is Pache. It's a cruise missile.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
The Bucks face the Reds at 11:40 with a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Sometimes I forget how old I am. Really. And this is just one of those times. And by the way, we're going to give away these tickets to Mission Impossible in just a little while, so be sure to be listening. But I was in the producer booth, and I talk to Margot every break, right? Just about. Unless I'm really locked in, which is hardly ever. So I'm talking to Margot, and we're talking about just different Pittsburgh-y kind of stuff. I don't know how this all came to being. Oh, about going out and having a good time and this and that and whatever. And she was talking about going to Trader Joe's. And I asked where it was, which one she goes to. She told me. And I said, oh, we're by Ritter's. And then we started talking about Ritter's. I forget these younger bucks don't live in a time where Ritter's is 24/7, 365. And also, they look at Ritter's as solely the hungover place. We would go straight from the bar where it would still be open at 3:30 in the morning. But even more so, I also forget that these young bucks, and I'm double Margot's age, which is crazy. They don't know and don't remember when the jukeboxes on the tables actually worked and you could play songs sitting there. Oh man, that was the highlight of our lives. And also Village Pizza, I believe it was called, which was right off of Walnut Street, kind of where the toy store is there, right next door, right in that little kind of strip, a couple businesses around the corner where Banana Republic was. And they would have pizza by the slice right in there. And you'd go just half tuned up after the Jam on Walnut or just some regular run-of-the-mill night in Shadyside. And you'd go and get a slice of pizza and be in there. And it was quite literally a room with a pizza oven. And they sold pizza by the slice, and it was the most fantastic pizza because you'd been drinking for, give or take, 6-7 hours. Dave's in Rankin. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin. Vote Alfred E. Newman. Remember him?
Mad Magazine guy.
You got it. That's who I voted for.
Mm-hmm.
He was my write-in. I couldn't vote for Gainey, Corey. So, talking about this situation at the Pirate game.
Sure. Yeah. This is an interesting situation because everybody's been through stuff, but laws are laws, I guess.
Well, there's some real touchy stuff. Like you said, he's the only guy that ever fell out of the stands, right? Over that wall, that particular wall. He was 20, his buddy was 21. I always say, and like the lady was talking about, drinking in West Virginia used to be 18. I always say if you're old enough to vote, if you're old enough to drive, if you're old enough to go to war, you're old enough to drink. And I think if there are repercussions for the guy that furnished the alcohol, then there should be repercussions for the guy that drank it. But it's just a little picky and a little crappy, I think.
Yeah, but laws are laws. And here's the thing. If he didn't even need to be drunk because he was underage. If he was consuming alcohol, he broke the law. And if they think it's a contributing factor to think of all this, the first responders needing to go on the field, the medics needing to transport him, the hospital needing to treat him, all of that, then it's not necessarily to teach a lesson. It's just, that's what happens whenever you break the law. And I don't think they're being overly judicious or officious in this. They're just following through with the law and a ruling, so to speak, or a charge, so to speak, whenever this played out in front of quite literally millions of people once you bring in the television audience.
Right. Well, How many other people like him do you think there was in that stadium?
None, because none of them fell over the railing.
Right, I understand.
No, I mean, I get it. You bring up a good point because somebody brought it up on the text line. They said it happens in every section, every game, all the time. Somebody buys somebody else beer. I don't dispute that one bit. But nobody's ever fallen out of the stands.
Well, yeah, like I said, it's a unique situation, but I do think if the guy that bought it is charged, then the kid should be charged too.
Yeah, it's so touchy. It just is because nobody wants to see more ill befall this kid. Then again, there's a heavy contingent of people. I see them on the text line at 866-391-1020, and they're getting in touch via social media as well, that say he's no victim. It's a terrible consequence, but it's a consequence of his actions. It's a fascinating conversation to have. So, too, is Nippon Steel potentially merging with U.S. Steel. And you know who we're going to have that conversation with next? Senator Kim Ward, who has been right in the teeth of all of this. We'll talk to her coming up top of the hour after news. KDK.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from... Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-969-0686 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0686 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-969-0686.
Follow the red, white, and new to Shorkey Kia's Memorial Day Super Sale. New 25 Kia Sportage LX or the new 25 Kia Seltos LX. Your choice, only $199 per month for 24 months with $29.95 due at signing. At Shorkey Kia, you get it all, including 2 years of prepaid maintenance and $500 more for your trade. PA's #1 volume Kia dealer, locations in North Huntingdon and Wexford. ShorkeyKia.com. Call 1-855-410-4037 for complete details on all offers and terms.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick for your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath. Trust PJ.com. Authorities are investigating an overnight shooting near UPMC McKeesport Hospital. Allegheny County Police say a man was shot around 3:15 this morning outside the hospital along 5th Avenue and was taken to the hospital in critical condition. They say the man who was shot was trying to force his way into a vehicle when the shooting occurred. Police say there's no danger to the public, and they're asking anyone with information to call county police. Today, the suspect in the murder of a Westmoreland County woman is expected to be extradited from Florida and brought to the Washington County Jail. Dorian Jerry Green is accused of breaking into Jana Seibert's home on Lenity School Road in Rostraver last month and shooting her to death. Investigators also say he stole jewelry, guns, and the victim's car from her home. He was arrested in Florida last week on a warrant in an unrelated case out of Washington County. Jerry Green has officially been charged with homicide. A man has been charged with selling or furnishing alcohol to the fan that fell 21 feet at PNC Park from his seat in right field last month. Court documents show 21-year-old Ethan Kirkwood has been charged for furnishing alcohol to 20-year-old Kevin Markwood on April 30th. Markwood fell in the seventh inning of the game against the Cubs. Pittsburgh police said they were investigating but hadn't provided any updates. Markwood's family said recently Kevin is recovering ahead of schedule. A big race is in the city of Pittsburgh where incumbent Mayor Ed Gainey is being challenged by Corey O'Connor, currently the Allegheny County Controller. Each side claims their candidate is in the lead. Political analyst John Delano says how this race turns out to be the turnout.
Obviously, these polls don't mean much if they're taken of people who aren't going to actually show up and vote. This could still be very much a jump ball race, depending on who shows up to vote.
Mayor Ed Gainey and his primary challenger, Corey O'Connor, both feeling confident today. KDKA's David Ballarado was with both as they cast their ballots.
Up first, Corey O'Connor voting at the Linden School around 8. He says voters tell him they like his message.
You know, I think our message of growth and opportunity all across Pittsburgh, really resonates. And I think in the last few months when you start talking about transparency with our government, we heard that a lot.
Ed Gainey at his polling place, the Paulson Recreation Center.
We love the story that we created, building a city for all, delivering affordable housing, 1,600, reducing the homicide rates in the city. NFL draft coming here, $600 million for downtown. We continue to do what we say we're going to do, and that's build a city where everybody feels seen and where everybody feels accepted.
Each plans to visit dozens of polling places today. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 114 points. The Nasdaq down 72. The S&P 500 down 23 points. KDK Sports, Pirates and Reds again tonight. First pitch 6:40 at PNC Park. KDK Radio News Time 4:03. Confused about Medicare? One Health Benefits helps you select the best Medicare plan to fit your needs. Call One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873. Cloudy and 67 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
At Penn West University, we're making college make sense again for people who maybe thought college wasn't the answer. We're making college practical with programs tied to in-demand jobs that prepare you for success right away. We're making college accessible by breaking down barriers and offering more choices. We're making college approachable with faculty who understand where you're coming from and help you get where you're going. At Penn West, we're making college valuable again for people just like you. Learn more at pennwest.edu.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. I've got my freedom and I'm standing tall. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I feel relief standing on my own 2 feet. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Do what you want to do. Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go. Now I can live free. Today I'm free, free to be me. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
All right, Senator Kim Ward in just a couple minutes right now. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
Thanks, Colin. Part of Route 51 has been closed down in Bon Air as crews are still cleaning up the accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard, so take alternate routes. Both sides of the Parkway West are backed up in Green Tree, and both sides of the Parkway East heading into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels are also backed up. 28 is backed up to the Sarah Hines house. Nest Expressions in Wexford is celebrating 25 years with special 10% off savings. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Becoming mostly cloudy this afternoon with some rain toward evening, high 69, and pockets of showers and thunderstorms tonight into tomorrow, low 55, high tomorrow 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Nest Expressions Window Fashions is celebrating 25 years of custom window treatments with an additional savings of 10% off this month. Call 724-933-5500.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Turning 65? Are you overwhelmed by Medicare options? With over 60 plans to choose from, it's easy to get confused. MediConnect is hosting free in-person workshops across Pittsburgh for answers you need. No obligation, just advice. Whether you have questions about coverage, prescriptions, retirement goals, MediConnect's team will assist in finding the right plan for you. Call 888-818-6334. 888-818-6334. Medicare made simple.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, here we are, awaiting the call of Senator Kim Ward, who should be calling here momentarily. I do need to tell you right now, listen for The Drive at 5. The story's driving the news every single day at 5. Brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand that yellow van. Drive at 5, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA. Also, we will give those Mission Impossible tickets away in just a little bit, so be sure to be listening for that. That's Mission Impossible May 21st, which would be tomorrow at 7 p.m., so that's gigantic, and be sure to be listening. We'll give those away. Oh, by the way, sad news coming down just a couple minutes ago. George Wendt has passed away. Norm from Cheers. But even more so was in Gung Ho, which actually fits incredibly well into the discussion about Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel and the potential merger. So, Kim Ward, like I said, should be giving us a call in just a couple minutes. But the importance of this is gigantic. It just is. I went over this yesterday and talked about it. And I kept kind of racking my brain on the ride home last night. Because when you have Nippon Steel and they plan to invest $14 billion with a B, $14 billion in U.S. Steel's operation, including up to $4 billion in a new steel mill, if the Trump administration greenlights all of this, I started to think about this. I started to kind of put two and two together, at least in my own world, and say, you know, is there some way, could there be some way, would there be any way, that they could be pulling a fast one? And I just can't arrive at a place where I think they're up to anything nefarious. Because why would there be that outlay of an investment and something to where it is a big, big, big expenditure like Nippon Steel is promising, and them go ahead and doing that and then say, oh, okay, we're going to leave you hung out to dry? Because here's the deal. If they put out that much, $14 billion, there has to be a return on investment at some point and at a pretty decent price point for it to make any sense. And that's why I can't find, like, of all the talk about this, Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel, I can't find the negative in it. I can't. And again, hopefully we'll get a call from Kim Ward in just a few minutes. I've reached out to her PR people. She said she'd call right at about 4:05, so potentially she got hung up with some things, and I'm sure she'll come through in just a little bit. 866-391-1020 is that number. That's 866-391-1020. We should talk to her in just a couple minutes. Is John Fetterman A-okay? You know, how about this? And I do want to shift into this as we wait on Kim Ward's call. So there is a new call for John Fetterman to resign. And this from some group called Indivisible Pennsylvania, with this progressive group saying, we want you to resign. Now, I can guarantee you one thing. John Fetterman isn't resigning. But I thought about this, too, as I was going over this story today. They say that the pressure on the senator is far less about policy than it is his apparent inability to fulfill his job responsibilities. Now, they also cite that he missed a bunch of roll call votes. But a lot of them were when he was hospitalized. And they also cite the way he acts erratically. And here's the thing with John Fetterman. Is he really acting erratically, or is he just a weird bird? I think there's maybe a little bit of both, but more the latter. He's just a weird bird who doesn't really subscribe to social norms. But let's talk about this for a minute in terms of Fetterman. Is Fetterman closer to acting like an elected official like you want? Or is he a guy who's so far away from somebody you want? I think he's more in line with acting how you want in terms of this. He's a guy that is able to look at both sides and satisfy both sides. And that's a quality that a lot of people just don't have, or a quality that people don't want to have. And for me, in looking at all this, if you are Fetterman and you say, and this is the big hammer in all this, one, you got to kind of know how to take Fetterman. But two, he came out and he said, I am not a senator for simply Democrats in Pennsylvania. I'm a senator for all of Pennsylvanians. Shouldn't more people act like that? You may not like the way he goes about his business. You may not like what he wears. You may not like how he talks. You may not like who he talks to. But in so much as doing his job, isn't he acting in accordance with how you'd like to see? It feels like the progressives don't like the fact that John Fetterman doesn't support Palestine. I mean, it's just that simple. It's that simple in all of it. And they have mounted a personal attack campaign against Fetterman. And that's where it begins and that's where it ends. But he's a guy who can handle his own, I think. And I don't think he's losing his mind. But I'll tell you one thing, he's definitely not going to resign. Tim's in Butler. Hi, Tim.
Yeah, how you doing, Colin?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
That's good. I hear you talking about the Nippon Steel deal where they want to buy the U.S. Steel. And you were talking about not having, any negative thoughts about it.
Well, it's not. So, it's shifted from a buy to an investment, according to Trump, if he's to accept it at all. But go ahead.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, it just makes me wonder, if you think about the steel industry in America, there are a lot of patents when it comes to steel. And when somebody invests or buys in, none of that's probably been worked out. But then those patents can transfer to them to where that steel can be made in different countries in their different plants. It's a huge investment on them. And yes, you're absolutely correct. It sounds fantastic. And now, I believe that the union at one time was totally against that.
No, just the union heads were. The rank and file's never been against this.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't hear that, I guess.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this, Tim, and you're right about the patents, but do you think that the Japanese are going to take all the things that are proprietary products or proprietary machines or things that involve patents and take the money to retrofit their Japanese plants or wherever else they have plants instead of just the investment that they're willing to make in the Mon Valley?
It's a possibility, isn't it?
I don't think so, because the infrastructure and the building essentially is already there.
All right. So if that being said, do they have a seat at the Steel Council, the United States Steel Council? Will they have policy-making decisions for their $14 billion that they're going to spend?
Who, Nippon?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. They will mold in. Nippon, their added investment is, one, they're going to maintain the U.S. Steel's headquarters in Pennsylvania. Two, they're going to work with U.S. Steel. But 3, I think that there is a big hang-up, and this is something I do want to talk to Kim Ward about. I think there is a big hang-up on just how much power the U.S. Steel, United Steelworkers, I should say, people at the very top have over their workers, and if, in fact, the workers are falling in line with what the people who are the elected officials or at the top of the United Steelworkers really want to do. Because, again, those two things are divergent, is my understanding.
Yeah, well, so just like in any election, we elect our officials. They don't always do exactly as you or I would like. They may do as, other groups of people like that are working under them, but they are the elected officials that...
Well, ask those elected officials at the United Steelworkers how Wheeling Pitt's working out, how Follansbee's working out, how some of those other places are working out for them, and ask them whenever they don't get to, because they're all Cleveland guys, whenever deals don't go in the direction of Cleveland Cliffs, how things work out for them. This is just a method and a pool to try to get things steered toward Cleveland Cliffs, which is, if you look at the board of directors and the people on top of the steel workers, they are all Cleveland guys.
Yeah, well, I'll have to take your word on that. I do know that when it comes to our steel industry in the United States, that our steel industry is part of our national defense.
Okay, and I need to go, but answer me this. If that's the case and you believe Joe Biden that this is a security situation, then how come the other holdings from the Pawn Steel, the day that he said that, and there are multiple already in the United States, weren't they shut down?
I don't know that.
And answer me this. Do you know who owns Sharon Steel?
I don't at this time.
Russians. So why wasn't that? This national security nonsense is flat nonsense. It just is. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Hopefully we catch up with Kim Ward. I'm sure she got busy. I'll reach out to her public relations people here in the break. Speaking of break, traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. More go.
Thanks, Colin. Crews are cleaning up a collision in Plum on 2356 Golden Mile Highway. Also, crews are looking into a collision on 279 on the on-ramp into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Also, part of Route 51 is still closed as crews continue cleaning up the accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard. Bumper to bumper on the Parkway West inbound in Robinson and starting back up again in Greentree. Also, the Parkway East outbound backed up to the Birmingham Bridge heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Have you seen how much pollen dust is out there? Well, if it's out there, it's in there, meaning in your home. Larry Richard for Zero Res. Now is the time to take advantage of what Zero Res can do for you. Clean your home unlike any other. Zero Res is the zero residue carpet cleaning company. They don't leave the dirt-attracting soaps and chemicals behind. Call Zero Res. Take advantage of this month's KDKA special offer. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, too. Just $129 and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Just had this done. You breathe easier, literally. And with all that dust and pollen around, now is the time to call Zero Res 412-701-1188 or go online to ZeroResPGH.com. Make sure you say, I want the KDKA special from Zero Res.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Larry Richard with legendary sports broadcaster Lanny Fratteri, who recently used La China Drapery and Blind Factory. Lanny, how'd it go?
Larry, La China made it easy. A great selection of quality materials, plenty of expert advice,
and flawless installation. I've been around a lot of pros in my lifetime, and Lachina's the best game in town.
Call 412-665-4900 today for a free shop and home appointment. 412-665-4900.
Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory, the quality you deserve at factory direct prices.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. Or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
All right, Bloomberg, brought to you by UPMC Health Plan, your partners in care.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Elon Musk telling an economic forum in Qatar today he plans on dialing back his political contributions and promises to be CEO of Tesla for at least another 5 years. He also unveiled plans to begin operating a handful of self-driving robo-taxis in Austin, Texas next month and grow that to more than 1,000 vehicles within just a few months. Shares of Tesla about 0.5% higher today, but elsewhere on Wall Street, weakness in the tech sector ended 6 days in a row of gains on Wall Street. At the close, the Dow down 115 points, the Nasdaq lost 73, the S&P down 23. Another sign of a pullback in luxury spending, especially in China. Operating profit last year at Chanel tumbling 30%. And Amazon has gotten the FAA's approval to deliver Apple iPhones, Samsung Galaxy phones, Ring doorbell cameras, and other small electronic devices by drone. That's in areas where Amazon already offers Prime Air deliveries. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, we're going to give those tickets away in short order. Mission Impossible, Final Reckoning. Do we hear from Kim Ward at all, Margot? No go. Man, it is very unlike her to not communicate, which means something big came up. It did. All right, coming up in just a little bit, I want to get into this. Is something wrong with the world, or is this just weather's just weather? Oh, honestly. Because you get that. You get from people that these storms aren't just a regular turn of events. Did you hear in that last update, though, that there's a big investment happening in robo-taxis? I say this all the time when I hear stories about the automated driving and things like that. I have a couple of friends who refuse to get into these things. Now, in a couple days, I'm going to a city where they have these. And I will be riding an Uber, right? Here and there to get around. I absolutely hope it's one of the options. If it's one of the options, I couldn't be happier. I want to get in a self-driving taxi. I want to sit in the back. I want to feel like I want to feel the experience. I have no fear at all. I think, and I could be wrong, if it's on the road, it's good enough for me. It's been vetted. It's been tested. I'm all right by it. I have full trust that it's not going to T-bone some other vehicle or get wrecked into. Man, now I'm itching. I wonder if when I get out there, if I can request one of these self-driving Ubers. Let's go. Anyway, coming up next, I do want to get into, I never talk weather, but I have to ask you a question about something. And I also want to get back into, and we'll wait on Kim Ward's call. We'll see if I can communicate with her and maybe talk about U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel. But I also want to get back into, why is development such a bad thing to one candidate in the Democratic primary for mayor? We must speak about all of that. But first, traffic right now. All right, Margo, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. What do we got?
Thanks, Colin. Very backed up in the height of rush hour on the Parkway West, inbound in Robinson through Carnegie and in Greentree. Also on the Parkway East, bumper to bumper towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Adventure awaits, and the 2025 Subaru Outback Premium is ready at Bowser Subaru to take you wherever you want to go. Take home a 2025 Subaru Outback Premium, VIN number S32-598, from Bowser Subaru and get 3.9% APR for 63 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Log on to BowserSubaru.com, or better yet, visit Bowser Subaru and take a test drive. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul News Radio KDK's David Bolorado was with both of them as they cast their votes.
Up first, Corey O'Connor voting at the Linden School around 8. He says voters tell him they like his message.
I think our message of growth and opportunity all across Pittsburgh, really resonates. And I think in the last few months, when you start talking about transparency with our government, we heard that a lot.
Ed Gainey at his polling place, the Paulson Recreation Center.
We love the story that we created, building a city for all, delivering affordable housing, 1,600, reducing the homicide rates in the city. NFL draft coming here, $600 million for downtown. We continue to do what we say we're going to do, and that's build a city where everybody feels seen and where everybody feels accepted.
Each plans to visit dozens of polling places today. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
Brothers Brother Foundation is sending relief supplies to the people of Kentucky and Missouri that were hit by tornadoes. President Ozzie Samad says that includes 18 pallets of hygiene supplies that were put together by local volunteers, 2 pallets of soft blankets, and something that is definitely greatly needed.
In addition to that, we're providing a $10,000 grant to Feed America Kentucky Heartland, and that's in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
The truck with supplies left Pittsburgh earlier today. He says they will continue to work with on-site relief workers to see what additional help may be needed. Regulators say the annual COVID-19 shots for healthy younger adults and children will no longer be routinely approved. The FDA wants companies to conduct studies before approving vaccines for healthier people. WSB reporter Sabrina Coupet.
These studies will have to show actual clinical outcomes like fewer infections or hospitalizations before the FDA will grant full approval of a COVID-19 shot. In the meantime, the FDA is saying that it will limit access to those vaccines going forward to people 65 years old or older, or those who are at high risk of becoming seriously ill if they're infected. The government estimates that about 100 to 200 million Americans have conditions that would put them in that high-risk category.
It costs a little less to fill up. The average price of gas, $3.49 this week. That's down 2 cents from last week. AAA warns the gas prices at the national level are starting to creep up as summer travel season nears. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 114 points, the Nasdaq down 72, the S&P 500 down 23. KDK Sports, Pirates host the Reds tonight at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time, 4:32. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh. At the PA Hypnosis Center, you have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Bitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your free consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
It's got a little dark out there. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
Thanks, Colin. We are in the height of rush hour as the Parkway West is bumper to bumper on both sides in Green Tree and backed up in Robinson on the inbound. Also backed up to the Birmingham Bridge on both sides of the Parkway East heading into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels. Brake lights the whole way on 28 from the Sarah Hines house and on 279 headed into the Fort Pitt tunnel. Also very backed up in the Liberty Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margo Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For the rest of this afternoon, turning out mostly cloudy with some rain toward evening, high 69. Rain and a thunderstorm tonight, low 55. Showers and a thunderstorm around tomorrow, high 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. And 614. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Medicare can be confusing with all the rules, costs, and deadlines. Are you making the right choice for your future? Join MediConnect's free live webinars from the comfort of your home. No pressure, just clear, helpful information. Learn about Medicare, Parts A and B, how to avoid penalties, and if Medicare Advantage or Supplement is right for you. Get peace of mind. Register for the webinar by calling 888-818-6334. MediConnectInsurance.com. MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. We'll have primary election results, Rich Fitzgerald visits, and Clint Hurdle's Hurdleisms.
Just got an email. So, the Pirates today placed right-handed pitcher Colin Holderman on the 15-day injured list with right thumb inflammation. Right thumb inflammation. Maybe he could use it for hitchhiking to the airport. That's my thought. Anyway, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I do want to get into I never talk about weather, but I want to. In just a little bit. That's after I talk to Mike in the South Hills. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how you doing there, young man?
I am great. How are you?
If I was any better, you'd be mad at me. And if I told you that one already, I apologize.
Certainly. So what about this Nippon Steel situation?
Well, let me just say this, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong. When I think of our steel industry, I think of it as old, really needs to be rebuilt. And maybe this is just based on my knowledge of what's in the Mon Valley. I can't help but think that Japan is saying, look, if we take this over, we're already strong. We're just going to capture the entire steel industry at this point if they can take over U.S. Steel and their properties and things like that. That's my opinion. And as a former steel worker from the 80s in the last century, I would go along with this, and I think it's a good deal. But like you, I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Why can they not walk away from this deal and just keep offering more and more? And I know it's a separate deal now. It's more of an investment, but that's my take on it. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, in trying to deduce the whole situation and get it all figured out and reading everything front to back and then going through, I'll go to the Japanese newspapers and the Japanese websites and use the translation tool and read everything there, okay? And it feels as if, this is just me trying to read the tea leaves, it feels as if there's an honest-to-goodness want to invest and bring the product here and bring manufacturing here because there's already the shell of manufacturing in a lot of the places in the Mon Valley, especially, where they don't have to build from scratch. Okay? So there's that. There's also a baked-in audience for this steel. You follow what so those are two things,
yes.
Mike. And then the other part is this. Nippon already has American holdings. And if you go through, and Japanese holdings, and in Japan, they just, about a year ago, went through and ratified a new contract and a long-term contract. I want to say it's like 5 or 7 years I was reading, and this was a little while ago. And the workers and the production and the relationship that essentially the union has with the company in Japan couldn't be more swell. Like they love each other.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I remember back in it could have been the 70s, early 80s. I remember our folks at U.S. Steel showing the Japanese around the mills.
Mm-hmm.
You know, hey, here's what we're doing, here's what we hope to do, and all that. They were, and now they have really surpassed us as far as the technology. And the one point you made about the land being available, not only is the land available with the existing structures, but in the Mon Valley, there's additional land.
Correct.
For plenty of expansion because of what they tore down, or, you know, the railroads are still intact. The rivers with the barges are intact. So, you know, I say go Steelers.
You're right about that. Now, the company would put $11 billion into U.S. Steel's infrastructure through 2028. And that's just 3 years, 3.5 years by the time this would get done. 2.5 years by the time it would get done. And that includes $1 billion in a greenfield site. So there's that, which is expected to grow by $3 billion over the following years and has not been previously reported anywhere else. Oh, I just got a text here. Kim Ward's PR people have the interview set for tomorrow. I'm going to have to text them back because there's Pirate Baseball. Hold on. There is Pirate Baseball. Oh, you're getting this live, play-by-play on the radio show. How about this? A back and forth between a radio host and a PR person. This is riveting stuff. There is Pirates Baseball tomorrow. So I thought you meant today. Thought you meant today. Let's see how that's received. It could have been my flub. All right, weather. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Give a listen to this guy. His name's Lonnie Nance. All right? Now, Lonnie Nance lives in London, Kentucky. I feel awful for Mr. Nance. I mean, just terrible for Mr. Nance. Listen to what happened when he was told, hey, you have to find some cover. This is just a terrible situation for this fella.
Well, me and my wife just had about 2 minutes. I don't know. My daughter got a call just before that, told us to get in the hall. You know, they say get in the basement or a hall or somewhere.
Right. And then he came out. There was no hall. There was no basement. His house was pretty much devastated, Mr. Nance down there in London, Kentucky. So that being said, you see all this, and it has hit our area. And I did some research today. While the total number of tornadoes per year hasn't drastically increased, there's notable shift in tornado patterns and frequency. Some regions, particularly the southeast, are experiencing higher frequencies, while traditional tornado alley have seen a decrease. So all of this at 866-391-1020, while the number of tornadoes may not have increased, the number of very strong tornadoes have been trending upwards, and there's different patterns. Do you think this is like a one-off, or are you honestly thinking that the weather patterns have shifted? You know, there is a lot of there's a lot of data that would prove that we have a vulnerable infrastructure, that the variability in tornado activity is increasing, meaning that some years will have more tornadoes than others, and some months will have more than others, that obviously the shift in tornado alley is crazy and all of that. Do you look at weather now and fear it more? I thought about that today, too. And I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if there's any real easy answer to this. It does feel like here in Western Pennsylvania, when I'm doing a show, that there are those breaks in my show where the National Weather Service breaks in a lot more, where there's tornado watches, where there's tornado warnings, where there's severe thunderstorm warnings. So do you prepare differently? Did you go get a generator? Did you buy a whole house generator? You know, these are all things I think we should talk about at 866-391-1020, because it does feel, or maybe it's proven, that we're going through this a lot more than we did before. Let's chat briefly. Top of the hour, I do want to get back into what's going on with the Democratic primary for mayor of the city of Pittsburgh. Let's talk next. 866-391-1020. Also, I'll give away those tickets to Mission Impossible in short order. But let's hit traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
Thanks, Colin. Still closed on Route 51 on Sawmill Run Boulevard as crews are picking up from the earlier accident. Both sides of the Parkway West are bumper to bumper, and the Parkway East inbound backed up to the county jail, heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Also congested on the Parkway East outbound towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Moderate traffic through McKnight Road starting at the Exxon. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Hey, most homeowners remodel their bathroom once, so make it truly stunning with a custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're going to work with your contractor to create a custom-fit shower door that adds elegance, style, and value to any space. Sleek, durable, and designed just for you. Enough with the shower curtains. Ask your contractor about Boulevard Glass and Metal. Do not settle for ordinary. Upgrade to extraordinary. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
If you or someone you love is blind or vision impaired, discover what's possible at Visibility. Hi, this is Larry Richard. For over 100 years, Visibility has empowered individuals through innovative training, support, and life-changing programs. From low vision rehab and assistive tech to daily living skills and employment services. Because losing vision doesn't mean losing hope or dreams. Be inspired. Visit visibility.org today. Visibility.org.
Well, folks, the temperature is rising and the Summer Winer Wellness Weekend, June 13th and 14th, is fast approaching. There will be expert health and wellness workshops from 9 until 2 on Friday, June 13th and Saturday, June 14th. A delicious, healthy lunch will be provided from 11 to 2. And, of course, lots of samples, healthy treats, and deep discounts on your favorite supplements. All this in person only, June 13th and 14th at the World of Wellness, 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh. That's 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh.
Don't miss the Round Ball Classic at the Rising Star Invitational Memorial Day weekend. The action starts Thursday with the region's best basketball tournament at the Rising Star Invitational, tipping at 6 from Rise Sports and Leedsdale. Followed by the Round Ball Classic Saturday at 3 from North Allegheny High School. It's brought to you by Caveman AAU, Brian Patton and Associates. Run the show, and by Preston and Grafton Insurance Agency, only on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends, and they have hay rides on the weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
Goldberg, Persky, White News Desk. Go look at what's happening top of the hour. Paul Alexander. Hey, Paul.
Colin, we have to say goodbye to one of our most beloved TV characters. Details coming up, top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, programming update. Kim Ward tomorrow, 5 o'clock. She got hung up doing some things. We'll talk tomorrow, 5 o'clock. She's sending me a text back right now. All good. Tomorrow, 5:05 p.m. There we are. All right. Perfect. So that'll be after Pirates baseball. Pirates baseball looks... keep it tuned to your home, KDKA, where we invented baseball on the radio for tomorrow and as a rolling update as the weather looks interesting tomorrow. So there's that. Top of the hour, I do want to get into why is development such a bad thing according to one candidate? I don't get it. Let's talk to George real quick, though. Hi, George. Hello, George.
This is George.
Well, see, I got that part. That's why I called out for you. How are you?
Okay, I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm very good.
Good. I like your discussion talking about Nippon Steel.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of points that you didn't make that are very strident. Number one, the reason they would go into the Valley or anywhere in the greater Pittsburgh area, number one, we have the greatest infrastructure of energy in the world.
Correct. And and AI is being added in full form and rapidly between the city of Pittsburgh all the way up to Homer City and places like that, and the energy allows it.
I happen to be at Jackson's right now at the Energy Conference on AI, which starts tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I'm doing. I'm a professional engineer in energy, and I'm also an industrial realtor. And I've been involved for 50 years. So I know the field. I used to be a director of all manufacturing and commercial applications for the Columbia Gas System many years ago when they were still in Pittsburgh. At any rate, so I wanted to say we have more natural gas, which is clean natural gas, the cleanest in the world, and a 500-year supply or more for the steel industry. It's necessary for making steel. You must have natural gas to make good quality steel. And we have it. Japan does not have it. So Japan can make all of that high quality steel that they can't afford to make in Japan because they have to import LNG, and LNG imported there is going to be in the order of $10 to $12 usable, where it's right now about $3.50 here. It's a major use. As a matter of fact, the reason we lost our steel industry many years ago was primarily, number one,
let me ask you a question.
Unions.
Let me ask you a question. Do we, because this is something that is, I think, very pertinent. Whether it's AI, whether it is what's going on in Homer City or Homer Center, whatever it is, and also potentially Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel revving it back up here. Do we have the power grid to be able to handle what we want to do manufacturing? And is it a chicken or the egg sort of situation, George?
We have the largest power grid anywhere in the manufacturing world. Remember, we just tore down Homer City.
Right.
Homer City was torn down. It was the second largest plant in Pennsylvania, and that is going to be rebuilt. The power delivery is still there.
So your answer is yes. Your answer is yes. We can handle this industry coming in.
Okay. What we don't have there is we don't have the natural gas pipelines directly there. We'll have to build them, but we have the natural gas supply. So that's not a real big deal. It'll be a minimal thing. What we have in the Mon Valley is we have all of the gas pipelines. We have the electric delivery as well, because those steel plants that were there, they still have the big power. Most of them still have the big power lines going across. And you can see them. I mean, it's not something I can talk about. You can go down there and see them. They're still there. No, they have to be upgraded, obviously, but that's a lot cheaper than going from scratch.
Right. So then it gets back to this at 866-391-1020. And I'm going to talk to, again, Kim Ward, probably about 24 hours from right now, just about 5 o'clock tomorrow. It makes a ton of sense for the Japanese to come in, build on with U.S. Steel, make it sort of a merger, and they get their return on investment, U.S. Steel gets rolling again, and bang, it all works out. Who's going to be the mayor, though? That's a big question. One that pretty much will be settled tonight, hopefully. Let's talk about that next because they're pretty much the same person except for one thing. And that one thing is very intriguing to me, why one of the candidates is making it a negative. We'll talk about that next. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic.
Thanks, Colin. Crews cleaning up a collision on 290 Settlers Ridge Center in Robinson Township, so avoid the area. It is also backed up on the Parkway East outbound into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel all the way to the Birmingham Bridge and on the inbound past the County Jail. Still closed on Route 51 from an earlier accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard and on the same Route 51 by Edgebrook Avenue because a light pole is down affecting traffic. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing, do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Looking for a ride that's ready for anything Pittsburgh throws your way? Then it's time to meet the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester at Bowser Subaru. The 2025 Subaru Forester and its symmetrical all-wheel drive provides the confidence to explore from muddy trails to long stretches of highway. And with 3.9% APR for 48 months, you don't want to miss it. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Log on to BowserSubaru.com. Better yet, visit and take a test drive. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Sure.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. The big race is in the city of Pittsburgh, where incumbent Mayor Ed Gainey is being challenged by Corey O'Connor, currently the Allegheny County Controller. Each side claims their candidate is in the lead. Political analyst John Delano says this race will be determined by turnout.
Obviously, these polls don't mean much if they're taken of people who aren't going to actually show up and vote. This could still be very much a jump ball race, depending on who shows up to vote.
The candidates both showed up to vote, and KDK's David Ballarado was with them both.
Up first, Corey O'Connor voting at the Linden School around 8. He says voters tell him they like his message.
You know, I think our message of growth and opportunity all across Pittsburgh, really resonates. And I think in the last few months, when you start talking about transparency with our government, we heard that a lot.
Ed Gainey at his polling place, the Paulson Recreation Center.
We love the story that we created, building a city for all, delivering affordable housing, 1,600, reducing the homicide rates in the city. NFL draft coming here, $600 million for downtown. We continue to do what we say we're going to do, and that's build a city where everybody feels seen and where everybody feels accepted.
Each plans to visit dozens of polling places today. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
A man has been charged with selling or furnishing alcohol to the fan that fell 21 feet at PNC Park from his seat in right field last month. Court documents show 21-year-old Ethan Kirkwood has been charged with furnishing alcohol to 20-year-old Kevin Markwood on April 30th. Markwood fell in the seventh inning of the game against the Cubs. Pittsburgh police said they are investigating but haven't provided any updates. Markwood's family said recently Kevin was recovering ahead of schedule. The suspect in the murder of a Westmoreland County woman is expected to be extradited today from Florida and brought to the Washington County Jail. Dorian Jerry Green is accused of breaking into Jenna Seibert's home on Lenedy School Road in Rostraver last month and shooting her to death. Investigators also say he stole jewelry, guns, and the victim's car from her home. He was arrested in Florida last week on a warrant in an unrelated case out of Washington County. Jerry Green has officially been charged with homicide. Regulators say the annual COVID-19 shots for healthy younger adults and children will no longer be routinely approved. The FDA wants companies to conduct studies before approving vaccines for healthier people. WSB reporter Sabrina Coupet.
These studies will have to show actual clinical outcomes like fewer infections or hospitalizations before the FDA will grant full approval of a COVID-19 shot. In the meantime, the FDA is saying that it will limit access to those vaccines going forward to people 65 years old or older, or those who are at high risk of becoming seriously ill if they're infected. The government estimates that about 100 to 200 million Americans have conditions that would put them in that high-risk category.
One of the beloved cast members from the TV show Cheers has died. CBS News correspondent Matt Piper has a look back.
When George Wendt, a.k.a. Norm Peterson, walked into the bar at Cheers, everyone loved to see him.
Afternoon, everybody.
The show aired from 1982 to 1993. And the role earned Peterson 6 consecutive Primetime Emmy Award nominations.
My nipples, it's freezing out there.
The Chicago native is also the uncle of actor Jason Sudeikis. Wendt's family says he died peacefully in his sleep at home. George Wendt was 76. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Wendt later crafted a stage career that took him to Broadway in art, hairspray, as well as Elf. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 114 points, the Nasdaq down 72 points, and the S&P 500 down 23. KDK Sports, Pirates once again with the Reds tonight, PNC Park at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time 5:03. Recently lost your health insurance or don't have insurance through an employer? Call One Health Benefits today at 724-799-8873 for affordable options. Right now it's cloudy and 66 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Hey, folks, Marty Griffin. It's May. It's spring. It's window time. Universal Windows Direct window time. Check out this amazing deal. Right now, you'll get an incredible 50% off your windows. Whoa, half off. And check this out. Not a single payment, not one payment, no interest for 12 months. Universal Windows Direct. Amazing quality, amazing service. 412-545-6003.
PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margot.
Thanks. Colin crews are on the scene of a collision on Russell Road and Thompson Road in Ross Township. Also on 290 Settlers Ridge Center in Robinson Township, so avoid the area. Congested on both sides of the Parkway East into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels, backed up all the way to the Birmingham Bridge. Still closed on Route 51 as crews are cleaning up from an earlier accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Periods of rain and a thunderstorm tonight, low 55. More showers and thunderstorms around tomorrow, high 67. Those will continue into tomorrow night, low 53. Rain and drizzle on Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. So much to get into. By the way, we'll give these tickets away. Be sure to be listening. Coming up soon. Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, AMC Waterfront Theater, May 21st. That's tomorrow. We'll give these tickets away in just a little while here. Margot had me thinking, I don't know. I'm getting flashbacks now. We were talking about Ritter's earlier. Ritter's Diner right there on Baum. Oh, because I don't know why we got into that, but it has me. I've been to Ritter's, I don't know, give or take 7 million times in my life. 6,999,999 intoxicated. I don't drink anymore, but, you know, the walk from, and we'd walk most of the time because my buddy lived in Shadyside. We'd walk up all the way up from like Walnut Street after the bars. No matter if it's cold, hot, whatever. That walk was great. Past Shadyside Hospital and go, but then you'd get in there, it smells so great. And I'm having flashbacks. I've had them now for an hour and a half since we talked about Ritter's, about just greasy eggs and bacon and rye toast. And then I get the rye toast and take the eggs and fold it and kind of like make my own egg sandwich and a big cup of coffee. And I refill it about 36 times. Oh, anyhow, enough of that. Whew, I could go. Life was a lot simpler then, though. Before everybody was on their phone all the time and you were texting each other and all that. Man, I could go for Ritter's. I got to get there soon again. Anyway, 866-391-1020. Will we have a new mayor tomorrow? Will we have the same mayor that gets another term? We'll know because the primary is the de facto, election. And it's the Democratic primary. I do want to get into one thing that's a difference between these two. Give a listen to Mayor Ed Gainey.
I mean, this really comes down to two different candidates. One wants to serve the people, and the other wants to serve corporate interests. We want to serve the people every single day, and you know and I know that's what I've been doing since I took office.
All right. I'm having a hard time understanding this at 866-391-1020. He has tabbed Corey O'Connor as wanting to serve corporate interests, as meaning he wants to play ball with developers. He wants to develop things. He wants to have cranes in the air, and he wants to build both residential and commercial within the city limits. These two guys are largely the same in so much as many of their policies they run concurrently in parallel fashion, in lockstep, all of that, until you get to development. And then Mayor Gainey thinks that developers are evil. Corey O'Connor thinks developers are great. I don't live in a city, but we all are affected by the city. My question that I still can't understand at all is, when did developers become bad people? I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that. And nobody who is Gainey or any of Gainey's supporters can explain that to me. They can't get that through into my head. And nobody's adequately been able to tell me that. If you don't want development, then if there are empty buildings, how is that possibly making the city better? How is it pushing it forward in positive fashion? That's what I don't get, what I'll never get. And is that what Gainey wants? Like, the world has rich people. And rich people, a lot of times, are real estate people. And a lot of times, real estate people build stuff. And a lot of times when they build stuff, you know what it does? It forces communities to get better, and then a lot more people get jobs. Not just the rich people, but a lot more people. Why is that being looked at as a negative thing by Ed Gainey? And who are these people that get behind Ed Gainey and say, you're right. You're right. We don't want developers. That's bad. So would we want dilapidated structures and old buildings and things that aren't growing in terms of property value to just rot? I honestly, talk to me like I'm a second grader, because I don't get conceptually any of this. Gloria's in Wilkinsburg. Hi, Gloria.
Hi, how are you calling?
I've never been better, Gloria. How are you today?
Good. I'm a long-time listener, but I never call.
Oh, well, that's anyway, okay. There's a first time for everything.
I'm going to make it quick. My friend and I used to go to Ritter's every Sunday after church. And this one time, I seen a little critter in my home fries, and I haven't been back there since.
Oh, well, win some and you lose some. I still think it's fantastic. I'd go. You remember when the jukeboxes used to work on the tables?
Yes.
Yeah, that was something.
Yes, it was. And I'm 81 years old. I definitely remember of it.
You live in Wilkinsburg?
Yes, I do.
Have you lived there your whole life?
No, I moved here in 95.
Oh, 95. Okay.
Yes.
So did you live there when Smith's Bakery was in Wilkinsburg?
Yes.
That was the best bakery in the city for a time.
Yes.
Anyway, are you doing? You're 81. Wow.
I'm 81.
Gosh. You've been watching any Pirates baseball there, Gloria?
No. I like the Steelers, but that's about it.
Well, you're not missing much with the Pirates. Anyway, so I'm happy that you're listening. You don't get to vote because, well, you live in Wilkinsburg, so there's that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Did you vote for Judge, though?
Yes, I did.
Oh, don't tell me who you voted for. I just wanted to make sure you got out there. Okay. Did you get a sticker?
Yes, I did.
What did you think of the new stickers? My wife liked them this morning.
Good. They're cool.
I agree. They're all right. I did like the American flag ones. Call more often. Don't be a stranger. I did like the American flag ones. I guess I could get on board with the new ones. But, sometimes we use, like, an at in Pittsburghese, and I speak very, like, Pittsburgh. You can tell I'm from Pittsburgh. But sometimes I think we dumb ourselves down by celebrating that too much. I do. Anyway, 866-391-1020. Mike's in Beaver County. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Colin, how are you?
I'm good, Mike.
Listen, this is the first time I listened to KDKA for years upon years. Like, as a kid playing baseball in our cul-de-sac, when I was a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
And you are probably one of the top hosts I've ever listened to. And this is only my first time calling, but I just wanted to call and say I love you because you listen to both sides and always you're just not one-sided like a couple other people are that are on the radio with you.
Well, gotcha.
However,
yes,
I'm going to tell you a couple things. Ed Gainey is a complete failure in 3 to 4 areas. Number one, police.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Can't keep a police chief, has a police force that is dwindling. Number two, he is a failure when it comes to the paramedics and the firefighters.
Put 3 and 4 together, because even with all those nice words, I got to get to a break.
Okay. Number 3 is the Public Works Department. Because they can't pick up the trash, clean the roads, and do other things. And number 5 is four.
Yeah.
His big thing about affordable housing. Well, I'm kind of like you with that.
Yeah, come on, enough's enough. Thank you for the kind words. Text me your Venmo, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. We will give away these Mission Impossible tickets very soon, but why does one candidate look at development? I can't figure it out through this whole campaign cycle as such a bad thing. We'll talk next. First, Margot has traffic. I'm lost. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Hello, Margot.
Hey, Colin. Still very congested throughout the Pittsburgh area as Green Tree Hill is backed up from both sides of the Parkway West and on the inbound up in Robinson. Still closed on Route 51, combined with heavy delays from an earlier accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard. Also bumper to bumper on the Parkway East inbound, heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, mixing with brake lights all the way from 279, giving you very heavy delays in that area. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Divorce, from hurt to healing and everything in between. Join host Nan Cohen this Tuesday evening at 7 as she welcomes attorney Carla Donnelly and Dr. John Duffy to the studio. Have your questions ready for Dealing with Divorce with Nan Cohen this Tuesday evening at 7.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Goldberg, Persky, White News Desk. Look ahead what's happening at 5:30. Paul Alexander. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Colin, thank you. More attempts to get John Fetterman to get out of the way. Details coming up. Bottom of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. It's like Christmas in May. Some Amazon customers now receiving apologies and getting refunds for products they purchased and returned as far back as 2018. That's after the e-commerce giant discovered, quote, unresolved issues in an internal review. The amount being refunded is not clear, but a one-time charge it took for the first quarter topped $1 billion. Levi Strauss is losing its khakis. It's selling the Dockers pants and casual wear brand to Authentic Brands. That's the owner of Brooks Brothers, Nautica, Eddie Bauer, and other apparel giants. Levi's wants to focus on its core denim products. Shares of Levi's ended higher today, but most stocks did not, especially in the tech sector. And that snapped a streak of 6 days in a row of gains for the S&P 500. Today, the Dow fell 115, the NASDAQ down 73, the S&P lost 23. And just in time for summer, the folks who make Blue Diamond almonds have teamed up with 7-Eleven to make cherry Slurpee flavored almonds. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Whoa! We'll give away these tickets soon. Mission Impossible. I wonder what that's all about. Somebody said Tom Cruise does all his own stunts. The Final Reckoning. I'm not a movie guy. You listen to this show at all, you know I'm not a movie guy. Sometimes I think it's great, sometimes I think it's terrible. The times when I think it's great are when I don't sit through movies and I do other stuff. The times when I think it's terrible is when people have all these like inside jokes and they cite all these lines from these popular movies and they go back and forth and they're laughing real hard and they're like, hey, how about from like, I don't know, what's Happy Gilmore or whatever. They're doing all these golf lines and I'm like, yeah, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. And I can't join the conversation. But then again, it's fine because I didn't like use 90 minutes or 2 hours of my time to watch. It's just whatever your interests are. Honestly. But anyway, we'll give away these Mission Impossible Final Reckoning tickets in a little bit. Margot loves that because she says the callers are so happy. How'd you say it yesterday, Margot? The callers are so happy. They're genuinely excited. And
I just get so happy when they win.
And what did I say? You're in a honeymoon phase?
I'm not miserable yet.
You're not. Oh, Margot, this could turn into a Howard Stern, Robin Quivers sort of relationship on the air. Are you all right with that?
You're going to hate me because I don't know what that means.
That's why I said that. Okay. Anyway, no. I like
cynical
this.
And bubbly?
Yeah, me trying to... No, not so much as that, but me trying to steer you to the dark side, which is miserable, and... I guess sort of curmudgeon-y as somebody who's been in media. Like, I'm 48. I've been working in media. This is so crazy to say, but like 25 years since I'm like 23 years old, which is wild. Okay? So I'm trying to steer you to, whatever, just show up and get your work done. You are just coming out of college and you're like, whoa, I'm a go-getter. I'm gonna save the world in journalism. This is great. I'm media, yada, yada, yada. And you're trying to pull me to the whole, hey, have fun, laugh, smile stuff. And I'm like, this sucks. We just do this, then we die. And so the yin and the yang of it, I think, makes for good fodder. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I'd rather live in the optimism for now.
I know. You're going to win. I'm actually a pretty happy and upbeat guy, especially in the commercials. Like, when I come in and talk to you there, you're like, wow, say that stuff on the air.
I do not say that. Oh. You're not cynical. I get you.
You get me.
You've been in this for a long time.
Right. Like when you answer the phone and you go, everybody's so happy. Give it time. You're going to get that. You're going to start getting Karen after Karen.
I know, when you tell me to start being meaner to people.
No. Don't be meaner to people. You got to tell them I got to go.
I'm too customer servicey.
I'm dying. You're too customer service. You are. You're so nice to everybody. At some point, here's the thing, though. The snap is going to be great to see one day. When you just grab the phone and you're like, you start slamming it. And what's that one scene from that movie, Falling Down or whatever, when the guy just starts walking home?
You're the one that said you don't know movie references.
I know that one. It's very famous. Stop it making fun of me. You're like my wife.
Ew, I don't think you can say that.
I just did. She makes fun of me all the time for stuff like that. You just you just did the same thing. You did say yesterday. No, in all honesty, what did you say yesterday? People are so happy when they're trying to win tickets?
Yeah, well, the winner's very happy.
Good. What about the 700 other people you need to pick up the phone and go, you're not the winner, you're not the winner, you're not the... Do you carry on a conversation with all of them?
I just don't want to break their hearts, but they're really nice about not winning.
Okay, we're going to find out right now. Call right now to win 2 passes. Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, AMC Waterfront Theater, May 21st, 7 p.m. Where's that music, Margo? That was so good the other day.
I'm trying.
Oh, my gosh. Support for KDKA Radio comes from Paramount Pictures, presenting Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning. Every mission has led to this. Tom Cruise is Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, only in theaters in IMAX, May 23rd. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. So first caller, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. That's the music right there. Well, man, I like that. That's pretty catchy. Why don't we give away those tickets to the first caller right after we do traffic with Margo. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. What we got?
Thanks, Colin. Very congested on every side of the Parkway, backed up the Green Tree Hill on the Parkway West and from the Birmingham Bridge on both sides of the Parkway East. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. There are times in life that stick with you. For me, it was 1973. I was newly married and had started my first job as an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club. I remember driving down Route 8, seeing signs that said cars with odd numbered plates could buy $5 of gas. Cars got about 12 miles a gallon, so $5 didn't go far. Odd and even license numbers took turns, if the gas station even had fuel. Those were bleak days. It looked like things would never get better. The Dow was 924 that year, and few people thought it would go higher. Today, it's over 40,000. My most important job as a financial advisor is to help you keep perspective and optimism. Bad markets come and go, but the great companies of the world continue to march forward. In difficult times, it's natural to worry, but you need a partner to help you avoid making emotional decisions about your money. We're a family team of certified financial planners. Learn more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-969-0686 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0686 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-969-0686.
Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EB True Value Hardware Store. Andy, we talked about Harmony Organic Insect Control for inside the home, but it's great in the garden.
Absolutely. An organic insect control that you can use on all your vegetables, flowers, plants. Amazing for controlling any of those fleas, ticks, ants, anything you want to keep out of your vegetables.
Non-toxic. Take advantage. Go to harmonyoic.com or visit EB True Value Hardware Store.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. The two Democratic candidates for mayor cast their ballots this morning. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado was along.
First challenger Corey O'Connor, family in tow as he cast his ballot at Linden Elementary.
I feel good. I mean, it's been a long couple months, but, we got enough votes there. We door knocked a lot, hit a number of doors, took our message out to the people, and let's see what happens today.
Incumbent Ed Gainey voted at the Paulson Rec Center.
Come on out and vote for someone who's going to serve you, one that believes in affordable housing, one that believes in reducing homicide, and one that continues to make this a city where everybody feels involved.
Both men plan to hit the polling places throughout the city before they close at 8 p.m., and then each awaits the final tally. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Nippon Steel has reportedly doubled its investment pledge into U.S. Steel. According to a report by the Reuters, the Japanese steelmaker now plans to invest $14 billion into existing U.S. Steel facilities. That's up from an initial sum of $2.7 billion and includes up to $4 billion in a new steel mill. That's if Trump administration approves its bid for the iconic American company. This is Nippon Steel's second significant investment pledge in the proposed merger deal. U.S. Senator John Fetterman is facing new calls to resign. According to the Post-Gazette, Indivisible Pennsylvania progressive group claims the Democratic senator isn't performing his duties in the wake of recent reports of concern over Fetterman's health and behavior. The Bucks County chapter of the statewide group says more than 90% of its membership support asking the senator to step down. Fetterman claims he's in good health and will continue serving out his term. After a nice uptick in passenger traffic in April, Pittsburgh International Airport is getting closer to opening its brand new terminal. While the new terminal should be an opportunity to grow their business, the Director of Public Affairs, Bob Kerlich, says it will be you, the customer, that's really going to benefit.
It's really going to be a big improvement for passengers. It's going to cut the time from curb to gate in half. There's going to be more parking. Your bags are going to get there much faster. The security line is going to go much faster.
They still don't have a date for the official opening, but it will be in the fall. And today they celebrated the 20th anniversary of Southwest Airlines being at Pittsburgh International. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 114 points. The NASDAQ down 72. The S&P 500 down 23. KDK Sports, Pirates and Reds tonight at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time 5:32. Our next update at 6. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. My good friend Margot. Hi, Margot.
Hi, Colin. Still closed on Route 51 from an earlier accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard. Backed up on the Parkway West inbound into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, starting all the way in Carnegie. Also backed up on 28 from the Sarah Hines House and on the Parkway East outbound from the Birmingham Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rain at times tonight along with a thunderstorm, low 55. Showers and thunderstorms on occasion tomorrow through tomorrow night, high 67, low tomorrow night 53. Periods of rain Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is Lisa, and I have great news. To celebrate Nest Expression's 25th anniversary of Hunter Douglas blinds, shades, shutters, and draperies, I am offering an additional 10% savings on any order placed by May 31st. Nest Expression specializes in custom window treatments for every budget. Our draperies are made right here in Pittsburgh, so call 724-933-5500 or nestexpressions.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this football season. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA and me. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us for a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th. Includes round-trip airfare, airport, hotel, and game transfers. Your stay at the Sandy Mount Hotel. Reserved game ticket at Croke Park Stadium and more. From $55.36 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for the game with AAA. Call 1-800-848-1238 for details and reservations.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. We'll have primary election results, Rich Fitzgerald visits, and Clint Hurdle's Hurdleisms.
We'll grab your calls in just a minute, 866-391-1020. I need to know why one candidate, Gainey, sees development and people who are developers and people who are real estate people, why they're such the bad guy. Because this race for mayor, this Democratic primary, they're essentially two of the exact same candidates except for that topic. He has attacked developers. Corey O'Connor has proven to want to do business with them. Why is that? I cannot get my head wrapped around it. Why is that such a bad thing? Oh, also people need to help me out. I'm 48 years old. I'll be 49 in December. Tell me what I need to do to stave off, if you will, or at least prepare myself for testing and all that stuff, prostate cancer. You know, I'm obviously not as old as Joe Biden, but when you see the Joe Biden news, it sends shockwaves, and then all these second-day stories like, here's what men can do or whatever. Pardon me. Do I need to contact my doctor? Do I need to take a test? Do I need to do all that stuff? Because 50 is a magic number, and it's fast approaching in my life. Bishop's in Denora. Hi, Bishop.
Well, this is Bishop's son, Roderick. He had dental surgery, so he can't really talk. But let me just say...
Wait a minute. This is an interesting call. So is Bishop translating to you in the same room, or are you acting as kind of a go-between with Bishop, or are you a surrogate for Bishop?
I'm in the same room with my dad, but he wrote down what he wanted to say.
This is fascinating to me. Okay. All right, so what... Go ahead.
He just wrote something down again because he had prostate cancer, and had it taken out by a good doctor named Arthur Thomas, one of the best in the country at St. Clair Hospital, urologist.
Oh.
Dr. Arthur Thomas. He said to get it checked right now, your PSA level, and then at 50, you'll probably do it once a year, but get it checked preemptively. And if your blood test blood work is good, then you're good. Then you go every year. So he said start now.
All right. Well, I'll do that. I appreciate that. So I'll check that out. Now, what does Bishop, with you acting as go-between, want to say about the mayoral election?
Well, he thinks Corey Connor is going to win by a smidgen. Again, it's based on the turnout, by a smidgen. But he's also running for council in Denora, and he wants people to vote for him. Roderick Wilson and Chief Mill ran for council, and for Sarah Fine and Paul Mountain and Michelle for school board. Now, I also like to elaborate. That's in Denora, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I like to say something about the gentleman, the guy that fell off the stands.
Oh, yeah. Is it now? Wait, are you saying this or is Bishop saying this?
I'm saying it because we're in the same age bracket.
Gotcha.
And my belief, I've been at PNC Park a couple times, but I would advise people, if you're going to drink, especially young folks, don't be by the railing. Because if you get tipsy-turvy and you by the railing and you're jubilant or whatever, you may be bound to fall over. But that's your fault. Because I would advise that if you're going to drink, especially my age group, go back a little bit into the stands and not on those daggone railings. I mean, like I said, if you drinking, it's almost like drinking and driving at a young age. If you drinking, you may be bound to fall off into the field if you right by the railing.
This feels like this feels like an old bull and a young bull type story.
Well, because I'm 22. He's around the same age. And by the way, my dad, he wouldn't want me to have somebody to buy me drinks. I don't drink anyway, but to buy drinks anyway, because you do it yourself. But I'll tell you how they can do this, in my opinion.
Tell me.
Me being his age, they should offer beer cards. If there's a limit on 2 beers, if you bring that card back, they stamp it. If you come back, they stamp it again. That's your 2 beers. That's your limit. If you don't bring that card back, you don't get no beer.
That's pretty interesting. Thank you for the call. That's a pretty interesting way to look at it. If there's an update today to this story, and this is what he was alluding to, that the young man who fell over the railing at PNC Park, his friend has been charged today with furnishing. His friend is 21. He's 20. The man who fell is 20. His friend is 21. His friend has been charged with furnishing alcohol to a minor. My point is this. Now, if they charge the friend for buying beer for a 20-year-old who fell, shouldn't they charge the kid who fell with underage drinking, or at least possession? Because he didn't buy the kid beer, and the kid then, took the beer and said, no, I don't want it. At least I don't think so. According to many reports, he consumed it. Now, maybe they're waiting on charging him because he's been through enough in his life. He's kind of learned his lesson to some degree, and he wants to rehabilitate from this, and then maybe they'll charge him after. But there's a very delicate balance about this story. You can have compassion for this kid who fell, and I do. Terrible thing, awful thing. Many of us have, at that age especially, been drunk and done dumb stuff drunk. Almost all of us haven't toppled out of the stands and been met with debilitating consequences, and that's terrible. But we were a second away from doing something really dumb, and luckily we just didn't. All that said, you can have compassion, but on the same hand, understand that the law needs to be carried out. I think you either charge both of them or you don't charge either one of them. Because, in a way, it's making the friend a scapegoat. This kid wasn't 12 years old, and this other guy is buying beer and plying him with alcohol and making him drink it. I don't want to, again, pile on the guy. I don't, because he's got enough ahead of him. It's an awful thing. He fell. The designs were never for that. He didn't want to fall. And I'm not one to judge in terms of that because, yeah, I drank beer before I was 21 years old. But all that said, he needs to understand the full consequences, I think. It's not going to make anything change. It's not going to do anything but give the state a fine and a decent amount of money. But if you carry this out and you hold to it, it's got to be both or none. It just does. Or else you're scapegoating the guy who bought the beer, I think. 866-391-1020. Almost out of here. A couple more minutes. That's 866-391-1020. Traffic right now. DJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
Thanks, Colin. Crews on the scene of an accident in Green Oak Lane and Green Tree Road in Scott Township, so avoid the area. Crews are also on the scene of an accident on the Parkway West right after the Fort Pitt Tunnel, so you may be feeling delays from that. Also, multiple accidents on the ramp of 279, creating lots of delays into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, merging with heavy traffic from the Parkway East inbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Adventure awaits, and the 2025 Subaru Outback Premium is ready at Bowser Subaru to take you wherever you want to go. Take home a 2025 Subaru Outback Premium, VIN number S32-598, from Bowser Subaru and get 3.9% APR for 63 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Log on to BowserSubaru.com, or better yet, visit Bowser Subaru and take a test drive. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from... Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
At Penn West University, we're making college make sense again for people who maybe thought college wasn't the answer. We're making college practical with programs tied to in-demand jobs that prepare you for success right away. We're making college accessible by breaking down barriers and offering more choices. We're making college approachable with faculty who understand where you're coming from and help you get where you're going. At Penn West, we're making college valuable again for people just like you. Learn more at pennwest.edu.
Here's Paul Goldberg-Persky in White News Desk. A look ahead what's happening at 6. Hey, Paul.
Colin, of course, we're talking about the Democratic primary and the mayoral race here in Pittsburgh. What other elections are going on today? We'll run those down for you as well. Details, top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Yeah, I wonder what time the county website starts updating some of the results. I've been hitting reload, and I know they're not going to get updated anytime soon. I've now that I've switched from sport, I have as little interest in sports as I ever have in my life. Just kind of because of the job that I do now. And I now look at elections and watch the scoreboard with elections the way I used to look at people and go, excuse me, how in the world do people watch election scoreboards like that and care or have that much of an interest? That's the way I watch them. And like with a baseball game or a football game or anything now, I'm like, I'll see the score when I see the score. It's really swung all the way around. I don't diagnose and get real deep into the election scoreboards like you see on like some of the cable networks where they'll bring in like an analytical guy and do all. They lose me with some of that, but I'll watch it. Luis is in the car. Hi, Luis.
Oh, hi, Colin. You asked about prostate cancer. I just want to let you know I am an expert on this. I am a urologist or oncologist because my husband had it, and I know exactly how to ward it off.
Well,
PSA test. So important.
Okay, so should I start? That's a blood test, right?
Yes, that's all, and include it with your yearly physical.
Okay, so I should start doing that considering I'm 48.
You're a little young for that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, certainly after 60.
Certainly after 60. So I'll meet you in the middle. I'll go at like 53. Well, look, here's the deal, Luis. If I'm going to get my yearly physical anyway, and they give me a thing for, why don't I just get blood anyway?
I don't understand. That's what I didn't. When I heard that yesterday, I said I will never understand how President Biden did not have that done or not have that included as part of his physical, because our doctors, my husband's doctor just did that, and believe me, I read when my husband was diagnosed with this 3 years ago. I stayed up all night long because I was a mess, reading everything, watching every video. I can tell you everything you need to know about it, and they don't want that PSA going up at all. If it goes up even a little bit, you should go have a biopsy or go see a urologist,
All right. Well, I'll get my blood. I got to talk to my physician, Big Play Ray Gallen. I'll get a script from him to get a blood test just so everybody feels good.
Yeah. Well, you're like I said, you're young. I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, but it doesn't hurt. Ben Stiller had it in his 40s.
Oh, okay, all right. Hey, answer me this, and happier things. Did you see that? I know you love this. Did you see that group of 8 that all banded together trying to run for Common Pleas judge? I'm sure that was. I'm sure that put a twinkle in your eye.
Was that Bethany running around on Facebook? Is that what we're talking about?
No, it was the 8 progressive judges that all want to band together, even though there really shouldn't be a sort of team that's running for Common Pleas judge, considering justice is blind and we shouldn't politicize it. But, yes, the progressive 8 that were running for Common Pleas judge.
I actually did not. I just saw her running around with that Lauren Leggy shirt on.
That's one of them. She's one of them, Leggy.
And who were the others? Because I know I plunked for 2.
7 more. Matt Rudsky was another one.
Oh, yeah, I know he was one of hers. And I did know that.
And then another young lady who is an attorney. But, like, Leggy, you go back to Leggy, like, she works as a public defender, if I'm not mistaken. There's no way she has the credentials to be a judge.
I know, and that's why it's going to be so interesting. And I care about Zer, I think, as you do, and I care about Neff, and so I'm the big believer in plunking. And I know there are a lot of other good candidates on there. I think Julie Capone was probably one. I hope Bethany wasn't. I don't remember. I met several of them. But like I said, I plunked for the 2 that I wanted the most.
Well, good on you. Everybody votes the way that they like. That's what's wonderful about America. And we'll find out all about the results a little bit later tonight. I'll catch you tomorrow after Pirates baseball. It's been great. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. Monroveville. Okay, Margot.
Thanks, Colin. Still multiple accidents on 279 on the ramp into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Still very backed up also on the Parkway West inbound all the way from Carnegie to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Still bumper to bumper on both sides of the Parkway East and backed up to the Sarah Hines house on 28. Also still closed on Route 51 from an earlier accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If you ask enough people, how are you? You'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams.
For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit.
People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way.
So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at petitekitchens.com.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Getting money back. Invest that tax return back into your home. Upgrade your bathroom with a stunning custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Colin Dunlap here. My friends Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're high-quality, custom-fit shower doors add elegance, style, and value to your home. Whether it's a sleek, frameless look or unique design, they make it happen affordably. Invest that tax return wisely on a home upgrade you're going to love. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com to get started.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's President of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, John McCabe.
Private Vincent A. Krebs of Fayette County was awarded the Silver Star in Korea on September 1st, 1950. While his battery was preparing to defend its position, Private Krebs observed an abandoned anti-aircraft vehicle obstructing the road and preventing a tank from passing. He voluntarily left the security of the perimeter and moved several hundred yards while being exposed to enemy fire. He successfully moved the vehicle to the side of the road, allowing the tank to complete its mission of neutralizing an enemy roadblock.
Krebs then performed emergency repairs on the vehicle and drove it to his battery's perimeter, all while subject to heavy enemy fire. At this point, he organized a crew, manned the weapons of the salvaged anti-aircraft vehicle, and commanded the crew in the ensuing fight.
For the perfect wedding up to 300, the magnificent ballroom and balcony is a truly unique setting to begin your new life together. SoldiersandSailorsHall.org.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Get 50% off your windows. That's half off. Plus, no interest, no payments, 12 months, and a free entry door with your windows purchase. 412-545-6003. Check it out now.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 64 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Well, if you want to get one of those cool I voted stickers, I voted in that, you have about 2 hours remaining. They opened at 7 this morning, and our own KDKA David Ballarado was with both Democratic mayoral candidates when they cast their ballots.
Up first, Corey O'Connor voting at the Linden School around 8. He says voters tell him they like his message.
You know, I think our message of growth and opportunity all across Pittsburgh, really resonates. And I think in the last few months when you start talking about transparency with our government, we heard that a lot.
Ed Gainey at his polling place, the Paulson Recreation Center.
We love the story that we created, building a city for all, delivering affordable housing, 1,600s, reducing the homicide rates in the city. NFL draft coming here, $600 million for downtown. We continue to do what we say we're going to do, and that's build a city where everybody feels seen and where everybody feels accepted.
Each plans to visit dozens of polling places today. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
There's a lot more on the ballot today than just that race. News Radio KDKA's Pat Septek explains why you should care.
Statewide, voters will elect judges to the Superior Court and Commonwealth Court. In all the counties, there will be races for various row offices. For example, in Allegheny County, the sheriff's race is on the ballot. Then there are the judges. Political analyst John Delano telling the BK Morning Show there are nearly 24 candidates in Allegheny County running for 8 seats on the Court of Common Pleas.
And you may think, I don't care who a judge is, but let me tell you, when it comes to property assessments, when it comes to criminal cases, when it comes to issues of you and your neighbor, you do care.
And then, of course, you have your school directors. He says those are the folks who raise your taxes the most, so you should care about those as well. You have until 8 o'clock tonight to vote. Pat Septak, News Radio, KDKA.
Brothers Brother Foundation is sending relief supplies to the people of Kentucky and Missouri that were hit by tornadoes. President Ozzie Samad says that includes 18 pallets of hygiene supplies that were put together by local volunteers, 2 pallets of soft blankets, and something that is also much needed.
In addition to that, we're providing a $10,000 grant to Feed America Kentucky Heartland, and that's in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
Truck with supplies left Pittsburgh earlier today. He says they will continue to work with on-site relief workers to see what additional help may be needed. A man has been charged with selling or furnishing alcohol to the fan that fell 21 feet at PNC Park from his seat in the right field last month. Court documents show 21-year-old Ethan Kirkwood has been charged with furnishing alcohol to 20-year-old Kevin Markwood on April 30th. Markwood fell in the 7th inning of the game against the Cubs. Pittsburgh police said they were investigating but haven't provided any updates. Markwood's family said Cavan was recovering ahead of schedule. One of the beloved cast members from the TV show Cheers has died. CBS News correspondent Matt Piper has a look back.
When George Wendt, a.k.a. Norm Peterson, walked into the bar at Cheers, everyone loved to see him.
Afternoon, everybody.
The show aired from 1982 to 1993. And the role earned Peterson 6 consecutive Primetime Emmy Award nominations.
My nipples, it's freezing out there.
The Chicago native is also the uncle of actor Jason Sudeikis. Wendt's family says he died peacefully in his sleep at home. George Wendt was 76. Matt Piper, CBS News.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 114 points, the Nasdaq down 72, the S&P 500 down 23. KDK Sports, Pirates and Reds tonight, just about 8 minutes away from first pitch over at PNC Park. KDK Radio News time is 6:03. Right now it's cloudy and 64 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, it is 6:05 from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDK AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Margot.
Thanks, Rob. Still backed up on the Parkway West inbound from Carnegie to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. However, starting to die down just a bit on the Parkway East into the Squirrel Hill and Fort Pitt tunnels. Moderate delays on 28 and 279 into the Liberty Tunnel. Part of Route 51 still closed as crews continue cleaning up an accident from earlier on Sawmill Run Boulevard. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Periods of rain and a thunderstorm tonight, low 55. More showers and thunderstorms around tomorrow, high 67. Those will continue into tomorrow night, low 53. Rain and drizzle on Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kyle Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
That's are us. When dreams sunk in, that's are us.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel, plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsareus.com. 412-556-BATH.
That's are us. When dreams sunk in, that's are us.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Now hear this. It's your Pratt Pack. Time for you to gather around the radio, young and old alike, and listen to what I'm about to tell you on this Decision 2025 day in Pennsylvania. If you haven't voted, get out and vote. Democrat, Republican, if you haven't made it to your polling place, do it now before you do anything else. Even if you have to leave the radio, that's okay because your vote matters. And what I'm hearing, turnout is weak, pathetic. To me, as I was voting earlier today, I was thinking, look, nobody's more busy than your Pratt Pack. Morning, noon, and night, we're always full throttle. No days off. If I can find time to vote, you can find time to vote. Let me tell you, this race for mayor in Pittsburgh, it's massive. Everywhere I go, people want to talk about it. I have something to say about it. And we're talking outside the city. So if there's that kind of smoke from people who want to jump in the conversation in Beaver County, then you need to step it up if you live in the city of neighborhoods and make your vote count. Look, and I'm not going to be the one that's going to say once the primary is over, whoever the Democratic candidate is, it's done, right? I've seen strange things happen in this industry. I've been covering elections a long time. Do the math. 1985, 2025 at the Pioneer Broadcasting Station to America. I mean, let's face it. We actually broadcasted the first presidential election November 1920. So we know a little bit about election coverage, and of course we'll continue to roll through the evening giving you the numbers once the polls close. But if the turnout is low, as I am anticipating and what I'm hearing, and you don't step it up and bring your A game and prove me wrong by getting to that place to vote between now and 8 o'clock, shame on you. Because you have to understand this. I love my neighbors from the city of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is my home. I have spent my entire adult life in and around this great city. It has brought me a lot of joy. I've seen a lot of history made in that incredible place that is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So don't let me down. Turn right, turn left, walk across the street, whatever you have to do, regional transit, I don't care. Get there and vote. Look, I see people at these polling places sitting out and donating their time, handing out stickers and badges and wearing T-shirts, and I'm thinking to myself, that's America. That's what the election process is all about. Exercise your right to vote. Remember what it was like when you were just inching and getting so close to high school graduation and the next big thing was the ability to vote? How joyful it was to be able to say, I'm so-and-so, and you got to basically fill in the blank. Well, this is what you need to do. You need to get to that polling place. Even if you haven't done it in a while, don't be embarrassed. Get in there. And hopefully you are registered to vote. You are, aren't you? All right. So your vote matters. This race matters for not just Pittsburgh, but for all of us. It's your Pratt Pack signing off. Look, I'm telling you right now, if you didn't listen to what I had to say, I don't know what your issue is if you live in the city of Pittsburgh. You understand where this city is right now? Encampments are still out there. We need numbers as far as job growth. We have an opportunity staring us in the face with Nippon Steel that nobody seems to even want to talk about. So you get this mayor elected, and in January of 2026, hopefully this deal is done. We can start building off of that and the billions that's going to come into the Mon Valley that will spill into this place we call home, Pittsburgh, Allegheny, Beaver, Butler, Washington County. I'm so tired of talking about nobody wanting to vote because my vote doesn't matter. Who cares about a Superior Court judge, a Commonwealth Court judge, or, for that matter, a school board? It does matter. This is the type of stuff that are game changers for all of you. And you want the right person sitting on the bench when you may find yourself approaching the bench. And when it comes to all of the things that matter, like appraisals and taxes and things of that nature that really can make or break a family, you better be paying attention to this. And if a school board elected official has ever been more important in our lifetime, I don't know where or when, but I do know now because I see what's happening throughout Western Pennsylvania. I see what's happening in this country of ours when it comes to public education. It is stalling out. And instead of us trying to help out and get involved, we just simply, bury our head in the sand. And it's so easy to pile on that public education teacher because they actually have a job that you would love to have, but you didn't go and get the degree to be able to do that job. So instead of embracing them and saying, how can I help? All you simply do is continue to tell me the same old story. They only work 9 months out of the year. They're not worth the money they're getting. Well, let me tell you something. Of all the things that have happened in the United States of America in recent years, and now that we find ourselves trillions in debt, one thing that is still standing is the most important part to our foundation. It's public education. If we lose public education, and it could happen, one of the reasons I think a lot of people are pushing for school choice, because they don't think public education is going to be around much longer as we know it. Do you realize that there are schools within the sound of my voice that are getting ready to graduate a class of under 60, under 50? That's atrocious. And it's not their fault. It's because we have been asleep at the job since the mid-'80s when we lost our manufacturing base. And now we have a chance to bring a company and a country together by bringing Nippon Steel from Japan to the United States of America, in which they're going to spend millions and billions of dollars on a regular basis. So much so, they're not talking about just refurbishing the Mon Valley and Edgar Thomson. They want to build a brand new steel mill. Can you say school taxes? Cha-ching. Can you say people moving into the community to put more numbers in those graduating classes for future generations? Look, the most valuable thing that we have in our society today is our children and grandchildren. And as far as I'm concerned on this election night, that's why this vote for mayor has never been more important. And you need to continue to press the issues once we have our Democratic nominee and the Republican nominee. And the most important thing, say it with me, jobs first, jobs last, because without jobs, you have no foundation. And without no foundation, future generations have no opportunity. And if you're saying, look, I did my time, I did everything I had to do, let somebody else worry about it, imagine if your parents and grandparents would have felt that way. Well, guess what? The only reason we're still upright in America, the only reason why we are on life support but we're still alive, is because of what my parents and grandparents did for us. I need to do more. You need to do more. And the most important thing that you need to do on this election night is you gotta go vote. Don't make excuses. Don't say you just don't feel like it. I'm tired. Go vote. Get the sticker, wear it proudly, and understand, whether you believe it or not, this election matters for each and every one of us, and this mayor's race is massive to the future of Pittsburgh. And as the late, great Bob O'Connor used to say, it's time to red it up. Let's get going, Pittsburgh, and let's get going, Tri-State. We've got a job to do. I'm ready. Are you? All right, 6:15. All right, from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, Margot.
Thanks, Rob. Crews are at the scene of a collision on 2297 Washington Boulevard in Pittsburgh, so avoid that area. Starting to back up on the outbound of the Parkway North and still very congested on the Parkway West inbound from the top of Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Dying down just a bit on the Parkway East inbound and outbound, but will still continue to delay you. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. AARP Pennsylvania recently talked to voters in a nonpartisan poll focusing on voters 50 plus. The biggest issues: economic stability, public safety, and access to essential services. Those 50 plus voters also think the city's economy is getting weaker, and they want to know exactly where the candidates stand on health care. So what's the takeaway? Candidates need to listen to older voters because we show up.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah with the elder law firm of Zachariah Brown. You know, every day I get a call from somebody because they have a loved one in the nursing home. They lost their house, they lost all their money, and they are in trouble. And that's when they call. Why do they call us? Because we can help. The better call to make, though, is to call ahead of time. As soon as you have a loved one going into a nursing facility, call us immediately, and we'll help take care of you. Zachariah Brown, 724-942-6200 or PittsburghElderLaw.com.
All right, Goldberg, Persky, and White News Desk. Here's anchor Paul Alexander. Paul?
Well, we'll try to get you the very latest on Election Day. Details coming up bottom of the hour. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, here on KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The future is now at Google. It's putting its Gemini artificial intelligence technology into its signature search engine for all users in the U.S. as it tries to keep pace with the people turning to chatbots for information. In a major policy shift, the FDA says it'll no longer routinely approve annual COVID-19 booster shots for healthy children and younger adults and will instead force vaccine makers to add a costly new testing requirement that could limit who gets those vaccines. On Wall Street, after 6 days in a row of gains, weakness in the tech sector sent the major averages a little lower. The Dow lost 115, the Nasdaq down 73, the S&P down 23. Shares of Tesla a little higher today after Elon Musk said he's committed to being Tesla's CEO for the next 5 years. And it's official. The department store chain Nordstrom taken private by members of the founding Nordstrom family. Its shares will be delisted by the New York Stock Exchange on Wednesday. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends. Weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Frax on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Margot Rensel producing tonight's big show. Always good to have her on board. Now listen, we normally don't take calls in the 6 o'clock hour. A lot of moving parts. Usually we drop a guest in from time to time. But there's a lot of things happening, obviously, the election tonight. So if you want to get in here, Lenny and I will be here later tonight. We've got Nan Cohen next hour. But if you want to talk about the Nippon Steel deal or anything going on, the mayor's race, feel free to call me right now. We'll squeeze in a couple of calls before the bottom and top of the hour. So 866-391-1020. And Will, you are up first with your Pratt Pack on KDK. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. How you doing today?
Good, sir.
You know, I'd like to nothing better than to see U.S. Steel get renovated up to today's standards. But don't you see what Nippon Steel is doing? Even if it costs them millions more money, they want U.S. Steel so they can monopolize the steel industry. So when you go buy a box of nails, you're at their mercy. That's what I see going on. I think we ought to keep it an American company.
Okay, can I jump in here a little bit? Because I think I can add something to the conversation. I really have been all in on this story since the very beginning. Now, even when they do get the deal done, and I hope they do, it will be just two people. It'll be U.S. Steel, it'll be Nippon Steel, which will make them from the fourth to the third largest steel maker in the world. There are still 9 other in the top 10, and 6 of them are owned by Chinese companies from China. So you definitely don't want that to happen. Now, as far as them in the monopoly, it will not happen because they don't have the biggest piece of the pie. And as far as keeping it American, I get where you're coming from, sir, but there's no American steelmaker that has that kind of swagger and bank account that can actually do what needs to be done. Do you realize that Edgar Thomson, they're making steel with some equipment that's over 50 years old? They're talking about complete renovation there and building a new steel mill and spreading the love to places like Gary, Indiana, Texas, Arkansas, California, Michigan. So that not only will keep thousands of USW jobs afloat, but those jobs will be able to be passed on to future generations. And the other thing they don't want to do, they don't want to do anything to tick off anybody in the United States government because that could cost them big time. So honestly, when I look at all the scenarios out there, even when Cleveland Cliffs was talking about they wanted it, and in case you haven't heard, they were the top so-called U.S. steelmaker. They have just announced they're closing 3 of their plants, 2 of them in Pennsylvania, and the money they were going to invest in the old Weirton Steel has been taken off the table. So I hope that clarified it a little bit.
Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you've been pushing it a long time. I agree, and it would probably be a good thing to get the Mon Valley and U.S. Steel renovated. I don't disagree with that, but I'd like to see it done with American money, not foreign money. Besides that, I don't trust the Japanese.
Well, I do trust the Japanese wholeheartedly, and there's nobody that has the bank account that they have or the knowledge. This is the only thing they do. This isn't some private equity company that just wants to buy a name and make as much money as they can. This is a company that actually knows the steel industry. Will, great call. I appreciate you. Anybody else want to jump in here, feel free. 866-391-1020. And I got to tell you, I become the mayor of Pittsburgh. First thing I do, I start talking about creating more opportunities for manufacturing. I start looking at even buildings in downtown Pittsburgh that got to go. You clear out space and you start putting product and projects underway that are going to bring people to the city and also going to give people an opportunity to hold down a job. 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack, Lenny McAllister coming up tonight from 8 until 10. Nan Cohen, divorce reality expert, next hour. And in the meantime, it's you and I until 10 o'clock tonight. Your Pratt Pack on KDKA. And Paul Alexander making his way to the news booth. He has your news coming up in 5 minutes for an election night, Tuesday on KDKA.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-969-0686 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0686 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-969-0686.
Looking for a ride that's ready for anything Pittsburgh throws your way? Then it's time to meet the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester at Bowser Subaru. The 2025 Subaru Forester and its symmetrical all-wheel drive provides the confidence to explore from muddy trails to long stretches of highway. And with 3.9% APR for 48 months, you don't want to miss it. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Log on to BowserSubaru.com. Better yet, visit and take a test drive. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh. Did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from... Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 64 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. The two Democratic candidates for mayor cast their ballots this morning. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado was along.
First challenger Corey O'Connor, family in tow as he cast his ballot at Linden Elementary.
I feel good. I mean, it's been a long couple months, but, we got enough votes there. We door knocked a lot, hit a number of doors, took our message out to the people, and let's see what happens today.
Incumbent Ed Gainey voted at the Paulson Rec Center.
Come on out and vote for someone who's going to serve you, one that believes in affordable housing, one that believes in reducing homicide, and one that continues to make this a city where everybody feels involved.
Both men plan to hit the polling places throughout the city before they close at 8 p.m., and then each awaits the final tally. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
Brothers Brother Foundation is sending relief supplies to the people of Kentucky and Missouri that were hit by tornadoes. President Aziz Ahmad says that includes 18 pallets of hygiene supplies that were put together by local volunteers, 2 pallets of soft blankets, and...
In addition to that, we're providing a $10,000 grant to Feed America Kentucky Heartland, and that's in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
The truck with supplies left Pittsburgh earlier today. He says they will continue to work with on-site relief workers to see what additional help they may need. Regulators say the annual COVID-19 shots for healthy younger adults and children will no longer be routinely approved. The FDA wants companies to conduct studies before approving vaccines for healthier people. WSB reporter Sabrina Coupet.
These studies will have to show actual clinical outcomes like fewer infections or hospitalizations before the FDA will grant full approval of a COVID-19 shot. In the meantime, the FDA is saying that it will limit access to those vaccines going forward to people 65 years old or older, or those who are at high risk of becoming seriously ill if they're infected. The government estimates that about 100 to 200 million Americans have conditions that would put them in that high-risk category.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 114 points, the Nasdaq down 72, the S&P 500 down 23. KDK Radio News Time is 6:32. Time to call the Bodkin Family Wealth Management, a local veteran-owned independent financial planning and investment firm. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Debbie from Venus. Debbie's neuropathy was stealing her mobility to the point she started looking for a wheelchair. Then Debbie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program changed her life. Her neuropathy symptoms are all gone, and she can walk her dogs and exercise again. Listen to more of her story at marydancedin.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Debbie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
At Penn West University, we're making college make sense again for people who maybe thought college wasn't the answer. We're making college practical with programs tied to in-demand jobs that prepare you for success right away. We're making college accessible by breaking down barriers and offering more choices. We're making college approachable with faculty who understand where you're coming from and help you get where you're going. At Penn West, we're making college valuable again for people just like you. Learn more at pennwest.edu.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
6:35, and from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Once again, let's say good evening to Margot. Margot.
Thanks, Rob. Crews clearing a scene on the Parkway North, but should not delay you too much longer. Still backed up on the Parkway West on Green Tree Hill through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Dying down in a couple of spots on the Parkway West, but part of Route 51 still is closed from an earlier accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard, causing heavy delays in that area. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rain at times tonight along with a thunderstorm, low 55. Showers and thunderstorms on occasion tomorrow through tomorrow night, high 67, low tomorrow night 53. Periods of rain Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. We'll have primary election results, Rich Fitzgerald visits, and Clint Hurdle's Hurdleisms.
Clint Hurdle, good guy. Look, another good guy, Bill Belichick. But, look, far be it from me to stand in front of anyone trying to live happily ever after. But word now that he and Jordan Hudson, there's a bit of an age difference, right? They're engaged. Man, I don't know, Bill. You and I should have had a sit down on this one, brother. All right. Let's just hope for the best. Hope for the best. What else? George Wendt passed away, age of 76. You know, in another life, you know, I was a waiter, busboy, maitre d'. Loved that nightlife. Loved being in that environment. I had hoped to grow up maybe someday and own a bar, but I've stumbled into this thing that's been a whole lot better, and I'm sure it's safer for me in broadcasting. But I love the neon lights. I love hanging out at the local bar. You know, it's been a long time for me. Pandemic hit, and I just kind of went in a different direction, and work kind of took hold of everything. But there was a couple of nights a week I'd like to just roll down the sidewalk, and not literally, but figuratively, and sit down at the bar and watch a game. And because I talk so much for a living, I would just sit and listen to people for hours. People working behind the bar, people coming in, the regulars, and there truly were regulars where everybody knew your name. Bartender would give you what beer you wanted, what cocktail you wanted before you even asked for it. And when I think back about Cheers and watching Cheers, Ted Danson actually went to school with that thing that is Carnegie Mellon here in Pittsburgh. So there was just always that nice flavor about it. But George Wendt was just a great guy, and obviously the skit Saturday Night Live, Dub Bears, Mike Ditka from Aliquippa, we kind of all enjoyed that. But just a gentle soul. And even though I never met the guy, there was just something like a kindred spirit. You felt as though you knew him. So I just want to send out some thoughts and prayers. Only 76 years of age. But, man, he made me laugh. That show was just so well done. One of the things that I get a little concerned about, and I love streaming. I'm a big fan of this new Mobland on Paramount Plus. If you haven't seen it, Tom Hardy, Pierce Bronson, Helen Mirren, you got to watch it. And I'm telling you right now, if they do not make Tom Hardy the next James Bond, man, they're making a big mistake. This guy's in his prime. He's ready. He could give you like 5 movies he could do over the next 6 years. He would be absolutely great. But what's happened with all this streaming stuff, and it's great, I worry sometimes that half-hour sitcom that we all kind of grew up with on the big three, ABC, NBC, CBS, may become a thing of the past. And, really, The Sopranos are the reason why it's been a game changer, where everything has changed, right? But I highly recommend this Mobland. Really, really good stuff. And the studio, Seth Rogen has it on Apple TV. I don't know if you've had a chance to see any of that, but that's really good stuff as well, too. All right, let's get back to the business at hand, and that is talking about the election, talking about the Nippon Steel, U.S. Steel deal, possibly coming closer and closer to all of us now, because it seems as though Nippon's going to be relentless. They're not going to back away. They're going to keep putting more money on the table until they get it done. I like their thought process. They must see something in us. Sometimes I wish we could see that in us about work ethic and who we are, talking about the mayor's race and why it's so important for the future and jobs in Pittsburgh. And Lenny McAllister will be here tonight. I'm going to go to the phones right after this. I have such respect for Lenny. Look, I have been in this business a long time. I've worked with every political pundit you could ever imagine. Terry Madonna, the late, great Bill Green, obviously for many years, John Delano, Anthony Moretti, School of Communications, Robert Morris University, all of them. But I must tell you, Lenny McAllister, who's a great talk show host in his own right, is also a really intelligent and on-point Republican pundit. So he's going to be here tonight. So I think what we're going to do, because really it's the mayor's race that people really are focusing in on, and we may or may not know by the time we get off the air at 10 who the winner is, especially in that heated Democratic race. But I'm going to give you a chance to ask Lenny anything about the Trump administration, John Fetterman going on a tyrant today, talking about it was the Democrats who went in the wrong direction, meaning Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and it cost the Democrats the White House. So we have a lot to get to tonight, but I'm going to give you a rare opportunity to basically, I'll sit back like the rest of you and enjoy some time with Lenny tonight and get his thoughts, pick his brain, and give you a chance to ask Lenny anything. Okay, let's go to Jefferson Hills and say hi to Barbara. She's been very patient on the phone lines for your Pratt Pack. Hey, Barbara.
Hello. I've been wondering, it's wonderful that Nippon Steel would come in and remake the mills, because they're making the steel, as you just said, like they made it 50 years ago. I'm wondering, though, when they bring in all the new technology, and there's going to have to be some automation. Are we going to have a lot of jobs? Are there going to be as many jobs as we would expect running a steel mill? Or will a lot of the positions be replaced?
There's going to be a lot of jobs added. I mean, when you think of the building trades alone, and I can tell you that when they were building the cracker plant, Shell, Royal Dutch Shell in Beaver County, there were 8,000 building trades, electricians, plumbers, carpenters on the job for about a 5-year period. This project, and now they're talking about building a complete new steel mill, that could be doubled. So right now, if you're a child or you're thinking about a career change heading to the Carpenters Union down the street from where I am in Greentree, you get that the ability to learn your trade, you're going to be working for a very long time. And then you bring in these building trades to kind of, maintenance and take care of these places. Honestly, if we can get this done, Barbara, it'll be the start of something great in Western Pennsylvania. I appreciate the call. I got to just say one thing. So I was out talking to a friend of mine in Jefferson Hills one day, and he said, yeah, the mill's right over there. And I'm like, I was actually at the school, the high school, and Thomas Jefferson. I said, "What do you mean it's right over there?" He said, "Rob, Clairton's like right over the hill," and because geographically I'm not out that part of Pittsburgh on a regular basis, and I didn't realize, how close that really was to Thomas Jefferson. So you've got Clairton, Thomas Jefferson, West Mifflin. All these places, East Pittsburgh, the Braddock Borough, Braddock Hills, Braddock, all these people that are depending on this to get done. But it's really going to benefit all of us. All right, let's get to PJ in Upper St. Clair. How you doing, PJ? Go ahead. You're on KDKA.
Rob, I love you, man. You're a great talk show host, and you're a good person. But, Rob, how I feel about Nippon Steel buying U.S. Steel. And you know something? It will never happen as long as Trump's president. I guarantee you he will not allow that to happen. I love it, too. I love it. I love that we are not going to – we need to keep our steel company no matter – when we need to start talking that way instead of having, let's hope that Nippon Steel buys so that we don't lose. No. We need to have that right in this country. They could be a part of it, but they'll never own it, just like Trump says. I love it.
All right, well, I got to get to a break, but let's just see what happens here. But there's no American steel company that has the pockets deep enough to build it or to buy it or to do any of the things that they're talking about doing. And here's the thing. If an American steel company buys U.S. Steel, they're not going to have their corporate headquarters in another state and leave a corporate headquarters here and leave this mill running that'll be in competition with some of their other places throughout the country. And they also have to get the money, too, which right now Cleveland Cliffs was the front runner, and I think they were trying to get U.S. Steel to stay upright. They don't get the deal. What happens? They shut down 3, and they are no longer going to invest in Weirton Steel. So Nippon Steel is still the best deal in town. 6:45. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Here again is Margot.
Thanks, Rob. Crews still clearing out a collision on 2297 Washington Boulevard in Pittsburgh. It is starting to die down on major routes in Pittsburgh, however, still backed up on the Parkway West inbound towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway East outbound turned into normal tunnel traffic for the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, though. Still closed on 51 from an earlier accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Follow the red, white, and new to Shorkey Kia's Memorial Day Super Sale. New 25 Kia Sportage LX or the new 25 Kia Seltos LX. Your choice, only $199 per month for 24 months with $29.95 due at signing. At Shorkey Kia, you get it all, including 2 years of prepaid maintenance and $500 more for your trade. PA's #1 volume Kia dealer, locations in North Huntingdon and Wexford. ShorkeyKia.com. Call 1-855-410-4037 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for this spring sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro Zero Turn, Stand On, and Walk Behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road or call 412-242-6777.
Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
All right, Goldberg, Percy, and White News Desk. Here's KDKA Radio News anchor Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, we have a development in the fan falling from the right field bleachers at PNC Park. Details coming up top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute Time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump announcing plans to build a Golden Dome missile defense shield to deflect ballistic, hypersonic, and cruise missiles with space-based interceptors that'll be operational in just 3 years and cost $175 billion overall. The Congressional Budget Office estimates a cost of $542 billion over the next 20 years. Apple preparing to allow third-party developers to write software using its artificial intelligence models, hoping those new apps will boost demand for iPhones and iPads. Home Depot says it doesn't expect to raise prices because of the Trump tariffs. It's been diversifying sources for its products for years. It also maintained its full-year outlook despite a dip in sales last quarter. On Wall Street, after 6 days in a row of gains, today the Dow lost 115, the Nasdaq down 73, the S&P lost 23. And the folks at Oreos teaming up with singer and actress Selena Gomez on a new cinnamon-flavored horchata Oreo that celebrates her Mexican heritage. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Yeah, I saw that earlier today with Selena. Good for her. That's pretty cool stuff. All right, now, got a couple minutes before we get to Paul, top of the hour. Lots of stuff to get to tonight. Now, next hour, it's divorce reality expert Nan Cohen is going to be here. I'm just going to kind of kick back. She'll take over the airwaves, and she's going to have Carla Donnelly in here, very respected attorney. They're going to be talking about legalese as far as a divorce is concerned. And John Duffy, psychologically, what people go through when they go through a divorce, he will be here as well. So it's going to be a riveting hour, really raw stuff to the heart of the matter. So if you're dealing with it or you know someone that is, you definitely may want to tune in for that show. And then when that's all said and done, Lenny and I are going to kind of take this thing till 10 o'clock, and we're going to be talking a lot about the election and the mayor's race, but also some things making news nationally that I think we need to discuss, Lenny and I. And one of them, you know, when you think about a budget, it's turned into a story within a story. Before the gavel would come down, signed, sealed, and delivered, it would be done, whether it was the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or Washington, D.C. National budget, the state's budget, any community budgets. It now has turned into be a month-long, a year-long process, and by the time you get it done, and you do all the slicing and dicing, it's time to kind of ramp it up again and call in the accountants, right? Well, the president's dealing with it too, trying to get it done, and the members of his own party. I mean, it's just a joke. And you see, Governor Shapiro has worked painstakingly to try to get something done, and he too spins his wheels trying to get this thing to the finish line. Well, here's a novel idea from your Pratt Pack. Start creating wealth. Bring in companies like Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. I know, I'm going right back there again. Until I get it done, I'm not going to stop. All right? When you have money coming in, you generate a tax base. You bring money in, and what does that money do? That money creates a better school. It gives you better health care, roads, bridges, brick, mortar, and yeah, the family unit, the foundation that really makes it all work. It's time for us to realize that in America, the only way we're going to succeed is by having people get up in the morning and go to work, to build, to make things, and to produce things in America. I really believe one of the things, and I was having this conversation with a gentleman today, I really believe that reason why Donald J. Trump is pushing everyone's buttons because he wants to make you get up and go to work. Take back your country. Be willing to put in some sweat equity. Get some calluses on your hands. You know, sadly, when you think about all the border issues that people bring up, the real reason why people want it shut down, it's not so much about the criminal element. We've got enough of that right here in our country, who was born in this country, right? but jobs that are being done that should be being performed by all of us when we need to take care of our family. But the American worker, the young people especially, just expect everything to be given to them. I love seeing young people work hard, come and bring their A game every day. That's sweat equity. Look, there should be no time off for anyone in this country right now. Look, I love what I do. I'm passionate about what I do. And I think we all need to wake up the echoes and re-engage in passion and ownership and wanting to carve out something, a legacy in our life. Because what worries me, we are beyond one generation and we are beyond two. We're working on the third generation and soon to be fourth generation of people who really don't care what their legacy is. They don't really care at all what their legacy is. They just want to kind of get anything they can get out of this thing called life. And the more opportunities that are given to them, they're going to walk away because they don't need an opportunity because this country is taking care of them. Look, there are people that definitely need to be on that role of welfare. I get it. Tough times, struggling times. You need to take care of your family, food, health care. I don't have a problem with that. That's why this is still the greatest country in the world. But for people who are now into that second and third generation of families who are simply saying the government will handle it, enough already. If it wasn't enough of a red flag when the pandemic hit, within a month people were running out of money, that's a scary thing. Now look, if you're a young person out of school trying to carve out your way, I get it. But if you have been out of school for decades and you have plowed away and done what you needed to do, you should have a little bit for a rainy day. And don't tell me the price of everything is out of sight and the money doesn't go as far as it used to. Look, I know what my parents struggled through. I know what they grew up during the Depression and struggled through. Look, we have more gifts in this country now than any generation has ever seen. And the only way we continue to bring these gifts moving forward is by creating opportunities for work. Work can solve everything. But unless we get back to the business of putting people to work and even forcing them to get up and go to work, it's not going to work. You see, what the president is doing right now, he's investing in America by investing and rolling the dice and believing that the American worker will step it up and get done. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he wants this Nippon U.S. Steel deal to get done, but he's going to make us all sweat just a little bit. Why? So when we get the opportunity to work with the folks from Nippon in the great country of Japan, by the way, some of the greatest work ethic anywhere around the planet you can find in the country of Japan. I know people who have traveled there. I know people who have dealt with Nippon Steel, and they are winners. But just maybe they will want to hang on to it with both hands. Why? Because many of them weren't around when in the early 80s everyone kept saying, they'll never leave. They're not going to shut down. They need us. But one right after another, like dominoes, began to fall. People started to lose work. Housing became unaffordable because nobody had an affordable paycheck, and the price of everything went through the roof. And construction needed to be done on bridges and roads, but there were no more money in the bank for anyone. And even those banks on Main Street left. So just maybe now the president makes us sweat a little bit, and then we get the opportunity. And I can tell you one thing right now. If I believe, as he believes, in the American work ethic and future generations, we're not going to do and make the same mistakes that others made some 40 years ago. We're going to be grateful for the opportunity. We're going to work to hang on to it, and we're not going to stop because we know what it takes to make America great again, just like those who made it great the first time. I really believe better days ahead for this country, but it's up to us. And that's why tonight, if you haven't voted in this mayor's race and you live in Pittsburgh, go vote because it matters for all of us. News coming up next.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Hey folks, Marty Griffin. It's May, it's spring, it's window time, Universal Windows Direct window time. Check out this amazing deal. Right now, you'll get an incredible 50% off your windows. Whoa. Half off. And check this out. Not a single payment. Not one payment, no interest for 12 months. Universal Windows Direct. Amazing quality, amazing service. 412-545-6003.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell.
Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-bill.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 65 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Trust PJ.com. With a little more than an hour left to cast your ballot and get your I voted in that sticker, we really don't have a feel for how the Democratic mayoral primary is going at this point. But News Radio KDK's David Ballarado was with both candidates this morning when they cast their ballots.
Up first, Corey O'Connor voting at the Linden School around 8. He says voters tell him they like his message.
You know, I think our message of growth and opportunity all across Pittsburgh, really resonates. And I think in the last few months when you start talking about transparency with our government, we heard that a lot.
Ed Gainey at his polling place, the Paulson Recreation Center.
We love the story that we created, building a city for all, delivering affordable housing, 1,600, reducing the homicide rates in the city. NFL draft coming here, $600 million for downtown. We continue to do what we say we're going to do, and that's build a city where everybody feels seen and where everybody feels accepted.
Each plans to visit dozens of polling places today. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Political analyst John Delano says this race will be determined by turnout.
Obviously, these polls don't mean much if they're taken of people who aren't going to actually show up and vote. This could still be very much a jump ball race, depending on who shows up to vote.
Stay tuned to KDKA all night to get the latest in results. A man has been charged with selling or furnishing alcohol to the fan that fell 21 feet at PNC Park from his seat in right field last month. Court documents show 21-year-old Ethan Kirkwood has been charged for furnishing alcohol to 20-year-old Kevin Markwood on April the 30th. Markwood fell in the seventh inning of the game against the Cubs. Pittsburgh police said they were investigating but haven't provided any updates. Markwood's family said recently Kevin was recovering ahead of schedule. The suspect in the murder of a Westmoreland County woman is expected to be extradited today from Florida and brought to the Washington County Jail. Dorian Jerry Green is accused of breaking into Jenna Seibert's home on Lenity School Road in Rostraver last month and shooting her to death. Investigators also say he stole jewelry, guns, and the victim's car from her home. He was arrested in Florida last week on a warrant in an unrelated case out of Washington County. Jerry Green has officially been charged with homicide. One of the beloved cast members from the TV show Cheers has died. CBS News correspondent Matt Piper has a look back.
When George Wendt, a.k.a. Norm Peterson, walked into the bar at Cheers, everyone loved to see him.
Afternoon, everybody.
The show aired from 1982 to 1993. And the role earned Peterson 6 consecutive Primetime Emmy Award nominations.
No, my nipples. It's freezing out there.
The Chicago native is also the uncle of actor Jason Sudeikis. Wendt's family says he died peacefully in his sleep at home. George Wendt was 76. Matt Piper, CBS News.
And it would have it that on the exact date, 32 years ago today, was the final episode of Cheers. Pirate baseball, the Bucks and the Reds over at PNC Park. They're scoreless in the top half of the second inning. Right now, cloudy and 65 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Paul Alexander. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. AARP Pennsylvania recently talked to voters in a nonpartisan poll focusing on voters 50 plus. The biggest issues: economic stability, public safety, and access to essential services. Those 50 plus voters also think the city's economy is getting weaker, and they want to know exactly where the candidates stand on health care. So what's the takeaway? Candidates need to listen to older voters because we show up.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that: lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh. At the PA Hypnosis Center, you have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Bitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your pre-consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Contemplating retirement but worried you can't afford it because of high healthcare insurance costs? Dina Schmidt and her team at One Health Benefits will guide you on what's best for your retirement healthcare needs. One Health Benefits has been providing customized health benefit choices to retirees for over 2 decades. You'll probably be pleasantly surprised about the affordable options from One Health Benefits. Call today, 724-799-8873, or learn more at onehealthbenefits.com.
Well, folks, the temperature is rising and the Summer Winer Wellness Weekend, June 13th and 14th, is fast approaching. There will be expert health and wellness workshops from 9 until 2 on Friday, June 13th, and Saturday, June 14th. A delicious, healthy lunch will be provided from 11 to 2, and of course, lots of samples, healthy treats, and deep discounts on your favorite supplements. All this in person only, June 13th and 14th at the World of Wellness, 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh. That's 2419 Baldwick Road, Pittsburgh.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Periods of rain and a thunderstorm tonight, low 55. More showers and thunderstorms around tomorrow, high 67. Those will continue into tomorrow night, low 53. Rain and drizzle on Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kyle Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
The following is paid for by Nan Cohen Total Talk. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I love listening to Carla Donnelly. Thank goodness I don't need her services anymore. But you bring John Duffy in here so I don't have to go see him. So I appreciate you, Nan Cohen.
Do you like the fact that he comes in here and has everything turned upside down in 2 seconds with his demands?
He's so cool, calm, and collected, though.
He's the man.
He's the best.
He is the man. What's going on with you?
Oh, it's been a whirlwind.
Yeah?
Just nonstop.
You're looking dapper over there tonight.
Working on some things.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm working on workout clothes.
Lester Holt's retiring. I could be the guy.
I heard you. Did you breaking news here tonight?
Yeah, we're gonna
break
there's
news.
somebody going like this. I can't believe that kid actually did something with his life.
We're gonna break the news. I've missed you.
I missed you
It's
too.
a couple weeks there, but yeah, and I'm back around again
soon.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna disappear for the summer.
Where are you going?
Bye.
Back to South Beach.
Bye.
Anyway,
guess where I'm going Friday night?
Where are you going Friday night? Hey, Nan, where are you going Friday night?
And guess where I'm going? You don't know? Barry Manilow.
Can I tell you something? First thing I thought of when I heard Barry was coming to town. What an incredible talent, man.
He is amazing. He's amazing. Yeah.
And all those jingles he wrote, too, during the heyday when he was starting out.
And do you know that he literally knows every jingle from the first one, every word, all the way through? Every one of them.
He's one of the last great of the old
This is his
Vegas
last
Strip
tour.
town.
You know, he's kicking it off here.
This is his last tour.
This is it. Then he's going permanent residency.
Johnny Mathis stepping down.
Yeah.
The world, the times they are changing. But we have Michael Bublé.
We do.
He's still pretty good.
All right. I love you. All right. Welcome to another edition of Totally Talking Divorce. I'm so grateful. I posted something up there, just having the two of you, and the two of them joining me in the studio, and Rob, he's hiding over there right now, John Duffy, and Carla Donnelly. And Dr. John Duffy.
Well, she's a doctor too. They just don't say it.
But Carla and I are here all the time.
Yeah.
We're so blessed to have you. Walk in the door. Even as give us a little. Do this, do that. We got it all done for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You want to say hi?
Hi.
No, it's your son.
Oh, Nate. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
He does all the requesting, and then he just goes, okay. All right. It's nice to have a celebrity here, isn't it, Carla?
It is. It's an honor.
Oh, boy.
Your name literally has crossed Carla and our paths in the last, let's say the last quarter.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. And your name is constantly circling around us, but amazing work that you do. And I wanted to bring you in the studio before we take a little hiatus here for the summer. I wanted to just bring it in because, we've covered every possible entity of divorce, and we're going to pick that up back again in the fall. But I wanted to get, as this crunch time goes on for, children with camps and divorces finalizing and things going on, I wanted to bring you in just to get your perspective because you're always so spot on.
Well, thanks. But it's a crazy time of year. There's so many transitions this time of year, and there's a lot going on. And transitions mean change. It means the unknown. It means uncertainty. And there can't be greater causes of stress than those things. And when you fill your bucket up, it only has this much space left, a little tiny bit of space left, and it overflows. And that's when we become symptomatic. That's when things go haywire.
And it's as Carla and I, people plan. They try to make things work schedule wise, this, that, and the other, but it just never seems to go the way these people plan. Custody schedules. Things change. The evolution of when a divorce finalizes kind of clips people at their wings. We just can't seem to get the piece where we're at peace without having everything circle around us. And you always, because I'll call you in a panic, I'll call you with this one. You always seem to get into the mind enough to make the reality show through for me. And I know you do that for all your patients, but your perspective on these things just amazes me. Carla's shaking her head. Is it the truth?
Oh my.
We did, this is what we call the Dr. Duffy effect, right? You and I were on the phone, and ultimately we said to each other, we epically have to
get John on the phone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
but at the same time, it's
and he just brings reason and calmness. And I pride myself as being the one who generally brings reason and calmness to my conversations as a divorce attorney. But sometimes we have these situations where the two of us, we just don't know where to turn. And then we talk to John, and John just calms everything down and distills everything. And he says things, and they just blow my mind.
Well, that's a pretty big pedestal I'm going to have to leap from. Well, the thing is, I think you guys, when you're dealing with the divorce issues that you're dealing with, there's obviously a lot of legality. And I'm from a completely different perspective. And sometimes that perspective is kind of even can go counter to the advice or to the things that you're giving. And so I think it rounds it out.
Go ahead, Carla. I thought I was getting a message over here. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say that that's very true, John. But sometimes you have to take both perspectives into account before figuring out what to do next. Because sometimes, we want to put the client, shape the client, their behavior, what they're doing to put them in the best possible light. But sometimes John gets on the phone and says, no, let them fail. And we talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
We know what John's going to say. John's going to say, let them fail. And, we're trying to prop them up because legally that's better for them. But sometimes it's not the best outcome.
Does it happen a lot that it depends on the client themselves and how compliant they are to what you're asking them to do?
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about the crisis phase. So this is a client who's not compliant. It's a client who is, doing things that are destructive and, like letting a house go into foreclosure or letting an addiction get away from them.
And when you put these pieces together, and John will always say, well, Nan, you're always trying to fix it. He just get, it's hard. It's hard to let somebody tank. I know the success comes from that. Eventually you have to do it because you've taught us that that's what we have to do. But it's tough. There's times we go to bed and we're carrying the burdens with us over these cases. And it's.
And I sleep well. Because I think.
Did you hear that, Rob? And he sleeps well.
He does everything well.
he sleeps well.
But I think the reason is because I look at it from a perspective of growth, right? And these people are only the best way we learn is trial and error, hundreds of studies. And so you can only force something on a non-compliant person so long until you step back and go, okay, well, you're just going to figure it out and it's going to hurt a little bit, but then you're going to know. And then hopefully, won't make the same mistake again.
We're going to take a break here. So I don't want to really start off a hedge of a topic, but I want to delve into, divorce. You see people tell me they're surprised that they're in this process of divorce. They didn't know what this was going to entail. I always look at it that you have to have some hunches that this is going to become part of your world. And you're giving me the side eye on that one?
Well, just because some people are they're the last to know. Everybody else can see it, but they're the last to know. But if we can talk about that if you'd like.
I'm amazed by the topic because then you get the beginning part of that, right? And then they're in Carla's office, but they're preparing to, take on the world and define every ounce of what they're going to be getting and doing and et cetera. And I'd like to just navigate from the beginning, and then I'm going to step into the middle, and we'll step into the end.
All right.
But I know Rob wants to take a break.
Let me get a break in here. We'll come back. Much more of Nan Cohen, divorce reality expert, John Duffy, Carla Donnelly. Coming up next hour, Lenny McAllister will be in the air chair with me. It's all about Decision 2025. Up until 10 o'clock tonight. Polls will close at 8. All right. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from... Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old, 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion, and he said, "We're going to the ER immediately," and came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos, they started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy, and it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit LLS.org.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, Nan Cohen is here tonight, divorce reality expert, attorney Carla Donnelly, and our good friend John Duffy is here as well. So go right ahead, Nan Cohen.
Thanks for telling me that was a little too tight. But
well, yeah, I mean, I looked over and you had a purple thumb.
Donna's favorite color,
does it
purple.
match? So is that a trigger finger? Is that what you're dealing with?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's so sore. The tendon's so sore. Okay, so back to it. We stopped with you, Dr. Duffy.
I'm listening.
Can we continue onward?
Yeah.
Because you know where I'm going to slide in eventually here.
Well, which side do you want to go to?
Both.
Well, let's talk about people who are blindsided by someone coming in to, like, say, Carla's office and saying that someone just told them they want a divorce and they can't understand why, or coming into my office. And I think the main reason is, and most everybody else would say, oh, yeah, I could see that coming a mile away. But the fact of the matter is that we don't see things in our life that doesn't serve our purpose, or that don't serve our purpose. And I'm happy with the way things are. Maybe security is my main drive and what I need. And so I'm getting all that. My kids are in the school district they are. I like my house. And my relationship, yeah, it could use some work, but that's all right. And so then this person, unbeknownst to them, and Carla and I were talking a little bit, and they might have been wanting it for 5 years and not saying anything. And then all of a sudden, boom, they're done. And they've washed all the water out of the dish rag. We'll talk about that in a minute from the other side. But that's why people get surprised, because they really only see the world in the way that they want to see the world.
And that's the part that kind of, when we're sitting there, Carla, and we're talking to these people, and it's just it's totally empty.
Denial.
It's just so empty. And the hard thing about it is like Carla say, I can't stop this now because the process has started, right? And then they're sitting there, and there's just no way to bring that train back to it's going. And there's just no return on it. And so then you step into what?
You mean when I see somebody?
Right.
Well, when I see somebody, then it's a process, right? They have to get there. When you get blindsided, if someone is like when my mom and dad, when they passed, they had Alzheimer's and dementia. So when they passed, it was peace. It felt like a relief, right? But if someone dies in their sleep overnight and you wake up the next morning and they're gone, that's when your grief starts. That's when the pain starts. So it's the same thing with divorce for somebody who just found out something that they had no clue about. And so that whole process has to begin. And they're very, very vulnerable at that point. So if they come in and talk to Carla, and you want to take it from there, where the other person says, here's a great deal, that's what Carla thinks, that this is something you should consider, they're not ready. They are not ready at all.
And so when we talk about, I always say to clients, it's your timeline. It's not ours. But sometimes we get to those places where this particular situation escalates into, oh my gosh, I got to do a custody schedule now. And I have to take the things that I knew that was in an intact family is going to be a broken family, whereas we're going to have different schedules and different responsibilities, and somebody's got to step up for this and step up for that. And Carla and I sometimes talk about it. I mean, they're just lost. They're lost through the process that we can't stop.
Well, what do you see, Carla, when they come in and that's the situation?
Well, we were just talking how, first of all, everybody sees it but them, and they start telling me how things are going, and it sounds awful. Like their spouse. I said, when was the last time you had a conversation? When was the last time you had sex? And they're trying to figure out how old their youngest child is, and their spouse calls them names, and they. It sounds like a terrible marriage. And I remember as a young attorney thinking, why is this person so upset that their marriage is over when it sounds like it was a terrible marriage? And I realize now as an older attorney that, they were getting what they needed out of that marriage, whether it was a good marriage or not. It was their normal. And I have so much to tell them about what this process is going to be, but I'm always trying to think, what do they need to know now versus what are they going to need to know 5-6 steps down the line? At that point, they can't process all that. I'm just trying to get them a game plan to get through the next couple of weeks.
And that's why I always say it's just as important to have your team put together. And, when people come into me working and they say, oh, I have a therapist. That's great. But do you have the right therapist for your case? I have an attorney. Do you have the right attorney for your case? This is where I say you've got to reach out to get the proper people in place to build that core around you to get you through these things. We're going to take another commercial break. But before we do, I want to give out some information. Dr. John Duffy, how can they reach you?
They can just look me up.
There you go. They can contact me and I can get them to you. Carla Donnelly.
Well, I'm at the law firm of Petrogallo, Gordon, Alfano, Bossack, and Responte, but if you just Google Petrogallo,
it all comes up.
You'll find me.
And of course, you can find me at divorcerealityexpert.com. You can always reach me, reach out to an email. I'll always get people with the direction they need pointed in. So, Rob, you going to take that break?
Or are you going to stick around for Monday's show, Medical Frontiers, and we can take care of your trigger finger?
I think we're going to do that.
You should.
I love him.
All right, stick around. We've got Lenny McAllister coming up in just a little over a half hour. We'll be following tonight's election. Of course, the primary is underway. Of course, everyone taking a deep dive into the Democratic candidates. Of course, the incumbent Mayor Ed Gainey and the challenger, a very familiar name in Pittsburgh, former councilman, now Allegheny County Controller Corey O'Connor. So that's all coming up still tonight right here on KDKA. Right now, time to get to the news. Paul is just a couple of minutes away, so stay with us. It's your Pratt Pack tonight on KDKA.
Lynn loves spring in Pittsburgh, but she hates to paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
It is a single-wide manufactured home. We moved from our home, which we had the Rhino Shield on. Rhino Shield was what we were going to do. That was no question.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is formulated for our unique climate here in Pittsburgh.
The Rhino Shield representative came, and we discussed what we wanted done. And this time, we had the roof done as well.
Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. Now get Get Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Even the people that have been a little younger than us have said they don't have to worry about getting just an everyday painter because Rhino Shield has the 25-year warranty, and we truly believe in this product.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this football season. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA and me. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us for a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th. Includes round-trip airfare, airport, hotel, and game transfers. Your stay at the Sandy Mount Hotel. Reserved game ticket at Croke Park Stadium and more. From $55.36 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for the game with AAA. Call 1-800-848-1238 for details and reservations.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 64 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. With a little more than half an hour left to cast your ballot and get your I voted in that sticker, we really don't have a feel for how the Democratic mayoral primary is going just yet. But News Radio KDK's David Bollerado was with both candidates this morning when they cast their votes.
Up first, Corey O'Connor voting at the Linden School around 8. He says voters tell him they like his message.
You know, I think our message of growth and opportunity all across Pittsburgh, really resonates. And I think in the last few months when you start talking about transparency with our government, we heard that a lot.
Ed Gainey at his polling place, the Paulson Recreation Center.
We love the story that we created, building a city for all, delivering affordable housing, 1,600, reducing the homicide rates in the city. NFL draft coming here, $600 million for downtown. We continue to do what we say we're going to do, and that's build a city where everybody feels seen and where everybody feels accepted.
Each plans to visit dozens of polling places today. David Bollerado, News Radio, KDKA.
Man has been charged with selling or furnishing alcohol to the fan that fell 21 feet at PNC Park from his right field bleacher seat. Court documents show 21-year-old Ethan Kirkwood had been charged for furnishing alcohol to 20-year-old Kevin Markwood on April 30th. Markwood fell in the seventh inning of the game. Pittsburgh police said they were investigating but haven't provided any updates. Markwood's family said recently Kevin was recovering ahead of schedule. Brothers Brother Foundation is sending relief supplies to the people of Kentucky and Missouri that were hit by tornadoes. President Ozzie Samad says that includes 18 pallets of hygiene supplies and also 2 pallets of blankets, as well as...
In addition to that, we're providing a $10,000 grant to Feed America Kentucky Heartland, and that's in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
The truck with supplies left Pittsburgh earlier today. He says they will continue to work with the on-site relief workers to see what additional help they may need. Regulators say the annual COVID-19 shots for healthy younger adults and children will no longer be routinely approved. The FDA wants companies to conduct studies before approving vaccines for healthier people. WSB reporter Sabrina Coupet.
These studies will have to show actual clinical outcomes like fewer infections or hospitalizations before the FDA will grant full approval of a COVID-19 shot. In the meantime, the FDA is saying that it will limit access to those vaccines going forward to people 65 years old or older, or those who are at high risk of becoming seriously ill if they're infected. The government estimates that about 100 to 200 million Americans have conditions that would put them in that high-risk category.
KDK Sports, Pirates and Phillies over at PNC Park. We're in the fourth inning, still scoreless. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander in the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen. And this is Sarah Beth. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese, I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Rain at times tonight along with a thunderstorm, low 55. Showers and thunderstorms on occasion tomorrow through tomorrow night, high 67, low tomorrow night 53. Periods of rain Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
The following is paid for by Nanco and Total Talk.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back. Nan Cohen, Total Talk. Dr. John Duffy is here and attorney Carla Donnelly. So back to what you do best, divorce reality expert. Nan.
So I'm going to lay it out there because we went, and Lenny came in. I got sidetracked, so I didn't really catch up with the two of you in that commercial break. But literally, I put up today that you were coming. And between the instant messages, the text messages, and a couple phone calls, Nan, are you going to get Dr. Duffy to talk about narcissistic people, narcissistic behavior? It's constantly in my world. Help me.
Well,
help me, Doc.
You live in the higher echelons of narcissism, so of course you can't avoid it. No, I mean it's.
Wait, was that a compliment, Rob?
No, I didn't say you were.
Rob, was that a compliment? No, he's not saying a word.
Look, if you do you live around people who are extroverted, right?
Yeah,
they're going to tend to have more of those. Tend to have more tendencies. They're a little redundant, but you understand what I'm saying,
right?
So it's not a bad thing to be confident. It's not a bad thing to be extroverted. It's just when you cross a line to where things become maladaptive in your relationships, in your life, in your occupation because of those things. So it's basically any personality's fine unless you turn the volume up too high. So now, do you want to know about narcissism in particular?
Of course I do.
Well, I'm not going to read the DSM because
that's okay.
Put everybody to sleep.
That's okay.
But like gaslighting is a term that's usually associated with narcissistic behavior. You guys familiar with that?
Yes. Carla.
Oh, everybody comes in and says, they're gaslighting me.
That's the term.
Do you know where it comes from?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
It came from a film.
Yeah.
But the husband was doing to the wife was every day was turning the gaslight slightly dimmer. And she
telling her she's crazy.
She would complain about it, and he would say, "You're crazy. It's the same every day." And
right. Well, I mean, Hermann Goebbels was Hitler's propaganda minister, and he said, if you tell people enough times with enough enthusiasm, they'll believe anything. And so from that movie, that's where the term comes from. So you're gaslighting me. But there are 11 things that you can look for that someone does that basically they're narcissists and they gaslight people to control. And it's really something that they don't wake up in the morning and say, okay, I'm going to do these things to control people. They've just learned these kind of like subconscious skills to be able to skate in the world and not have to carry any blame and not have to do any work to get better. And there's usually a path of destruction behind them.
But the spell they cast is so damaging.
Strong.
I mean, to break the chain to get out of that spell and the stuff that's moved forward into that, it's hard. Somebody said to me, how do you practice what you preach? I mean, it's there. You cannot not see it, right? But it takes a lot of work. And Carla, we're talking long-standing relationships. It's been years of this cycle of abuse and the trance that they put these people in. It's heartbreaking.
Well, remember, we don't look for healthy in relationships when we go out there. We look for familiar. And narcissists are attracted to those who can be taken advantage of by them, and that want to be loved, want someone to care for them, and that are needy. And so these people that are narcissistic, like I said, subconsciously, they just recognize it and then they're drawn to it. And so this is a list of things that narcissists will do to try to control and get to the point where you're talking about. They tell blatant lies. They deny they ever said something even though you have proof. They use what is near and dear to you as ammunition. They wear you down over time. Their actions don't match their words. They throw in positive reinforcement to confuse you. That's a big one. They know confusion weakens people. They project. In other words, they're a drug user or a cheater, but they're constantly accusing you of that. They try to align people against you. They tell you or others that you're crazy, and they tell you everyone else is a liar. So, on one hand, they're telling everybody else that you're crazy. They're telling you that you're crazy. They're isolating you by confusing you, saying, you're wonderful, you're great, and then also telling you you're crazy at the same time. So because you're this kind of needy, dry sponge, you soak up any water that comes your way, and sooner or later, you don't know it, but you're this person who cannot get away. And you don't even know that you can't, and that you're stuck there.
And we see that, and we see that side. And it's weird because, as my husband said to me, he was always a supporter of my intuition. And you would see people at the most broken part of their life emerging from some of these relationships. And I just knew by looking at them, they were going to find the other side where they could set themselves free and feel and love and learn and explore and find that success.
But you know where you got that intuition? From where you came from. Because you've hurt and you've suffered. And it's like when you see somebody who's been through it, literally it's an intuition. You intuit that same feeling. You can see it because you've been there.
Oh, yeah.
And you've overcome.
100%. 100%. When you put those things together, though, bringing that forward into stepping into a divorce, like actually taking the steps to proceed in finalizing and moving on with that piece. Carla, what do you see with that?
Well, I see a person who when they're sort of the victim, that person, it's hard sometimes to advise them because they have the other person chirping in the ear saying, your lawyer's stupid. Your lawyer doesn't know what she's doing. She's just dumb. She doesn't, and I tell them, they're going to tell you to fire me and that the two of you could just work it out without me. And then they come back to me and they said, guess what? Guess what? They want me to fire you. And I said, yes, because I level the playing field.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't like the playing field
Correct.
level. They can't process the level playing field. They only can relate to you when you're subordinate to them. And every bad marriage that comes in the door, it's an uneven playing field. And I come in, I level that playing field. And they hate me, the other side.
And they don't like the therapist, right? They don't like the coach. It's the whole atmosphere.
We're all idiots.
All of us. But that's who carries you over those lines. And that's, if there's one person out there listening to it, if this is striking you, search it. Go with your gut, because your gut's telling you know what you need to do.
By the way, if there's only one way you can hurt a narcissist and make them weak: money. Hurt them. That's the only place it hurts, because they don't have a soul.
Right. It's like litigating against the terrorists because they don't care about collateral damage.
Nope.
And that's the hardest part is they don't care if it damages the children because that's collateral damage to them. Doesn't matter.
If they contradict what they said 5 minutes ago, it doesn't matter as long as it serves their purpose now.
And that's why.
And cross-examining them is fun. Because what you have to do when you cross-examine them is you have to. They want to get on the stand and act like Mr. Charming or Ms. Charming, but then you have to point out their flaws, and then they get angry.
And I've seen this in the courtroom because an attorney will take that onion and peel each layer of the skin away, and then you're left there with the raw onion. Yeah. And it's really amazing to see on a professional level because they're not in control.
And negotiating with them is a little different. Negotiating them, you got to tell them how great they are. You've been such a good provider. I think you're going to want to continue to provide for this family. You have to make it seem like you're on their side. And and I will say to my client, I'm going to be really nice to your spouse. I am on your side, trust me. But they're going to think I'm on their side.
You kind of sound like a narcissist, Carla.
I wasn't going to go there.
Well, maybe it's required.
You're hired to be.
Hey, Carla, he shares the love. Can you tell?
Yep.
That's why we're on speed dial. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. I am the divorce reality expert. You can reach me at divorcerealityexpert.com, and I can always get you in touch with these people. Let's take that quick commercial break because we got more to talk about.
We'll be right back.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, final segment. Nan Cohen, divorce reality expert for a Tuesday night. Nan.
You know, it's amazing. When you looked at me with that dead stare, you said, how to disarm a narcissist. And you said money. You definitely got the key to that one, huh? Given that money is the root of all evil and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can give them that in a divorce, but then the money is the one thing, but then we got a custody issue, right? So they'll give them the money, and then all of a sudden they're fighting for the custody, which usually the narcissistic person just wants to control the custody, doesn't really want the custody, correct?
Well, right. So, sometimes the custody issue does still have to do with money, because either it's a child support issue or it's, well, if I can take this away from you, I put you in a position to negotiate money better. You know, somebody will say to me, like, I just want my kids, let them have the money. And, so they go after what's most important to the other person to try to get what they really want.
It comes down back to John, to the money. He always knows his stuff.
Well, it is the money. And usually what happens is that the parent who was kind of the non-parent only cares about saving face, the outward appearance of the divorce. So they look like they're a good parent and that they wanted the kids, but in reality, they don't care. And what happens is that they just want 50% custody because they want 50% of the money.
So I have an odd question for you. Your statement with the narcissistic person really wants this image, right? They want to think everything they look the part. But do they ever really realize that everybody around them has figured it out?
Well,
do they ever have that moment?
Well, but usually a lot of narcissistic people, if they're good, and I put that in quotes, they're powerful. They have a lot of money. So people are attracted to power and money. So people don't want to be on the no list when it comes to being around the narcissist and their parties and everything else in their country club and things like that.
I can go up against you with that because I don't always think. I think the power is part of it, but I also see that in simple, ordinary, realistic issues. I see family damage.
Well, right. If
childhood damage, I see that as part of a narcissistic cycle as well.
And when they don't have power, when they don't have lots of money, yeah, you can still be a narcissist and live in a smaller.
Well, that's what I mean.
It's
not always the materialistic things or the evidence. I mean, we see this in
what's control, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, we all are controlling our environment. We have to. We're an animal, and if we control our environment, then we're safe. So some of us just do it in a healthy way, some don't.
I remember having a discussion with a psychiatrist in regards to a client, and I remember the psychiatrist had said to me at the end of the conversation, "Nan, get real. Everybody has narcissistic tendencies. It's innate in all of us. To some degree." Yeah. And I hung the phone there, and I'm thinking to myself, well, that was pretty prolific. It was. So
apparently, I have them.
You just were told that. See,
as a lawyer.
See.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now he puts the clarifier on there. Listen, I want to thank you both for coming in so much because there's so much that goes around divorce. And I always say we always try to make a great mind, body, and soul get healthy again because divorce drags it down. And there is help and there's obstacles, but I always say you can overtake them. Don't let it overtake you. And reach out, get the proper people in place. Know what you need to do. It's hard to break the spell. I get it. You got these people that are in unhappy relationships for years and years. And you don't understand what the other side can look like when you're out there able to go and explore and feel and take that draw to a much better place. So I thank you. And Rob, all that means is I have to get them back in the fall. Can you mark that in the book?
Okay, I'll mark it in the book.
Yeah, mark it in the book. Man. All right, Duffy, you need to get in touch with John Duffy. You can always reach me. I can get you to him. Carla, with the law firm Petrogallo, all you've got to do is look up Petrogallo and you will find you. Me, you can always find me at divorcerealityexpert.com. You can always reach me on the phone, 412-996-3346, 996-3346. It's that time of the year where tensions get up, custody schedules and stress, and whether you're in a new custody situation or an old one or your divorce just finalized last week, it's always about the change. But Carl and I say this is the rush before the summer, and we get everybody, situated, and then it starts changing right after Labor Day, and then we do that slide into the end part of the year. So take the time that you need for yourself. I know you would say, don't go to bed at night with your head pounding and your heart beating, Dr. Duffy. There are ways to work through these things, and I always like the fact that you always find the way to do that. Uncomplicated, by the way. It's so simplistic when you have these conversations and you can get yourself on board to do that. Carla, if for you, I bring your piece into this whole divorce process, it is what it is, right? You can't magnify and put things that aren't in a marital estate. The emotional piece, the business side of the divorce, you got to get through it. And you both do so much for all of us that have been in that situation or are going to take that journey through it. But you have to understand the help is always out there for you. Closing thoughts.
Well, I think you said it best. I think you want to plant your feet after the dust settles, and it takes some time for that dust to settle, and then give yourself some time and reach out to people who have been there and done it before. And don't be a babe in the woods. But you'll make the right decision. Follow your emotions. Just don't be emotional when you make one.
I like that.
Whoa, let's get that one. We got that on record. Good job. We're going to hit you up for that one. Carla, we always learn from him, don't we?
Every single time.
All right. I love you both. Thank you.
Love you too.
I can't do it without you guys.
Rob, thanks.
Yes.
And Mr. Handsome over there, wore his jacket for us tonight. All right. I'll see you.
Nothing but the best for you guys.
I'll see you in a couple weeks. Have a great Memorial Day weekend.
I will. You all too. All right, stay with us. Lenny on the other side. Time to get down to the business of Decision 2025. Next.
The proceeding was paid for by Namco and Total Talk. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. AARP Pennsylvania recently talked to voters in a nonpartisan poll focusing on voters 50 plus. The biggest issues: economic stability, public safety, and access to essential services. Those 50 plus voters also think the city's economy is getting weaker, and they want to know exactly where the candidates stand on health care. So what's the takeaway? Candidates need to listen to older voters because we show up.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for over 20 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Light rain and 63 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. That's it. The polls are closed, and now we count the votes. Political analyst John Delano says that the predicted low turnout is unfortunate because these primary elections are critical.
This is the year we elect municipal officials. We elect council members and commissioners and mayors, depending on your community. We elect our school board members. Talk about raising taxes. The school taxes are really high in lots of areas.
Rob and Lenny McAllister will have the results as they become available throughout the night. The suspect in the murder of a Westmoreland County woman was extradited from Florida and brought to the Washington County Jail today. Dorian Jerry Green is accused of breaking into Jenna Seibert's home in Lenity School Road in Rostraver last month and shooting her to death. Investigators also say he stole jewelry, guns, and victim's car from her home. He was arrested in Florida last week on a warrant in an unrelated case out of Washington County. Jerry Green has officially been charged with homicide. A man has been charged with selling or furnishing alcohol to the fan that fell 21 feet at PNC Park from his seat in the right field bleachers last month. Court documents show 21-year-old Ethan Kirkwood has been charged for furnishing alcohol to 20-year-old Kevin Markwood on April 30th. Markwood fell in the seventh inning of the game. Pittsburgh police said they were investigating but haven't provided any updates Markwood's family said recently Cavan was recovering ahead of schedule. A local charity is sending help to the people of tornado-ravaged Missouri and Kentucky. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
Brothers Brother Foundation is sending over 640 blankets and nearly 6,000 hygiene kits to the Southeast Missouri Food Bank. It's also providing a $10,000 grant to Feed America Kentucky Heartland to help provide needed meals. President Ozzie Samad says the tornadoes caused substantial damage.
I just think, if we can help as many people as possible who really have lost so much, that's really what we're trying to do.
100% of donations earmarked for tornado relief will go directly to relief efforts. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
One of the beloved cast members from the TV show Cheers has died. CBS News correspondent Matt Piper has a look back.
When George Wendt, a.k.a. Norm Peterson, walked into the bar at Cheers, everyone loved to see him.
Afternoon, everybody.
The show aired from 1982 to 1993. And the role earned Peterson 6 consecutive Primetime Emmy Award nominations.
No, my nipples. It's freezing out there.
The Chicago native is also the uncle of actor Jason Sudeikis. Wendt's family says he died peacefully in his sleep at home. George Wendt was 76. Matt Piper, CBS News.
And wouldn't you believe that it was 32 years ago to the day that Cheers had its final episode. KDK Sports, the Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds over at PNC Park. They're still scoreless through 5. KDK Radio News Time, 8:03. Your AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm Paul Alexander and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this football season. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA and me. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us for a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th. Includes round-trip airfare, airport, hotel, and game transfers. Your stay at the Sandy Mount Hotel. Reserved game ticket at Croke Park Stadium and more. From $55.36 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for the game with AAA. Call 1-800-848-1238 for details and reservations.
Okay, I have a big and different question for you to answer. How would you feel if others called you the biggest loser that they knew and they meant it as a compliment? Yes, a compliment. Why is being the biggest loser a good thing? Because 10, 20, 40, 60, 100 pounds are off your body. You're moving better, looking better, doing things that you haven't been able to do for a long time. I'm Dr. Shufo at the Weight Loss and Wellness Center, and that's exactly what we can make you. The biggest loser. We'll eliminate why you can't and only why you can. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
Follow the red, white, and new to Shorkey Kia's Memorial Day Super Sale. New 25 Kia Sportage LX or the new 25 Kia Seltos LX. Your choice, only $199 per month for 24 months with $29.95 due at signing. At Shorkey Kia, you get it all, including 2 years of prepaid maintenance and $500 more for your trade. PA's #1 volume Kia dealer, locations in North Huntingdon and Wexford. ShorkeyKia.com. Call 1-855-410-4037 for complete details on all offers and terms.
There will come a time when you want to turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Tune into Expedition Retirement with Greg Ayler, Saturday night at 8 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We gathered real Pennsylvania seniors and asked them how they would benefit from an extra $1,000. Here's what they had to say.
Everything is so expensive these days.
Car expenses, repairs.
My groceries, heating costs.
Medications. Sure, I could easily spend $1,000 like that.
Through Pennsylvania's property tax rent rebate program, eligible seniors and adults with disabilities could receive up to $1,000. Check your eligibility and apply online. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Periods of rain and a thunderstorm tonight, low 55. More showers and thunderstorms around tomorrow, high 67. Those will continue into tomorrow night, low 53. Rain and drizzle on Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kyle Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Get 50% off your windows. That's half off. Plus, no interest, no payments, 12 months, and a free entry door with your Windows purchase. 412-545-6003. Check it out now.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal direct.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, good evening. Really happy to have my buddy Lenny McAllister. It's become a tradition, election night. He is here with me, and we are going to focus on this primary and some of the things that obviously come to mind, the mayor's race in the city of Pittsburgh, along with Pittsburgh's home rule charter, and some Superior and Commonwealth Court judgeships up for grabs as well. But mainly, it's, as I said earlier, a night to ask Lenny anything. We'll talk about the Trump administration. We'll talk about the Shapiro administration getting ready to try to stay in office. How strong is the Republican Party in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? But more importantly, why voter apathy is still such a big problem. But I want to begin with something he said yesterday on the Big K Morning Show or the other day that I find fascinating. You said that Mr. Gainey needs to get to places that he normally doesn't hang out, okay? So he obviously must be doing something, because this seemed to be a slam dunk for Corey early on, but now all of a sudden pundits such as yourself are saying this thing's a whole lot closer, and they wouldn't be shocked, even talking to John Delano last night, that Mr. Gainey could actually snatch victory from the hands of defeat. So why the momentum for the incumbent? Good evening.
Good evening, kind sir. It's always good to be here on election night with you. We've done several of these now, and between election night camaraderie with you and election night sushi, it's a bang-up type of night for me, so thank you for inviting me as always. To the question, number one, he's the incumbent. Number two, he has history on his side. He's the first ever African-American mayor of Pittsburgh. That ain't ever going away. And number three, when you compare him to Corey O'Connor, he is the more natural of the two politicians, the press the flesh, kiss the babies, get along with people, feel comfortable with people, make people feel good around him. That is still part of retail politics. Now, if people are voting based on retail politics, they may vote one way. If they're voting on who do I think is going to clean the streets faster when there's a bad snowstorm, who do I think is going to bring jobs back to Pittsburgh, that's a different calculus. But when you start talking about retail politics, there's something to be said about what Ed Gainey brings to the table. I mean, look, Barack Obama, one of the critiques of him as the first African-American president was he didn't go to Capitol Hill that much. He didn't smooth with the congressmen as much as people would have liked for him to do. But he was one heck of a retail politician, particularly during 2008 going into term number one.
All right, so let me say something else I've noticed. I get the new Pittsburgh Courier delivered to my house. Rob Taylor, managing editor, he's an anchor here. Love him. If Mr. Gainey pulls this victory out from the hands of defeat, I think the first call he should make is to the new Pittsburgh Courier. Let me explain why. So I follow them on social media. I've never seen a newspaper do this, and I had no idea I was going to go there until you started just talking about why things are really kind of leaning maybe in his favor and who he is and his track record and being an African-American, the first ever elected as mayor in the city of Pittsburgh. They not only endorsed him, but they took their social media cameras and microphones out and let people actually do testimonies on video that they streamed about why they liked Mr. Gainey. These were people in the neighborhoods that still love this guy, embrace this guy, and want him to remain mayor. I think, and a lot of people get that paper. We actually sell it at the Coons Market on Highwood Street. We sell out every week. I think a lot of people still love this guy, even though Corey O'Connor, personally, I think you know, close to the family, his mom and dad very close to me. Corey reminds me a lot of his father. His dad was a great mayor. What could have been if he wouldn't have died so young? All of the good stuff. I think he's the first family of politics in Pittsburgh. But there are a lot of people in Pittsburgh, no matter what you think, absolutely love Mayor Gainey.
Section 8, from the east part of the city. And we all know, look, I'm a guy that's from the eastern suburbs, but my folks grew up in the eastern part of the city. East Liberty and Homewood, went to Westinghouse, they're Westinghouse grads, all that other stuff. There is a certain type of civic pride, in particular, when you have folks coming from the city and having a hard scrabble background. I mean, Ed comes from a time, and so do I. We're similar age. So we come from a time where they didn't call Larmer. They called it all East Liberty. That's a bonding mechanism just as much as people calling themselves Yinzers are. When you have that and you see somebody ascend from Section 8 to working for a state rep, which is enough to make you proud, then to go to a state rep and then become the first black mayor, if people feel like somebody's trying to take that part of history that belongs to them away from them, whether it's prematurely or unfairly. And in some instances, there are sections of the voting electorate tonight that will feel that Gainey has been unfairly criticized or too harshly criticized. That's enough for them to say, look, he may not be perfect, but he's mine, and he needs another shot. And if you look at the momentum that's rallying around him, that's part of the sentiment. And then you take that with the natural talents that he has as a politician, somebody that everybody says, well, I like Mayor Gainey. Even when people critique him, they say, well, I like Ed. I don't like what Ed does, but Ed's a good dude. When you have that makes a difference.
Well, what I see a lot of people able to relate to him, especially those who live in the areas that you mentioned. And Corey, now being the Allegheny County Controller, some may perceive him as an outsider now. But is he a part of that progressive movement? I've had people tell me yes, because he hasn't said he's not. I don't really connect him to the Ed Gainey or the Summer Lees of the world or the Sarah Inamoratos. What's your perspective
Number
on that?
one, he is definitely closer to the progressive wing than he would care to admit in this race, number one. Number two, he's running in the progressive, in the moderate lane versus a progressive. But here's the third thing, which is both an advantage for Corey O'Connor and a disadvantage. When you come from a political family running against somebody that's been successful as an outsider, it is very hard to get the sympathetic lane. And if you look at these two men pitted against each other, it basically boils down to a hard scrabble guy who was an outsider that rose his way up, grew up in Pittsburgh, grew up tough, lost his sister to gun violence, ended up becoming the first black mayor, versus a guy from a political family in Pittsburgh who's supposed to do these things. Guess who has the underdog story, even though they're the incumbent? It's Ed Gainey.
Mm-hmm. But what do you do when you look around the city? And you can blame a lot of it on the pandemic, okay? Because it's really been tough to jumpstart again. And now that the money is running out, Rachel Heisler, the city controller, has been on the air with me and said basically their bank account is starting to collect dust, okay? How do you truly clean up this city when you have so many homeless people and a crime rate that's just off the charts? You're losing police officers. You're not being able to replace them. Some of the services that people have been enjoying for generations may be going away. How does this guy fix it? One of the things that the Pittsburgh Courier said, he needs to be able to finish the job. How can he finish the job? How can Corey finish the job? There's so much that needs to be done in the city of Pittsburgh.
The question ends up being, Rob, did they start the job? I mean, Corey was on city council, and he's Allegheny County Controller right now. That's more of a watchdog job. I get that, but he was on city council. Ed has been a state rep and then became mayor of Pittsburgh. The bottom line is, if you're trying to say you're trying to do new things without being innovative, if you're trying 20th century tactics to fix 21st century problems, you're going to go back to the 19th century when it comes to the population in the city of Pittsburgh. And unfortunately, we're not seeing innovative thinking. We're seeing a doubling down of the progressive way of doing things, or we're seeing this is how we've always done it in Pittsburgh, leaning on those type of modes of operandi, and then wondering why the population is scantily growing and wondering why we can't attract businesses back here. We have to compete with the innovation that we see in cities that we're competing against in order to be back in front of the curve versus trying to catch up.
All right, last thing before we take a break. Lenny McAllister here tonight, election 2025. We're going to take your phone calls. You want to talk about the city? You want to talk about the issues? You want to talk about what's happening with our president trying to get his budget done? Josh Shapiro trying to get his budget done? Anything on your mind, ask Lenny anything. 866-391-1020 is the number to dial. So here's the question. And you mentioned about the numbers on the rise as far as people in Pittsburgh, and I mentioned that the other day. Here's the question. Are we living on past reputation, why people are staying and coming here, or are there actually things to get excited about and people want to move here to be a part of it in Pittsburgh?
I think people are moving here more on potential than on actuality.
Okay.
Now, that's where the challenge for executive leadership in the region will come. You're starting to see people say this is a nice town, which is great. But going to a nice town is a place where you only stay for a couple years until you get your next big promotion. We need Pittsburgh and this region to be this is my home. It's been my home for 20 years, 15 years, 30 years. This is what Pittsburgh used to be. It used to be a home where CEOs came, and 3 generations later, their grandkids were still here. That's not happening as much. So people are coming here because it's more affordable, yes. They can find some opportunities, yes. But we have to take it from we're a nice town, we're a nice region, to this is my home, even though it's only been my home for 20 years. That's what we're not hearing enough, and that's what we need kids at CMU, kids at the University of Pittsburgh, kids that are coming in from the Midwest and coming to school here for grad school. We need them saying it so that by the time they're 50, 60, 70 years old, we have 3 generations from that family making roots in Pittsburgh.
That's exactly what Rachel Heisler said. She wasn't from here. She went to school here and stayed here. And we need to be able to keep some of these young people who are graduating from Pitt and Duquesne and Carnegie Mellon to stay here. Lenny McAllister is here. So if you live in the city of Pittsburgh, your thoughts on your city, and what do you think about this race and some of the things that you would like to see changed? And more importantly, who is the right person to lead you into 2026 and beyond? All of our lines are open. Ask Lenny McAllister anything tonight on election night. We'd love to hear from you. Number to dial is 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. He's also on the Metropolitan Window video screen. We are streaming this live at kdkradio.com. Simply click on KDKA Watch. It's your Pratt Pack along with Lenny McAllister. Election 2025. Tonight, the primary on KDKA. Stay with us.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The peace lily is so last year.
Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air.
Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, don't forget Lenny McAllister here till 10. Ask him anything. We're talking about politics on the home front and anywhere across this country, even the state capital, Harrisburg, and, of course, Washington, D.C. Whatever's on your mind, let's do it. 866-391-1020. Up to Mount Washington. Here's Greg. Greg, you're on KDKA. How are you?
What's happening, Captain? How y'all doing tonight?
Good, man. How are you?
I see an upset coming tonight. Mr. Gainey might have upset Mr. O'Connor. It's a good possibility. He handled a lot of things that was not his problem when he took over as the mayor of Pittsburgh. A lot of situations that happened since he was in office was not his. It was given to him by the mayor that left. And I believe he'll do a much better job in the next 4 years of everything that should be done and done the right way.
All right, Greg. Appreciate the call. It's good hearing from you. So I've known this gentleman for 30-plus years. We used to chat it up. He'd be working down there at One Gateway Center at the Fountain, eating our lunch together. So he's a guy who loves Pittsburgh. But the question is, did Ed Gainey really inherit a lot? And bottom line is, has he done enough? That's what I ask you, Lenny McAllister.
Number one, he did inherit a lot. He was inaugurated in January 2022 when many schools were still closed. A lot of people were trying to get back to where they were after losing jobs or having jobs shut down due to COVID. We were trying to get back to a different place in time post-COVID, and we were still healing racially after 2020 and the George Floyd incident, which, by the way, was part of the impetus that allowed him to have the upset victory in 2021. Much of the term for Ed Gainey as mayor, a lot of his job was, can you inspire Pittsburgh to be better than it was when he first walked into office in January of 2022? He did not do that as well as he could have. Did he inspire confidence when the Fern Hollow Bridge fell? Did he inspire confidence when there was homeless issues going on? Did he inspire confidence when there was a shooting in downtown Pittsburgh on a Sunday at 11:30 in the morning? If the answer's no, where business people are pushing back and they're looking for an alternative halfway through his mayoral term, that's where the failure was. Because the bottom line is, Joe Biden inherited a lot of problems too, and the economy was supposed to go into a ditch and go into a recession, and it never did. So in that regard, he inherited problems from Trump, but he succeeded in addressing a lot of those problems. But the first thing you have to do as an executive during times of crisis is inspire confidence so that people can then buy into your plans, execute, and avoid any further situations. That did not transpire as well as it should have in term number one, and that's a big reason why he may not get term number two.
Well, when you usually do that with an incumbent, you basically are firing that person because they haven't done enough. Look, from an outside point of view, and obviously a little biased because of my relationship with Corey, much respect for all the candidates, both Republican and Democrat, to go into downtown Pittsburgh, if you haven't been there in a while, and this happened to me about a year ago, because I was in town every day for years, and then we came out to Green Tree, and then very rarely, other than going through the tunnels and heading down Ohio River Boulevard or, out to the north, I just wasn't in the heart of the city. And I'm in a bumper-to-bumper traffic jam on the Mon Wharf, and Lenny, I looked to my left. It was like a war zone. I had never seen anything like that in my life. Somebody in charge has to step up. They can say that they're not there, but these encampments still do exist. And if you want to attract business and people moving in, wanting to live there and work there, you've got to clean that up.
Here's the thing, Rob. When I moved back to my hometown, Pittsburgh region, from Chicago,
right,
I thought I was leaving a lot of the things that I had gotten used to seeing in Chicago.
Now they were here.
In Chicago. People are not going to pick between Cincinnati, Charlotte, Cleveland, some smaller metropolitan area around the D.C. area in Pittsburgh. If they're going to come to Pittsburgh and say, well, wait a minute, they don't have the youth population that other cities have. They don't have the diversity that other cities have. People have been leaving the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania overall for decades now. Why am I moving to Pittsburgh if some of the problems that I'm seeing in other cities that they've been going after for years, Pittsburgh's starting to have on the rise, or they're having problems getting their arms around? That is something that would make a business say, well, I don't know. Oh, you want me to move into Allegheny County on top of that with your tax issues? No, I don't know. And those are the things that, again, executive leadership, whether it's at the county or at the city level, has to get their arms around. And again, at least for this mayor, people generally feel as though he did not do a good job of doing that. And if you can't change that perception, doesn't matter how much retail politics you do, you'll close the gap. You might not win the election. And I think that's where this is probably headed. I think that probably O'Connor will win. It will not be anywhere near the margin people thought it would be, even 2 months ago or 6 weeks ago. But I think that people are looking around the city and saying, I can't do this for another 4 years.
So what do you make of mail-in ballots and the possibility in the future of an open primary? Those two things, and we'll go to break, Lenny.
Mail-in ballots, I think that particularly in an older county such as Allegheny County is something we should be doing. They've been doing it in other states for years. So I think that we can do it in a secure way, but we need to be thoughtful in how we do that. Open primary, more people are leaning towards the independent vote. And there's always two sides to this, Rob. There's the one side that says, you don't belong to my party. Why do you have a right to tell me who my nominee should be? I don't even know if you believe in my values or not. That makes sense to me. The flip side to that is, hey, I pay taxes in this Commonwealth, and I want to at least have a say-so in one of the two choices that I'm going to have in November. I don't want to be locked out of that and not like both candidates. I mean, we just had a presidential race that looked like that in 2024.
Right.
So I get both sides. We're just going to have to figure out a way that's going to be the most alluring to the electorate, in large part because more people are leaning towards being independents than anything else anymore.
Listen, we got about a minute before the break. It's Ask Lenny McAllister anything about politics. That's what we're doing tonight, and obviously focusing on the primary and that big ticket item that is the mayor's race in the city of Pittsburgh. But if you have a thought or two and you want to talk to him, give us a call, 866-391-1020. I will tell you this in the 30 seconds we have going into the break. Even when I went to my polling place today and got the ballot, it's a bit of a yawner. I mean, being in a situation like this, looking at these candidates when a lot of them I've never even heard of.
Well, Rob, not only that, but a lot of the judges, they file on both tickets.
Right.
So it's like, I can vote for you as a Democrat, I can vote for you as a Republican. If I don't like you as a Democrat, but you win the Republican nominee, I still have to see your name on the ballot in November. And it makes people in these odd number years say this isn't really important, even though
it is.
Judges are important. School board's important. It's all important.
We're going to talk about all of that as we continue tonight. It's 866-391-1020. We're going to go to Mars and talk to Joe in just a little bit. Love to hear from you. Stay with us. CBS Radio News is just about 2 minutes away, and then we're coming back. Decision 2025 with your Pratt Pack. Lenny McAllister, me until 10, KDKA.
If you're thinking about retiring soon, be sure to tune into the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturdays at 1. Beth talks about the latest trends and headlines that could impact your retirement. Don't go into retirement unprepared. Listen every Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Firm offers insurance services. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Pfeiffer and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. It is another day of severe weather. For some parts of the U.S., it's deja vu from just last Friday. CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson with the trouble spots.
Anywhere from Memphis all the way to Nashville, we've already had reports of several tornadoes, and 2 of them were confirmed by weather spotters. So we know that we've had tornadoes on the ground.
President Trump met with House Republicans as leaders try to push a massive budget package. He was asked about Medicaid, since that's an area that's been targeted for potential cuts.
Waste, fraud, abuse. Other than that, we're leaving it.
The president says that budget package includes a $25 billion down payment on a project called the Golden Dome. CBS's Eleanor Watson.
This program is meant to have a layered missile defense from the sea all the way to space. We did learn from President Trump, Canada wants to be involved.
Elon Musk's SpaceX is reportedly a frontrunner to help build that project. CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
Divorce, from hurt to healing and everything in between. Join host Nan Cohen this Tuesday evening at 7 as she welcomes attorney Carla Donnelly and Dr. John Duffy to the studio. Have your questions ready for Dealing with Divorce with Nan Cohen this Tuesday evening at 7.
It's graduation season, a time to celebrate the end of an era and the beginning of a whole new story. At Diamonds Direct, we believe moments like these deserve to be remembered beautifully. Honor your graduate with a timeless gift, a birthstone ring, a classic pendant, diamond studs, or an heirloom piece they'll treasure forever. No pressure, all sparkle, and expert guidance every step of the way. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Bill from Mars. Bill's neuropathy got so bad he couldn't sleep due to the pain and was losing his balance, causing him to have frequent falls. Then Bill found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Bill's neuropathy, and now he's sleeping through the night, can feel his feet again, and has no more pain. Listen to Bill's complete story at marydanston.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bill along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rain at times tonight along with a thunderstorm, low 55. Showers and thunderstorms on occasion tomorrow through tomorrow night, high 67, low tomorrow night 53. Periods of rain Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
All while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. Back in the 90s, I left my job as director of golf at Nevillewood to run a new golf course in Virginia. After that course opened, I was fired. I'd uprooted my family, and at 46, I was unemployed. My wife's brother offered me work at his biotech company in North Carolina to help get us through that time. Sunday nights, I took a Greyhound bus south and spent the week mopping floors, cleaning toilets, and filing. I came home on Friday wondering what I was going to do with my life. A friend encouraged me to consider the finance business. In a classroom of kids less than half my age at Duquesne University, I studied for my certified financial planner designation. It was humbling, but in time, with hard work and the encouragement of my wife Barb, I became successful in my life's new chapter. The day my children and I opened the doors to our family business was one of the best of my life. Most overnight successes take a long time. Mine certainly did. Learn more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. We'll have primary election results, Rich Fitzgerald visits, and Clint Hurdle's hurdleisms.
Our local Post-Gazette doing a great job, as always, keeping us up to date. So we both have the app, and here are some early numbers in the mayor's race from the PG from Lenny McAllister with your Pratt Pack. Go ahead.
Yes, right now it appears as though, from early reporting and the all bated breath Republican primary. So you see, this is a radio tease, Rob. In the Republican primary, to be expected, we have Tony Moreno up by about 300 votes on Thomas West. Mm-hmm. But now in the Democratic primary, at least on their latest reporting as of 8:15, Corey O'Connor over 11,000 votes to Ed Gainey's 6,200 votes. Now, there are those that will say it's early, and yes, it is early.
But that's a pretty substantial lead.
And on top of that, this is not a national election, so it's not like they have to go through millions of ballots across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. They only have to go through ballots in the city of Pittsburgh. So, if this type of lead maintains, it starts becoming harder for Ed Gainey to make up ground. And then on top of this, you have to consider, where did those votes come from? They're both from, in essence, the East. So if you're at Gainey and you're splitting votes in the East, and Corey's probably going to do better in other parts of the city, that's not a good trend. So, I mean, we can't see where the votes are coming from right now, Rob, but that is something, when you look at that gap right now, that has to be going through the minds of the analysts in both of those camps. Where these votes come from, what precincts are reporting, and where can we make up ground?
Let's take some calls. Ask Lenny McAllister anything. As promised, here's Joe in Mars, PA. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Lenny, we have a couple things in common. One is St. Bart's.
He went to the university, huh?
I did go to the university, and we both moved back after moving away from Pittsburgh. And you know, it's interesting, as I moved back, there were a couple of things that, you know, sort of steered us in a particular direction. One was, you know, the taxation in Allegheny County. And the second was we were actually looking at Pittsburgh because we lived in a condo in Minneapolis, and we saw some of the similar issues in Pittsburgh that were in Minneapolis with crime, loss of business, quite honestly, poor work by the city council. Those types of things forced us out of Allegheny County and out of Pittsburgh into the Butler area. And I don't know if Corey O'Connor can fix that or not, because they're sort of the same. They're two sides of the progressive coin from my perspective. What's yours?
Well, Joe, first and foremost, anybody that's calling from St. Bart's University, it's a fellow Bruin. It just makes me smile from ear to ear. If you're watching on the live stream, you can tell I'm telling the truth. In regards to what you're saying, there's a lot of people that, ironically, people we grew up with, that when I came back to Pittsburgh, I find out that they're living in Cranberry Township. I find out that they're living in Westmoreland County. I find out that their kids go to South Fayette. You know, and the reason why is because they still want the essence of Pittsburgh, but they can't take Allegheny County anymore, especially if they were boomerangs, because they had a chance to see this is what a city could be like. I don't want big city problems. And if I'm going to be in the Pittsburgh region, I want everything that I enjoyed when I was growing up in Pittsburgh. I don't want big city problems. That's why I came back to Western Pennsylvania. And I think, to your point, if it ends up being Corey O'Connor, he's going to have to find a way very quickly to do some things that other cities have done well without losing the essence of what made Pittsburgh Pittsburgh.
Well, the thing that's interesting is that, and I would say the same thing for Sarah Innamorato. Neither Ed Gainey or Corey O'Connor or Sarah Innamorato, none of that group has come forward with their plan to attract businesses and jobs to the Pittsburgh area and to Allegheny County. You were talking a little bit earlier about students who graduate from CMU and Pitt and Chatham. One of the things that they need is the opportunity for a career in order to raise their families and buy homes. I have heard zero from any of those three people about how they're going to draw businesses into Pittsburgh. And that's, for me, one of the more disappointing parts of any of the politicians running right now.
Well, Joe, that's because you have people that are politicians that aren't leaders. And at some point in time, I'd like to think that people, whether they're voting for county executives or county council people or people in the city, that they'll start voting for leaders. Leaders have vision. Leaders can bring people together. Leaders allow non-traditional allies to get in a room and fix something. Leaders are more inclined to do the things that are historic, not trendy. And right now, unfortunately, and you see this nationally, but you specifically see it with some of the folks you just named, there's more of an inclination to do the trendy thing that everybody else is doing rather than trying to swim upstream and build something that's going to be significant, that's going to last much longer than the next couple of news cycles.
Yeah, the thing that, I moved back here from Minneapolis after living there for a long period of time, and we're about 5 years behind Minneapolis. So as I look at the leadership or lack thereof, and as I look at some of the policies that are being put in place, it just brings me back to Minneapolis. And I go, that's the reason I moved away from there. So it sort of justifies my move to the Butler County area, where, by the way, I see more Central grads and St. Bart's grads almost on a weekly basis.
Exactly. And, Joe, we appreciate your call. I mean, look, the choices that these folks need to make are, you can hand out Band-Aids to kind of put a mirage over something, or you can build up people and build up communities. And too often than not, the policies that are promoted and the ideas that are promoted are small. They are Band-Aid ideas. They're not building up institutions that are going to be able to last on their own without being supported by government, and will attract people from other regions to make Pittsburgh a place to be once again.
All right, Joe. Thanks, bud. All right, he's gone.
God bless, Joe.
All right, we're going to get Douglas on after the break. He is in Westmoreland County. He wants to jump into the conversation tonight. Ask Lenny anything, talking politics at any level, but especially focusing in on this mayor's race. I just saw something from Marty Griffin, who said he thinks it's basically over. I mean, there is still some time, but did you think he would jump out to this kind of lead this early, Corey?
Depending on what precincts are reporting right now. I mean, there's going to be certain areas of the city that are saying no more Ed Gainey, and you're going to expect this type of gap. But like I said, if we find out some word that these precincts are coming from the eastern part of the city, and this gap exists, where does Ed Gainey make up the votes? That's where the big
question. Ground in the east this early.
That's the question that I have in my mind right now.
You know, the other thing, too, we want to make Pittsburgh hip and cool, and I'm all for that. Lawrenceville, all the exciting things that are happening, but we still have to get back to the core values of what this city was. It was a destination for many Fortune 500 companies, Mellon and Gulf, and without corporate America, you have no jobs, and without jobs, you have nothing. The way to really fix this is to sell Pittsburgh, whether a salesperson is what a politician is supposed to be or not. Right now, you've got to take your message to everywhere on the planet to make them want to come to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. Because if you want to jumpstart this economy and start to clean up the streets and make it safer for people to want to come here, you got to put people in those buildings downtown, and you got to have manufacturing outside the city, and they work hand in hand. That's the only way it's going to work.
Well, you need all different types of people coming to Pittsburgh. And I think some of the thinking right now from people in key positions in political leadership is, if we just get certain types of people coming, just young people or just this or just meds and eds. No, the way you build a great metropolitan area is you figure out how you bring all these different types of talented people together and allow them all to feel comfortable in calling this region home. No one's done that very well in quite some time. That's what's needed with the next mayor of Pittsburgh. That's what's going to be needed at the county level as well.
One thing you said before we get to the break, you have to have the ability to reinvent yourself. And Mayor Gainey, you believe, has not reinvented himself.
No, I think Ed Gainey has been the Ed Gainey that people have known since he was a state house rep and before that, which in some instances brings a level of familiarity, which is why you got the support from the new Courier. At the same exact time, if you're not reinventing yourself, how are you going to be bigger than the moment when there's crisis there? Lincoln had to do that. That's at a presidential level. Governors have had to do that. City council people have had to do that. Civil rights leaders have had to do that. Everybody has to do that. And if you don't do that when the crisis is there, you fall short of meeting the challenge.
So I see a picture the other day of a young Bob O'Connor with his very young son, Corey, and it took me back to my early meetings with Bob, and one of the last interviews he did was with me here on the radio from his hospital bed because he loved Pittsburgh. Everybody said, well, he's not as tough as his dad. Listen, I saw Corey step up in some of those debates, and he did roll up his sleeves, and there were times that he reminded me of his father, and no matter what anybody thinks, being Bob O'Connor's son is definitely helping him in this election.
It's definitely helping him in this election, but the question that I think some voters have, Rob, is, did Corey O'Connor show what his style is going to be if he's the mayor? If he didn't crystallize that, people can at least look and say, well, I know what Ed Gainey's going to be as mayor. And sometimes, again, when you're talking about retail politics, that could be enough for a vote.
All right, ask Lenny anything. We're talking politics till 10 o'clock, and we'll continue to give you some of the results as they're starting to come in now in this very important mayoral race on the Democratic side in Pittsburgh. 866-391-1020. It's your Pat Pack. Decision 2025 continues in moments right here.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Hey, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. AARP Pennsylvania recently talked to voters in a nonpartisan poll focusing on voters 50 plus. The biggest issues: economic stability, public safety, and access to essential services. Those 50 plus voters also think the city's economy is getting weaker, and they want to know exactly where the candidates stand on health care. So what's the takeaway? Candidates need to listen to older voters because we show up.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here's the secret sauce, Lenny. If Corey wins this thing, it's because Central Catholic, the alum, came out and voted in this election. Listen, we were just talking about St. Bart's. I have never been around so many people that have graduated from Central Catholic. Alonzo, who's coming in here a little bit, went on to Howard University. He's from Central Catholic. I mean, everybody I know What is it?
I got one foot in the Central Catholic world. I graduated from Shady Side Academy, but I have one foot in the Central Catholic world, yes.
That's amazing. But this St. Bart's was like the place it was a hotbed for athletes, right?
It was a hotbed it was just a whole lot of really talented people. It was a place where in 8th grade, we learned for confirmation, we learned how to say the Our Father in Aramaic. And that's what we had to do at our confirmation mass, is say the Our Father in Aramaic. Because the nun that taught us in 8th grade studied at the Vatican.
Really?
While we also had a Hall of Fame basketball coach. I played basketball with a guy that broke Dr. J's scoring record in college, and just St. Bart's was a very special place.
So I brought this up yesterday. Let me ask you real quick, and then we're going to get to Douglas. Right now, isn't it hard to believe that two of the most powerful men in the world are both born in this country, the Pope and Donald Trump?
I think that is not only somewhat intentional, but I also think those can counterbalance each other, especially, I mean, think about it. Chicago over the last 20 years has had the first black president and the first American Pope. You talk about it, being able to have civic pride. The people must be beaming in Chicago right now.
And the Pope's a Chicago White Sox fan, so hey,
Southsider.
You never know. All right, here we go. Douglas, Westmoreland County, on the air tonight. Ask Lenny McAllister anything. Election 2025. Go ahead, Doug.
Well, I am glad I got the two of you guys out there, because I want to switch up and not necessarily talk about candidates, but we got a tremendously poor response out of our electorate to the current format that we now employ. I just got off of a 13-hour shift being a volunteer, and we had less than 20% of the electorate come out compared to what we did during the presidential election.
It's horrible.
It's terrible. Yet, at the same time, we have to prepare two different methodologies. One being the mail-in ballots, and the two is the doggone actual on-site visit. There's a tremendous amount of money being wasted, and you're getting no return for it. You two guys have a lot of opportunity and knowledge about what can be done and how the system could be changed. I don't have the answer, but I'm telling you, based on the cost that's associated with running two different systems to handle 15-18% of the population, it's terrible.
Douglas, I appreciate your sentiment. I mean, it's going to sound like I'm approaching this from the other side of the equation, but the truth is, people don't spend their money at the grocery store if they don't think that the product's very good. Or they don't go to a grocery store looking for differentiation and then say, well, I'm just going to buy either one because it doesn't matter. Usually they try to keep their money in their pocket and walk out the store and hope that they can get something better someplace else. We were talking about this earlier. They believe that Corey O'Connor is slightly less progressive than Ed Gainey is. They believe that the average politician in this region is slightly less in one direction than the other one is. They don't feel like there's a whole lot of differentiation. They don't feel like there's a lot of fresh ideas, and they don't feel like there's a whole lot of hope when it comes to political leadership. So what you end up having are the 18 to 25% of people in off-year elections that pay attention to this stuff all the time. They come out to vote. Now, the problem with that is they're the ones that are voting in their friends, the people they owe political favors to and the like. And subsequent to that, you don't get very many new ideas, and the issues that need to be addressed on a long-term basis don't get addressed. The way you're going to fix that waste in regards to what we spend on elections, quite honestly, is you're going to have to change how politics works so that you get a different type of talent base coming into the fold, running for office that reinvigorates the electorate so that local and state elections get that turnout just the same way that the popularity contest every 4 years of the presidential races or the Senate races or some congressional races. Again, I'd have to imagine, Douglas, if you look at many of the congressional races around Pennsylvania, because they're not competitive, they look similar as well. They just so happen to be on an even number year. We got to get better people running for office so that we can, one, get problems resolved, and two, get more people engaged on a regular basis.
Well, without a doubt, you're spot on. But it's a great opportunity for the state of Pennsylvania to take a lead and try to find a way that we can cut out this extra waste that continues to bog down our system, and it's not good for our young people to see how mom and dad don't even pay attention to it anymore. It's ridiculous.
Well, here's the issue with it, Douglas. It's a right to vote. It's not a mandate to vote. And so when it's a right to vote and people are not excited, they don't feel like they're going to get anything out of it, they don't feel like politicians are listening to them, they don't feel connected to their leaders, and they don't feel like things are going to change for the better, they stay at home. You could force people to vote, but that, to me, would be un-American. What we have to do is encourage people to want to vote and then stay engaged with the issues with those leaders that are representing them moving forward. If we can do that the right way, we can get more people voting, but also have more people engaged, and ideally, we'll get more stuff done.
Douglas, thanks for the call. Okay, another hour if you want to talk to Lenny McAllister or me. But tonight, because it's election night, it's Ask Lenny McAllister Anything. Anything you want to talk about. Talking a lot, obviously, about the mayor's race. Give me some of the latest numbers of what you told me the last
Right now, we're still looking at similar gaps, which is about a 4,500 to 5,000 vote gap between O'Connor and Gainey, with O'Connor in the lead. It looks as though Moreno is going to tie up the Republican nomination for mayor. That goes to a lot of name ID from the last time he ran 4 years ago, and then we'll start having other numbers trickling as the night goes along.
But as far as you're concerned, whoever wins the Democratic nomination is your next mayor.
I think that between the power of incumbency and the power of the O'Connor name, it's going to be hard to beat either one of those.
All right, good stuff. Lenny McAllister here till 10 o'clock, as is your Pratt Pack. We'll continue to give you the latest numbers on primary 2025 and also continue to take your phone call. But right now, let's get to that news in just a couple of minutes, 9 o'clock straight up from CBS, and then we'll be back with more of Decision 2025. It's your Pratt Pack, Lenny McAllister, and yours truly up until 10. And by the way, he's in the Metropolitan Window video screen with me. You can watch this stream this show live at KDKRadio.com by clicking on KDKA Watch.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rabbi Yisrael Altin joins us on KDKA. Unfortunately, these series of hate crimes continue, and it's disappointing.
So, the most important thing is, people are safe. It's obviously when we see things of hate like this going around, we need to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, it's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
Over 65 and still on your employer's health insurance? Not sure what's best for you to do? Dina Schmid and her team of professionals from One Health Benefits provide excellent advice on the best options for your needs. One Health Benefits has been providing people with customized health benefit choices for over 2 decades. You only know what you know, so let Dina and the One Health Benefits experts help you with what they know. Call One Health Benefits today, 724-799-8873. Learn more at onehealthbenefits.com. If you or someone you love is blind or vision impaired, discover what's possible at Visibility. Hi, this is Larry Richard. For over 100 years, Visibility has empowered individuals through innovative training, support, and life-changing programs. From low vision rehab and assistive tech to daily living skills and employment services. Because losing vision doesn't mean losing hope or dreams. Be inspired. Visit visibility.org today. Visibility.org.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
New Orleans jail last week after he was threatened by one of them. This as 6 of the 10 of them are still on the run.
Cops have booked one New Orleans jail employee with helping 10 inmates escape.
There was a maintenance worker who got arrested.
Former Sheriff Marlon Gussman, who oversaw the construction of the current jail, is not surprised that the inmates allegedly had inside help.
I saw those cells being made.
He says industrial tools would have been needed to remove a toilet from a wall and cut through crisscrossing metal rebar bars in the wall where the inmates broke into a maintenance corridor.
Really mind-blowing.
Dave Cohen for CBS News, New Orleans.
There are tornado warnings tonight in effect for parts of Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama. Kentucky is still reeling from bad weather just days ago that killed 19 people in that state alone. Governor Andy Beshear.
We need everybody to be weather aware. We need everybody to have a place to go tonight, preferably that has a basement.
Flights at Newark International are being capped as of today from about 40 arrivals per hour to fewer than 30. As our Chris Van Cleve reports, that will go on until construction is over in about a month.
That will stay in effect until June 15th, when runway construction is supposed to end. Assuming the runway construction ends Monday through Friday, you will see the arrival and departure rates jump up to about 34 arrivals and departures per hour.
A new analysis by The Lancet finds that the health and well-being of adolescents worldwide face rising threats. Professor Peter Azzopardi on the trouble spots.
We've seen some areas, so particularly obesity, overweight and obesity, increasing for adolescents across the globe. We've seen little to no progress made in mental health as well.
George Wendt, the comedian and actor known for his beloved role as Norm on Cheers, has died.
What's up, Norm? My nipples. It's freezing out there.
His family says he died peacefully in his sleep at home this morning. He was 76. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
A recent ruling on trans rights by Britain's Supreme Court has seemingly not ended confusion around the issue, even in the corridors of power.
Britain's governing Labour Party says it will ban transgender women from the quota system it runs, ensuring enough women run for elective office. This after a recent UK Supreme Court ruling that your gender is the one you were born with. But that ruling also noted trans women should and do enjoy legal protections. So Britain's Parliament has, for now, refused to ban trans women from its female lavatories. This one's going to run and run. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
A new study from Barclays Bank out of Britain says fans attending upcoming reunion concerts for the band Oasis are on average spending $1,200 between tickets, transportation, and merch. They're heading to numerous cities, including here in the U.S. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Healthy people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country.
In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground. You should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Periods of rain and a thunderstorm tonight, low 55. More showers and thunderstorms around tomorrow, high 67. Those will continue into tomorrow night, low 53. Rain and drizzle on Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, it's your Pratt Pack back, our final hour of election 2025. But, of course, don't forget, bright and early, the Big K Morning Show, everything you need, postmortem and more throughout the day. But right now, Lanny McAllister is here with me, and we are streaming this show, as we do all of our shows, 7 days a week. In the Metropolitan Window video screen, you can watch it and listen at the same time by going to kdkradio.com and clicking on KDKA Watch. So what would Mr. Gainey do if, in essence, he loses the opportunity to return as mayor? I mean, Corey's got a job.
Well, my first theory, and we just mentioned this off the air, would be do what a lot of other former politicians do. Become a lobbyist and go lobby government someplace. In his case, it would probably be state government. He's a former state House rep, had been there for years, had served on several important committees, including education.
Right.
Be on the Democratic side of the House, go lobby state government. Go make a decent dollar, see if you can plan another political return. That would be one option. Another option would be, I mean, he's going to always be the first black mayor of Pittsburgh. There might be an opportunity to write a book or do a speaking tour about those experiences and then fall into probably partisan politics someplace and be a resource there. I mean, again, he is not a 78-year-old politician. He is a politician in his mid-50s, which means that, one, you have an opportunity to reinvent yourself from a job standpoint. Number two, you have enough time to reinvent yourself as a politician if he ever wanted to run for something with a little bit of rehabilitation to his image, learn from, lessons lost, and then make some decisions from there.
And it's still too early to say who has won this thing, but Corey O'Connor early on has a very good lead. My question to you as far as Corey's future is concerned, obviously he has a job he could go back to, but do you think this is the last stop for him on that political stairway if he gets elected as mayor?
It goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Rob. Do you reinvent yourself? Does Corey O'Connor become this chief executive of the city of Pittsburgh that people trust, they like, and they want to follow? If you get those three things, you have a high level of, probability of getting the fourth thing, which is be successful. If you get those four things, as a guy that's only 40, sure, there are other things he can do. He could be, a congressperson. He could stay and move up the state ladder if he chose to. Again, let's say he's mayor of Pittsburgh and Shapiro ends up not running for the White House, serves out his full second term, and it becomes 2030. Now you have some interesting names. You have Austin Davis, who's the lieutenant governor, who's from here. You have Fetterman, who's a senator. A lot of people come from the level of senator congressperson, such as Mike Pence, to then run for governor to find a path to try to run for a presidency. Maybe it's Fetterman. But it can also be a city mayor. If you remember, we had that with Rendell, mayor of Philadelphia, then became governor of Pennsylvania. That could be O'Connor's path. So there are options for him, but let's just be honest. People were saying the same exact thing about Ed Gainey 4 years ago, and the job at least to now, many have said has been unsatisfactory. So that's all off the table. Now it's just survival. Corey would have to make sure he doesn't go down that same exact path, looking too far ahead, and then 4 years from now, he's fighting for his political life as mayor as well.
It's easy to say I can fix it when you're not the one having to fix it. That's a great opportunity to use. It's counterpunching when being a politic, just basically putting everything out in front of your opponent and saying you did this wrong, you did this wrong, you did this wrong. But looking at Mayor Gainey's time in office recently, obviously Chief Scarrato and Jake Wheatley, who I know and have a lot of respect for, those two things, could they have been the straws that broke the camel's back?
I think that people were willing to trust Ed Gainey because of the reputation of Jake Wheatley, and Jake Wheatley being in that administration. With him leaving under some of the issues that were swirled out there both officially and unofficially, that was a level of trust that moved out. The whole police chief situation is another item that people look at and say, this was mangled. They look at the snow removal. This was mangled.
And that stuff matters big time.
Yes, it's a city. So what people have pieced together with Gainey, from those that are not going to vote for Gainey tonight, is I see a pattern of things not being followed through and being done. We heard that the homelessness issue was being cleaned up. Is it really?
No.
Not from what we're seeing. We've had issues with the snow for a while. We've had issues with infrastructure for a while. We've had issues with this police chief for a while. We've had issues with the police and the contract for a while, and the whole back and forth with that whole situation. People are saying, I wanted to give him a chance. I don't see the progress I want to see. That's where that voter's going to be when they're voting for O'Connor tonight. The flip side is what we heard from Greg earlier, which is he walked in, we still were dealing with COVID, we were still dealing with a lot of dissension. It's going to take some time to clean that up, and this is my guy. He's one of us, and I'm going to give him another shake.
Other than Corey O'Connor, does Mayor Gainey walk into a second term if it's not Corey O'Connor?
Yes, because I don't think, again, it's okay. Tony Marino, 5 years ago, was a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
He filed on both tickets. He won the Republican primary with write-in votes. Then he kind of ran as Democrat light. Now, if he came out as a true blue Republican, maybe that would make a difference, but we're still talking about Pittsburgh, and he would have to be really good at the retail politics to overcome an incumbent that's good at retail politics. That's a hard challenge. I don't see Moreno being able to do it. Maybe he could, because we haven't seen that happen yet. But that's what it would take if it ends up being the incumbent in Moreno after tonight.
Listen, speaking of retail, one of the things in a different light or connection to retail, Mayor Gainey said Kaufman's Gimbal's never coming back. See, when you say something like that, in my opinion, you're making us think that there is no hope. I would say they may not be here, but there are others who want to come here. You need to bring back some of the things like corporate America. You need to bring some of the big name corporate entities that are retailers, Target, Walmart, whatever. You have to do something. People need to see buildings being built.
What he should have said was, now is the time to reimagine downtown Pittsburgh. Some of those entities may be filled by this generation's version of that.
Right.
But we don't know. But the bottom line is the invitation's out there. Pittsburgh is open for business because Pittsburghers want to spend money in Pittsburgh. They want to enjoy Pittsburgh. And one thing that we've always had is Pittsburgh pride. And we're going to now let that pride also push business, push safety, push more residents in downtown Pittsburgh. And this is how we're going to do it. But when you talk like that, and then you have a plan, you are a visionary leader. If you come out with they're never coming back, to your point, Rob, there's no vision, there's no hope. If there's no hope, I'm going to go sell my house and I'm going to go move to Butler County. I'm going to move to Westmoreland County. I'm going to move to Fayette County, which is great for the region in some regards. It's not good for Allegheny County, and it's not good for the anchor of Allegheny County, the city of Pittsburgh.
All right, a lot of first-time callers tonight. That's what I like to hear, and some of my favorites as well. They're all waiting, stacked up on top of each other. All of our lines are on hold. We'll get to them on the other side of the break. Decision 2025 with your Pratt Pack. Laney McAllister here, and now Alonzo Anderson has taken over as our producer. We're with you till 10 o'clock, and early on, Corey O'Connor has a pretty sizable lead. We'll continue to follow those numbers, and we'll have more for you on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, Marty Griffin all over this thing on X, and let me just kind of give you some of the numbers that he is putting out there, and we can follow up as well with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. But 36% of the vote counted, candidate votes in, and Corey O'Connor, Democrat, 14,540, 59.4%. The incumbent, Mayor Ed Gainey, 9,957, 40.6. That's the latest. So what do you make of that, Lenny?
It's consistent with what we've heard, and again, I go back to, and we'll get more into these numbers as we go through the final hour, Rob. But again, the theory of if Gainey didn't build a big lead where he needed to build a big lead, this is what you're going to see for the rest of the night, and Corey O'Connor's going to win the nomination.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to climb out of this hole this early on. And still, there's a lot of strongholds for Corey yet to be counted. Okay, here we go. Let's get Anthony in the mix here. Anthony, you're on the air. Good to hear from you. Welcome to KDKA.
Look, being a Democrat for more than 50 years, I understood what was going on here with the progressives and the centrists. There would have never been Gainey if Marino didn't run in that primary 4 years ago. Peduto would have won. Marino took votes away from Peduto, and that allowed Gainey and his progressive types going after what happened with George Floyd. That's how he won. But anybody knew anything about Ed Gainey knew he was a poor legislator. I mean, his district, which is Homewood, East Hills, Wilkinsburg, these places are destitute. And they were destitute the whole time. He didn't do anything. So he was fortunate for the backlash of George Floyd. And so when he became mayor, what did he do? He listened to SEIU, a whack job progressive union. And what did they do? Attack the largest private employer in Allegheny County. Even though as a legislator, he knew that you can't impose taxes on nonprofits. He knows those things. But he was there. He was the mouthpiece for that union, and he lost all credibility. And instead of negotiating with those nonprofits who, in lieu of taxes, wanted to contribute to a fund, we saw no money. He saw no money his whole term from those folks. As a matter of fact, it was adversarial. So I'm not shocked at what's happening tonight. I'm grateful. And now Mr. O'Connor has an opportunity to embrace the developers, embrace the business corporations again, hopefully streamline some of these taxes, odious taxes, and some of these boards that hold up development, and maybe we'll move on to a better city. It's up to him.
You first. Go ahead, Lenny.
I'm not surprised by the numbers. I do think they're going to close a little bit. I said it previously. I thought that based on everything that I've heard, that O'Connor will win, but it will be closer than people think. I think that Anthony's analysis is correct. I mean, there was a lot of social waves that Ed Gainey was able to ride on and win in 2021 going into 2022. The missed opportunity at the beginning of his administration, if he loses in particular, will be written as you had a lot of political capital at the beginning of this administration that just simply got piddled away. It was not utilized effectively. It was not utilized in a way that could have brought more businesses, more hope, more of a lot of things into motion. And by the time he got his sea legs, he was firmly on one side of the political ideology, which you can't do as a chief executive. I don't care if it is a city that is mostly blue or mostly red. You can't legislate that way. And it might turn out the same way with Corey O'Connor as well. But when you have people that have been in politics for a long time, and both of them have been in politics for 15 years, people forget that. These are not political neophytes. But if you're used to being in the core of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party for a very long time, and that's going to be the mode of which you think and operate, it's very hard to do something innovative when you're at the top and you need to break the mold.
Here's what shocks me, gentlemen, and I'll give you the last word, Anthony. His so-called allies in the Progressive Party, if you will, people like Summer Lee and Sarah Innamorato, they didn't come out and support really Corey O'Connor or Ed Gainey. They kind of laid in the bushes. So where's loyalty in this Progressive Party? You think they would have jumped in and said, Ed Gainey's our guy. Let's do everything we can to get him elected. I didn't really hear that much from anybody.
To that point, though, I mean, Sarah Innamorato has been seen with Ed Gainey. Ed Gainey was very much seen with Sarah Innamorato when she ran 2 years ago.
A lot.
I think that Summer Lee is more focused on taking on reparations and the Palestinian question than she is about local politics. And that kind of should make people question where her focus is and her loyalty is when it comes to 2026. Just throwing that out there, but I digress. You know, they also know, both of those ladies know, that they're going to get a progressive regardless of who wins in either one of those two. And it would be very interesting if Corey O'Connor tried to rebrand himself like Fetterman.
Don't be shocked if a different Corey O'Connor shows up. Believe me what I'm telling you.
There better be a different...
Telling you, he's going to be more like his dad. You remember where you heard it. Go ahead, Anthony. You got the last word.
Well, there better be a different Corey O'Connor because he has an opportunity here. And if all he's going to do is be an activist light, then we don't need him. You know, look, it's very easy how you defeat the progressives. And this is why I was angry with Fitzgerald. Because we would never have Sarah Innamorato.
That Michael Lamb situation, right.
If he didn't throw Michael Lamb in there to muddy the water. That's what the progressives want in the primary. They want they want a 3-on-3. If you eliminate somebody and it's just 2 1-on-1, you can beat them. So hopefully this will be the blueprint. Because, hey, folks, this race was looked at around the country. I saw it on CNN. They're talking about this race. Will the citrus take hold of the party again going into 2026 and 2028? So this has some repercussions here. And thank goodness we'll take out Gainey, and Mayor Johnson in Chicago will be next. So good night, guys.
All right. Thanks, Anthony.
Have a good night, Anthony.
You know, you talked about Summer Lee, and look, I've seen her on Face the Nation. She's bright. I think she's great for the party as far as youth is concerned, but you got to be local. Mike Doyle had that district, and I know it's expanded into Westmoreland County, but this Adam Forgey, who I've got on my show next Tuesday night, the mayor of Turtle Creek, he kind of reminds me of what we do need in this region right now. I understand you want to grab the national spotlight because it's the big voice in the room, but sometimes it comes back to just being a part of the community and the constituents. We need more of that, and we don't see a lot of that anymore.
Well, you got to be able to speak to both. And in that instance, I bring up Summer Lee because there is a lack of visible support for Ed Gainey. And again, we talked about
said that.
And we talked about the New Pittsburgh Courier. The first African-American congressperson supporting the first African-American mayor of the city of Pittsburgh in a very visible way, and a 72-hour surprise on a Saturday rally when the weather was much nicer would have gone much further. Going out and spending some political cachet. Again, she's out of the three politicians you mentioned, she's in the safest spot. So for her to go out and to campaign for Gainey or shake hands, and maybe she's done it quietly, maybe she's cut checks for him quietly, but that's not the same as being vocal over the last 2 to 3 weeks and reminding the far progressive left. We took over this city. It wasn't that long ago that two Costas were in seats that were held by Innamorato in Summerlee. And it wasn't that long ago that Ed Gainey was just a middle-of-the-road legislator in Harrisburg. Look at where those three have gone over a short period of time. She should have been the one trumpeting that message and saying, how much more can we do if you just get behind Mayor Gainey for another 4 years? That was her message, and she didn't really carry that.
Let me jump in here again. 34.83% precincts reported. Corey O'Connor, 18,058. Ed Gainey, 13,291. And on the Republican side of things, Tony Moreno has 1,419. Thomas West has 645. So here's the question. And I talked to former state representative Jim Christian about this last night. Republican Party getting strong enough that someday we could actually see a legitimate threat for a Republican mayor in the city of Pittsburgh? In my lifetime.
It needs to be somebody that, again, you need somebody charismatic. You need somebody with good ideas. You need somebody that's really good at retail politics, that's going to be able to break down some of the barriers that have been there for a very long time. They're going to have to be Republican enough for the Republican Party to support them, and they're going to have to be local enough where people say, he's a Republican or she's a Republican, but I like him, I like her, that's who I'm voting for. Now, generally speaking, the only Republican you've seen kind of like that lately has really been Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. And has Donald Trump been the type of person that the majority of people say they like? No. Now, he's been highly polarizing, so if you like him, you love him. If you don't like him, you really don't like him, generally speaking. The Republican that wins in Allegheny County or in the city of Pittsburgh has to be able to check multiple boxes. Can you get young voters? Can you get moderate voters? Can you keep Republicans? And can you show people that you can be a difference maker?
Well, I'll tell you, whoever becomes mayor, we got to put this behind us, rearview mirror time, 2026, and we got to start cleaning up Pittsburgh. This homeless situation has got to change. Unless you have a facelift in downtown Pittsburgh and make it appealing for people who want to come, live, shop, and work and do business in Pittsburgh, you're never going to get anything accomplished. That's the first major thing that mayor, whoever it is, in 2026 must tackle. Okay, it's Decision 2025. A couple of more segments. Ask Lenny McAllister anything in the way of politics. We had some great calls last segment. Love to hear from you now. Number to dial is 866-391-1020. Election coverage 2025 continues after CBS Radio News, which is 2 minutes away.
Think trifectas are rare? Not at PJ Fitzpatrick. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that will work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this football season. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA and me. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us for a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th. Includes round-trip airfare, airport, hotel, and game transfers. Your stay at the Sandy Mount Hotel. Reserved game ticket at Croke Park Stadium and more. From $55.36 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for the game with AAA. Call 1-800-848-1238 for details and reservations.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, it's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
Pirates baseball tomorrow on the station that invented baseball on the radio.
Hayes dives, has it from his knees to second one. Relay, two, double play. It's hard to left field. Going back is Pache. It's a cruise missile. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
The Bucks face the Reds at 11:40 with a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. The FDA has decided to limit access to COVID vaccines later this year. Dr. William Schaffner of Vanderbilt University.
It is targeting the vaccine to older persons, people age 65 and older, and those younger who have underlying medical conditions.
Vaccine makers will now need to conduct major new clinical trials before approving them for wider use. In New Orleans, CBS's Katie Weiss says someone who works at a jail where 10 inmates escaped from last week is under arrest.
Investigators say 33-year-old Sterling Williams, a maintenance worker at the Orleans Parish Prison, turned off the water to the cell. The prisoners, using a tool, then removed a toilet and sawed through steel bars to break out.
Several states are under threat of severe weather yet again. That includes Kentucky, where Andy Beshear is governor.
That storm that is coming in tonight is incredibly dangerous.
Storms over the weekend killed at least 29 people. CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
Hey, folks, Marty Griffin. It's May. It's spring. It's window time. Universal Windows Direct window time. Check out this amazing deal. Right now, you'll get an incredible 50% off your windows. Whoa, half off. And check this out. Not a single payment. Not one payment, no interest for 12 months. Universal Windows Direct. Amazing quality, amazing service. 412-545-6003.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rain at times tonight along with a thunderstorm, low 55. Showers and thunderstorms on occasion tomorrow through tomorrow night, high 67, low tomorrow night 53. Periods of rain Thursday, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. We'll have primary election results, Rich Fitzgerald visits, and Clint Hurdle's Hurdleisms.
All right, let me give you another update. Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. We are now up to 48% of the precincts reporting, and we have Corey O'Connor out in front, 20,410. Ed Gainey, 16,007. Republicans, Tony Moreno, 1739 and 750 for Thomas West. But what you said, it's depending on where those votes are coming from. Explain.
Well, we said previously, Ed Gainey has love in the eastern part of the city. If those numbers are coming in from places outside of the East,
right,
that gives Ed Gainey a lane to say, those are my folks. That's where I'm going to make up some votes. And that might be where you see these numbers really contracting, and the next thing you know, it's a 500 vote lead. Or maybe next thing you know, they're, as they say in NASCAR, they're swapping paint. So we'll see how that looks. But the flip side to that is, Rob, if we've already seen the East report from all their precincts and it still looks like this, it's going to be over.
Wow. All right, let's take some calls here. Lots of folks wanting to talk to Lenny McAllister tonight, Decision 2025. Let's go to the north side and say hello to Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Rob Pratt, the hardest man and hardest working man in radio.
Hey, brother.
And Lenny, how you feeling, man? Hey, listen, I just, I love doing exactly what you guys are doing, just giving an overview, kind of analysis of the election. And I still think, and I said it early on, the elephant in the room in this election has been and continues to be UPMC. All the other issues come a far second. This was simply a campaign about, will the largest employer pay its fair share in taxes, or will they not have to pay their fair share in taxes? Will they continue to allow their top brass and their administrators to make 6 and 7 figures in income and then put the burden on the poor working class, or not? And we can dance around every other issue. It would not have mattered who the candidates would have been. It would have been about what side of the issue they were falling on. Secondly, I believe that this result, if the numbers continue, will have a far-reaching impact on politics in the city. Historically, the Democratic Party has always endorsed most of the time incumbents mayors. They didn't do it this time. So who put their finger on the scale to make that happen? Also, the story that ran about 3 or 4 weeks ago that talked about the dark money that was put into this race. You can't glare over that fact.
Good point, Mark.
In the report, it mentioned that those dollars were coming from unions. Hell, black people are in unions. Are you telling me that a portion of my union dues that I work hard for now has went into a pot for dark money that was used to attack the only and the first black mayor, regardless of his record, okay? Something's not adding up, and I think what's going to happen in the midterm elections nationally, I think you're going to see a difference. I don't hate or look at nobody in any kind of different shade. I just kind of look at that. I don't have the option of, and the mayor shouldn't have the option of giving preferential treatment to anybody in the city limits when it comes to paying taxes. You are supposed to pay that. It's your obligation, and no one hates UPMC. We're just only asking that they simply be a good neighbor. Pay your fair share. Don't put the burden on us. And don't pit us against them, because that's what they did. They put the black folks, poor white working black people against poor white working folks. And they use Coy and Ed to get out and to do that. It's terrible, man. I feel bad about this, okay?
All right, Lenny, you first.
There's a lot to chew on.
I'm just going to say right from the jump, I don't think you should be trying to tax UPMC, AHN, or any of them. I think they pay their fair share. All those employees, largest employers, really those two entities, those people take their paychecks back into their community, and they pay their fair share of taxes. And one thing that they are doing that people seem to forget, with all due respect, Mark, they're saving lives every day. That's just my thought process. So now it's your turn. Lenny.
Well, when it comes to the whole nonprofit situation. There's two sides of this. Number one, they are employers. Number two, they are saving lives. Number three, they're doing research here. And number four, this has been entrenched in the fabric of the region for a while. We have allowed this region to be driven, and Rob, you keep bringing this up. You got to bring corporate money back into this, and people say that, and it makes people think of the boogeyman. But the truth of the matter is, if you're relying on nonprofits and foundations to drive so much of your economy, you're going to have no other choice but to have this very stratified class of people, where some people have and a lot of people do not. And even in the most affordable of cities in the United States, when you start looking, and Mark was talking about issues with African Americans, African American home ownership is at some of the lowest levels nationally right here in the Pittsburgh region. Why is that the case? Because you have a stratified economy. Instead of having an economic ladder for people to climb, you just have steps, or you just have floors with no elevators and no steps to go back and forth. So in regards to UPMC, I think sometimes we see it as pay the fair share versus, having the investment and trying to have it both ways. This is an argument that's been had at the national level as well, because the flip side is paying their fair share is, can I go someplace else and have the benefit of being someplace else? Nobody wants to see UPMC, which is branded across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania now, to take their headquarters and go 100 miles east or 80 miles north. Mm-hmm. That's a completely different problem. They could still be in Pennsylvania. They could still say UPMC and do just fine. There's a reason why we're trying to allow them to continue to build the benefits of being here, while at the same exact time trying to figure out, can we increase tax revenue without breaking the mold in several regards completely? That's the issue. The issue is not making UPMC pay their fair share. The issue is, can we increase tax revenues in the county and in the city? And the bottom line is, you don't go to people that have money. You have to bring in more people that have money. And I think this kind of symbolizes a lot of the groupthink that we have here in the region, which is we just have to hit up the people that are here. Well, there's a reason why there are other companies that left over the years, because we kept trying to hit up the people that were here until they found another place to go. We don't want that to happen with UPMC as well.
All right, Mark, I'm going to give you the last word because you've been very eloquent tonight with your call. So you got a couple of minutes. It's all yours.
Thank you so much, Rob. Yeah, but Lenny, I appreciate your comments. But Lenny, let's be honest, at the end of the day, no mayor, no chief executive officer has the right to pick and choose to bring in any corporation to cut a deal on what he or she or they should be paying.
We were going to do that with Amazon. We were going to do that with Amazon, and plenty of other cities did that with Amazon. Other governors did that with Amazon. People do this all the time. And the truth of the matter is, Mark, and no offense, but that's the way the game is being played a lot of times. We're competing against states such as Texas and Florida that don't have a state income tax. We have one of the worst statewide corporate structures when it comes to taxing in the United States. There's a reason why jobs and population have been leaving Pennsylvania for decades now. If you don't compete against that, and sometimes that is a sweetheart deal for a period of time to attract people to live here and build roots here. That's what other people have done. And if we don't do that, we will continue to lose out.
I agree, but here's the important thing. Remember, if UPMC is offering the medical and they're saving lives, where do you stop? Giant Eagles feeds the homeless. Do you bring them in and cut a deal on them? Their business, they're bringing in dollars, and we know, and we can't continue.
Giant Eagles for profit, though. They're not a nonprofit.
Can I finish your thought?
Yes, please.
All that we're saying is that it just has a bad taste in your mouth when you can take one particular segment of this city and say, we will allow you to come in and tell us what you're willing to give based upon what you're contributing to the city. Everybody's contributing to the city in one way or another. It sets a dangerous precedent when we can bring one in and then say, we're going to allow you to do this. At the same time, your top brass, people are making money here. And it's the burden falls on the poor folks who are working. Poor women who are saving their dollars to pay their taxes. When they can't pay it, they get a call or they get that thing stamped on their door for share sale.
But Mark, you're conflating two issues, because the bottom line is if there were more job opportunities and there was an economic ladder for those poor people and those poor women that you just mentioned to climb, there would be an opportunity for them to be able to succeed, and it would have nothing to do with UPMC. The poverty issues that we have in the city of Pittsburgh and in Allegheny County and in this region, they're not completely or totally or primarily at the feet of UPMC, and that ends up being a campaign. It ends up being campaign fodder more than anything else. That's not part of the bigger issue. The bigger issue is we need more entities that can contribute to this region that will allow people to be prosperous in this region and have roots in this region.
All right, Mark, I got to get to a break. I appreciate you. Well done. We're going to come back. We're going to give you some of the latest results. I can do that right now. 61.44% of the precincts reporting. Corey O'Connor, 23,122. Ed Gainey, 18,868. Tony Moreno, 2,046. Thomas West, 873. Comment on the numbers, then we'll go to break. Lenny.
It's starting to contract. Like I said, if we're now moving to the east, these numbers will continue to contract. They will get closer and closer if that's the trend of how the numbers are coming in.
But you notice it getting closer.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Short break. Ted, Mount Washington, our final call of the night. Stay with us. Decision 2025. Lanny McAllister and Rob Pratt, your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So when are we going to know, you think? By midnight?
By midnight, yeah.
Okay.
By midnight.
All right. Don't forget, first thing tomorrow morning, bright and early, Big K Morning Show. It'll be here in just a few hours. Everything that you need, postmortem and more with Larry and the crew. All right, here's Ted up on Mount Washington. Hey, Teddy.
What's going on, guys?
It's another night, election night, 2025. Who would have ever thought we'd still be at this thing in 2025? You realize 2025? It seems like it was 1985 yesterday. Anyway, go ahead.
Or more like 1999. But
that's better. That's a much better line, Lenny. Go ahead, Ted.
Well, real quick. I understand what Mark was saying, but I totally disagree. Look, there was a deal by Purdue with the nonprofits, the Big Five, which there was money on the table, and this mayor blew it. Okay? He didn't want the money. What he wanted to do is force UPMC
to unionize,
as union guys. Okay, that's why that union back Gainey, which was a horrible thing. That's not his job as being mayor.
And Ted, and let me get to this. That's the difference between being an ideologue and being an executive. And for the people that love Ed Gainey, God bless him, he has stayed more of an ideologue than as an executive. And this goes back to what I've been saying, Rob, over the course of our time here tonight. When you grow into these roles, you have to reinvent yourself. You have to be able to keep the core essence of who you are. Keep your beliefs intact, but figure out a way to get stuff done. Every chief executive, presidential, gubernatorial, mayors, county executives, business executives, and the like, they have to find ways to do that and then go to their constituencies and say, listen, ideologically, this is not pure, but the ideologues that have stayed with me for years, this will bring progress for you as well. That's the difference between, remember I talked about inspiration and inspiring people to do the right things with action? That's what he needed to have done during the first 24 months in particular. That's where the ball was dropped. And as a result, to Ted's point, he couldn't get that money for his constituents. And then problems started to augment and grow.
Well, here's the old story, and I'm going to let Ted have the last word. Sometimes when you're not hungry, you get lazy. And I'm not saying he got lazy, but you had all this COVID money that was there, and he felt as though, hey, we got this endless cash supply, and it's just going to be a cash flow until whatever comes home. Bottom line is that money started to run out, and there was no game plan to replace it. That's how simple it is to me.
Well, I don't even know if it was that. That makes sense to me, but I think more so than that, you have to have a plan. You have to be able to. You have to have a plan, and you have to be able to inspire people, and not just the people that got you into office. This is something we complain about all the time with presidential politics, gubernatorial politics, and in other areas. It's like, okay, you can't just legislate or deal with the people that were your main supporters once you get to office. Once you're in office, you represent everybody, including the people that were ripping up your campaign signs, including the people that quote-unquote hate your guts. If you can win those people over and keep your core, you will not only win re-election again and again and again, but you will be highly successful in the role. That often, and more often than not, gets forgotten about.
And kind of in his defense, too, while he was should have been planning while that money was so plentiful, bullets were flying every day in Pittsburgh, and they were always looking to him for answers, and he was going from one crime scene to the next. So it's just not been a good run for a number of reasons, and it was a job that I wouldn't have wanted. But that's
an activist.
I know.
You can't go to every crime. You have a press conference. You inspire people. You talk right in the camera. You tell the young people enough's enough.
Stop.
It's time to stop. I'm going to have everybody convene at my office or do this type of town hall meeting on this day, and we're going to find a way to resolve this. That's how you do that. But again, that's visionary versus just having a title.
It's too late now. And then he lost his police chief and that special backroom deal. It was one thing after another.
Now, I will say this, though, Rob. This is not just an Ed Gainey problem. I would even say to you, this is an American problem where you don't have enough people
here's
doing
the thing.
this.
When Chicago and New York and all these other places, Detroit, were burning, I always said, well, Pittsburgh, how is it that they stay away from that? But now when you think about it, we're in the exact same place.
Well, Pittsburgh burned in the 60s as well.
But not like it is now.
And Pittsburgh had racial division in the 70s and the 80s.
Living on the street in makeshift houses made out of cardboard.
Now we're starting to have those type of issues that we didn't have before.
We never had them. All right, Teddy, last word. Go ahead, bud.
Well, real quick. It's to me, when you have one party in charge, you get this. You know, when it comes to poverty, the former county exec, Fitzgerald, froze property taxes, okay? And when you freeze property taxes, Lenny, you know this. You produce poverty like crazy because you don't get fair value for your house. And people with money that comes into Pittsburgh, they can build their mansions, and they be right by you, and they pay less in property taxes than you do. You have to change the system. That's what Jim Roddy was trying to do. And when you freeze property taxes, you're going to produce more poverty than ever. You know, and I'm be honest, I don't see that changing. I really don't, because that's what you're going to have to do in order if you want equity and you want equality in this region.
All right, Teddy, I got to let Lenny kind of wrap this thing up. So we have to see where those votes are coming from. But right now, it's kind of starting to tighten up a little bit.
It's starting to tighten up. And let me address something very quickly about what Ted said.
Okay.
The focus can't be on equality. The focus has to be on prosperity. People need opportunities to grow into their best selves because everybody's definition of what prosperous is different. Not everybody wants a big house in Fox Chapel. Some people want to be a successful school teacher and own a home in the west side of the city and just be comfortable there but safe. So you have to create opportunities for people to be prosperous and let them find their way from there. Too often than not, we focus on trying to make things equal, and as a result, we diminish the returns for more and more people, which is what leads to the frustration. And Rob, a lot of times, that leads to people leaving our region. That mode of doing things from a policy standpoint, with the next mayor of Pittsburgh and others getting elected tonight and over the next couple of years, that has to stop.
So do you think Corey will bring some of the old guard that was a part of his dad's administration into the mix if they're still willing and ready to step up, or is it going to be a complete new lineup?
Number one, I think that you're going to see some more of the old guard coming in. And number two, he's going to have to do that in a way that doesn't make people go, here we go again with the establishment politics. Because let's be honest, we got Innamorato and Lee and Gainey and others because people were sick of the Democratic establishment.
Post-Gazette calling it, the AP calling it, Tony Moreno has defeated Thomas West, which that's not a big surprise.
Not a shock at all.
But no chance in that general election, right?
There's always a chance because there's politics. We said that Donald Trump was never going to win the presidency. He's done it 2 out of 3 times.
Could you ever see, because this guy, just when you think you figured him out, that he ends up maybe doing something for Tony Moreno? Does he see Pittsburgh as any kind of a crown jewel for him? It's the swing state.
It's one tweet away, Rob. With Donald Trump, it's one statement on Truth Social or X away from him being in Pittsburgh and giving us a 45-minute speech for 5 minutes.
We kept it local the entire time, and I'm very impressed. We got a lot of first-time
That's
callers
what we
tonight.
do here on News Radio KDK. We keep it local. It's for Pittsburghers.
Listen, all I know is be tuned in bright and early tomorrow when they kick it off, Mr. Rasmussen and, of course, the host of the Big K Morning Show. It's going to be very interesting, and this thing hopefully is going to be over by midnight. But right now, trending in the favor of Corey, but Mayor Gainey starting to make a little bit of inroads, and depending on where the votes are coming from, and as Lenny said, if they haven't counted the entire eastern part of the city, Mr. Gainey still has a puncher's chance. But you have to admit, down deep, do you think Ed Gainey ever thought Corey O'Connor would run 2 years ago?
No.
That's exactly right.
I don't think he thought that he would run, number one. I think, number two, he thought his base was stronger than it was. But again, let's look at what was going on. The controversy with the chief wasn't as vibrant 2 years ago, and neither was Jake Wheatley leaving the administration. Those two things weakened him over the last several years.
Early on tonight. Absolutely. Lenny, you're the best. Keep doing what you do, brother.
Thank you, child of God.
He is so good. He is so good. All right. To Alonzo, as always, great job. Margot, earlier tonight, don't forget.